Yippee! Early Monday! Happy Monday! Early Monday. Hello, I'm here like hours earlier than normal, aren't I, huh? We're starting 2 hours early, and we're going for an extra hour today. This is the most squeegee you've had in a while, isn't it, huh? Yippee! You're all here! What do you shroom? I don't know what I shroom. Hi, Billy. 4 a.m. Oh my gosh, 4 a.m. Dang, I'm honored that you'd be here with us at 4 a.m. We'll still be here in another, like, 4 hours if you need to go back to sleep, so. I'm honored that you would get up to watch, but please take care of yourselves. Anyways, happy Monday. What's happening? They're torturing me is what's happening. What's happening is we are streaming for charity today. Look at this. I ran out of the original goals that there were. You guys crushed all of the goals that we had for the charity before I even ever went live. Which is crazy. Crazy, to say the least. Insanity. So there were no like official specific goals for like rewards or anything inherently. This is just crits for charity. But the fact that we have already raised over 1,000 Australian dollars for charity, insanity. That's crazy. Thank you, Shroomates. Thank you for helping. I am so proud of us so far. It's a very good cause. So let me explain what we're doing here today, because today, you know, we usually do our like, whatever, like hour of yap at the beginning. False. Not today. Not today. Today is an unusual Monday. Today is a locked the hell in Squeegee Monday, because we have, let me even check. I don't even know what the current number is, but when I downloaded the current order of people who have donated, we were, why is my Google Drive missing? Hello? That's strange. Oh, for some reason the Google Drive icon is now the Excel icon. Yeah, no jingle keys today. As of right now, there are 24 designs we are supposed to get through between today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. Originally, this was not extending to Wednesday, but I have a feeling we'll need it. Because today, we're live for 7 hours. Tomorrow, we're live for 5 hours. And then Wednesday, we're live for another 5 hours. And that's not including any further donations people make today. So theoretically, we could be starting next Monday with crits for charity as well. Because I won't be here Thursday or Friday. I'll be out of town. But I am so proud of you guys. I'm so excited. We're doing some really good work here. The charity that we are raising money for is Cure Cancer Australia, and they are sort of a fundraising organization that donates money to a number of like research institutions, specific research projects that are held by doctorate students, all, you know, generally under the theming of curing cancer. So they've received some awards for the work they've done. I am streaming on behalf of the Creators Big and Small team, which is run by Soda Sneb, which also thank you, Sneb, for inviting me to participate. And let's go. Use my allowance on this. Well, I will say, Hoshi, it is a very, like, wholesome and very, like, I guess touching use for your allowance. Your allowance is going to good use. It's going to help many people. I know that I am not the only one whose family has probably been unfortunately touched by the effects of cancer. I feel like it's one of those things that affects most of us at this point, where it's very widespread. So it is something that, you know, the relevancy of and the need to be funding research towards never diminishes in any way, shape, or form. So I'm glad we can get together for this and do some work for it. Yeah! Hello! Yes, I am on both YouTube and Twitch. Yes, I am in both places. Locked in so much we've locked ourselves into the house. Yeah, let me tell you, I got a whole liter of aloe vera beverage. I have...
Hey guys, Gary here. No sort of secret messages this time. Screw cancer. May we find a way to defeat it.
Hell yeah, absolutely, Gary. I am completely in agreement with what you said. Screw cancer. I hope we find a way to defeat it as soon as possible within my lifetime. Yeah, cancer needs many a banhammer, yes. We will lock out cancer, mayhaps. Locked in to lock out cancer. Yay! Yippee! Gary's got good things to say, but I have beverage, I have food, I am ready. Let's get down to business to defeat the Huns, aka cancer, maybe. And also, we'll look at the designs there. But first, first things first, let me explain, which is that if you are here right now and you would like to also donate to this cause, whether to have a design critiqued or not, there is a little QR code. Let me see if I can touch it. Tickle the QR code a little bit with my finger. There we go. Got my height back. QR code, which is there, that will allow you to donate if you so wish. And then also pinned at the top of both YouTube and Twitch chat are the links to where you can donate if you would like. If you are somebody who is been waiting for a VTuber design critique for a hot minute, you know, I would understand, because right now the crit queue for free critiques is over 1,000. We're in the 350 range, and for paid critiques, I am scheduled out until pretty much July at this point. For the low price of donating 30 USD or 45 Australian dollars to Cure Cancer, here, you can have your design critiqued live on stream, skipping the queue. So, bear this in mind if you would like. Someone tell EG to none of my model first. We'll be back until about an hour. Or Cinda, you were first, so I will move you. Okay, bet noted. Very good. So, 1.2K. Hang on, was there another donation? I can't, it's not making the noise when the money goes up. Oh, Matcha Gremlin, thank you for donating. Yippee! There might have been an overlay thing, but I didn't see it. I wonder if it's overlapping with my chat right now. It might be. Hi, Artroom. Hello! It's me, Artroom. So, let me take roll here. Locked in, take roll immediately, and then we're gonna get straight into that rubric. Straight into the rubric. We're not even 10 minutes into stream. Crazy. Who's here, Shroommates? Who's showed up for class? Charity class today. Let's see. Bleak, Zanini, Onyx! Onyx, I learned because you showed me how to say your last name in your submission that I've been saying your last name wrong this whole time, and I'm so sorry. Onyx Galaria is how your name is said. I'm glad you're here. Nilo, Mikara, Hoshi, Mystire Wolf, Edward Sugar Maple, Cory Bite, Judea Boo, Hamsters, Atya, Bugs, Amber, Billy, Lamia, Paimon, Scrown. There's a lot of you. Mad Buns, Mew, Lily, Astrid Fox, Botomi, Selma, Senzum, Rex, Matcha Gremlin, Washwan, the Nocturne Deer, Inactive Vampire. YouTube Showmates was here. I see Baroque, Live to Thrive, Lisa, Tiara. Hello. Hi. Amber, is your internet functional? Question mark? It's unclear. I hope your internet stops giving you troubles and gets installed properly for you. Maybe, question mark. Oh boy. Thoughts and prayers for you, because that's literally what happened to me when... Oh, if you guys remember when I moved back in October, that was what happened to me. I didn't have Wi-Fi for like a week because we just couldn't get the people to come like install it properly. So, 07, you got this. Oh, Ilya Underwater, Airybun, and Ouroboros, thank you guys for following. I appreciate it. Also, there were a bunch of offline follows, and I feel like I should thank those too. Oh yeah, wait. Milo Mini, Hair Citadel, Nimbus Faye, thank you guys for following. Hamsters, also thank you for following. And Lou 10 Plus, Mafuyu Rui, Jado Bex, Gaming Robot, Tales of the Past, Sally, and Berry Blue Mar. Thank you all for following. Thank you. Holiday Monday allows us to watch EG live instead of a VOD. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I had scheduled it for today, kind of. I would still need to work today anyway, I don't get to take off holidays, but because you guys have off, maybe some of you might have off, potentially. You guys would be able to watch at our earlier start time from 2 hours early. Yeah. No Wi-Fi for a week, it's awful. Yeah, it's crazy. It was not fun. When I moved the previous time, the last time I moved, not the last one, the second to last time I moved, I had no Wi-Fi for 2 weeks. That was awful. That was abysmal. I was doing commission work at that time, and I was like, hey, I'm just gonna send you a photo of my computer screen. Hi, Nanomino. Yippee. Hi, Alsu. Hello. Happy Monday. All right. Crazy. 15 minutes in, and we're gonna pop over to the rubric immediately. Already. Isn't this crazy? Turns out that I can lock in. It's a thing I can do. There we go. Who's next, Rubric Chan? Here's our next Rubric Chan. Oh, hang on. Stu Paint, why are you wide? Can you go back over here? Nope, hang on. There we go. New Rubric Chan! and my iris! Look how cute! They're so mushroom spory. They're so, like, cartoony character designed. I love them. The red eyes are so focal. This is like the transparency background effect on the shirt. Crazy things happening on the legs to add a little bit of insanity to the ladder function. Here is the rubric itself. Cute little yellow berets. We can tell they're an artist. It's so cute. What a lovely design, right? Isn't it so cute? I love this rubric, Chan. So if you're unfamiliar, this is a personification of the rubric we grade with. So a couple months ago, I guess now it was, we had an extra credit assignment where the Shrewmates could design rubric Chans. So we're slowly cycling through 1 week at a time all of the designs that the Shrewmates made for personifying our rubric. So look at that. Yeah, the focal point is focal pointing for sure. Also classic VTuber-esque toes turned in pose. But here is our rubric. Oh wait, where's my hand? Hello? Uh-oh, my arm has been ripped off my body again. This keeps happening. Why does my arm keep being disembodied? There we go, now it's not. Never finished mine? I mean, you can always finish it. It's never too late. I saw somebody submitted one like last week, I think, that they had just finished. It's extra credit. There's no such thing as like a final deadline for extra credit, right? Like, as much as the semester for like real life may end soon, the Squiiji semester goes on forever. This semester never ends. There's no finals here. You're safe, don't worry. Rubric Chan's gonna show up in like October. I mean, it's one a week, and there's what, 56 weeks in a year? 56, 54? I can't remember. Oh boy, that seems like a fact I should know. But, I don't think we had 56 submissions, so it shouldn't take a year to get through all of them. 52? Oh man, I was wrong on all accounts. Both my guesses were wrong, whoopsie. I should know that, because I've had to break down like my paychecks and what I make per week of the month on salary stuff. I should know this. Love to make a character get a 0 on the rubric. I did too. Low-key, I want to do that again one of these days. Potentially, if we could. The goal almost reached? Yes, the goal is almost reached already. The goal was almost reached before I even went live, which is insanity. Shrewmate power, let's go. The Shrewmates are really, really banding together to help cure cancer, huh? Good work, Shrewmates. So, here's our rubric. This is what we grade character designs on in order to remain as objective as possible. There are some subjective things that can come into account when we are talking about things like character design, but for our intents and purposes, it is best for us to remain as objective as we can. So I've got a rubric in true teacher fashion. You can score something out of 10. 10 is the best you can get. Actually, not really true because we have bonus points, but you can get 2 points in one of 5 categories. Color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal points, concept, and motifs. So for color palette, to get full points, the palette needs to be cohesive, interesting, and well executed. The contrast should work at a distance. Okay, hang on. EG, come back to us. Yep, there we go. Good face. No points will be awarded if the palette has major instances of low contrast, clashing, it's overwhelming. If I am having to slap you with a ton of color layers, no points. For silhouette, to get full points, the silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. I should be able to look at just your silhouette and know it's you, without losing everything that makes you, you. I should also be able to draw a ladder on top of you, placing a rung for the ladder. At every point that there is sort of a major change in contrast or visual interest or horizontal line created by clothing, and those lines should not make a ladder that I could feasibly climb. If it does make a ladder I could feasibly climb, that will be counted against you. We want interesting ladders, variety in our shape language breakup. So no points will be awarded for silhouette if your silhouette is not distinct, blob-like, not in OSHA violation for the ladder, too symmetrical, all those things, yes. So, complexity versus clarity, in order to receive full points, the model should be well balanced in terms of its detail level. The detail should support the concept and focal point without being excessive. I should be able to turn you into a cute little marketable plush without removing everything that makes you visually discernible as yourself. For no points, the model would be distractingly complex or too simple to the point of genericness or just cannot be plushified in any way, shape, or form. To get full points and focal points, the focal points should be well executed. The viewer is going to be drawn to look at the face primarily. Repeat after me, face is focal. Face is focal. That's how we form a relationship with our viewers. They look at the funny little expressions you make on your face and find you to be #relatable, maybe. If other parts of the design are focal, you're doing yourself a disservice, even if that is the assets that you have made focal. Don't do that, usually. But if you have 3 faces, at least one of them should be focal then maybe, or maybe all of them are pretty focal. That's fine, that also works. You will get no points for your focal point if the focal point is totally lost due to low contrast, over detailing, competing areas of interest, you know, the likes. For concept motifs to get full points, the concept should be clearly and creatively presented in the design with supportive motifs. What this means is I should be able to glean details about your character, such as their personality, where they're from maybe, things about their lore, what their species is, what their occupation is, stuff like that, maybe. Just by looking at them. I shouldn't need to read the text to learn things about your character's design. If the concept is totally visually unclear or non-existent, no points. If you are you but blue, that is still technically a concept, but if you tell me you're you but blue and for some reason you're like green or purple, that's no points. Then, bonus points I can award. I can give you 1 bonus point for having a super compelling, unique, or well-executed concept, for having a unique, exciting art style, or if I just like your design, I can have a bias of 1 point, and I can put you on the fridge also. Yeah. Hi, I see you throwing hands at me. Hi, Mythic. Hi, Anime. What are you guys counting in? Are you guys counting on YouTube too? What do you mean 52? Oh, that was for weeks. Sorry. I went back too far. We really are locked in? Yes, we are. We are locked in. So, Incinda was first, but not today. Incinda will be not first today. We're gonna start with Nimbus Fae. We'll go to Incinda when Incinda returns to us. So here we are, starting with Nimbus Fae. Look at this wholly designed character reference sheet. Crazy. Let's do a zoom in here on the text we can figure out. So I believe Nimbus Fae is he, him, also Nimbus Fae on socials. So, once an admired member of the Seelie court, Nimbus fell from grace by granting a forbidden wish to his mortal lover, a man whose moral ambiguity was forged by the relentless demands of royal duty and tradition. In defying ancient Fae edicts to aid his lover in altering his destined path, Nimbus incurred the Seelie court's wrath, not wraith, and was demoted to novice fairy godmother. Demoted to novice fairy godmother. Oh boy. Now, wandering the mortal realm with diminished magic, he must grant good aligned wishes to prove his worth and earn the chance to reclaim his former honor among the Fae aristocracy. Interesting. Wrath? That's not how you say that. That's wrath. Wrath? No, that's not. You can't convince me that's how you say that word. That can't be true. What? This is a very fancy showcase. There's like more details here too. Here's the fairy form, which is like the true fairy form with the giant exaggerated wings and hair. The coloring, the iridescence of the coloring is beautiful, I will say. Fantastic texturing work here. Nimbus' true form for observing godchildren and causing mischief. He automatically turns to this form while consuming large amounts of alcohol or dealing with intense stress. Ah, I see. Oh, hi Nimbus, it's you. We're reading all of your details. Look at these luscious locks of hair. Crazy silhouette on the wings also. What other text was there here? Sprinkle of charm, a dash of pixie dust, and burst of magic. Darling, you're in the best hands. Very good. Grace, okay. Magic, fantasy, okay. Important words. Oh, wait, here we go. He, they. I didn't see this earlier. The about area. Like sewing, tarot reading, dancing, bubble baths, coffee, cosmetics. Doesn't like onions, spiders, or mathematics. Why not onions? Imagine having to brush that hair. That would be an undertaking for sure. Birthday is coming up. Quite tall. Whimsical, melodramatic, forgetful, benevolent. Okay, so why don't we take a look here at the design? Man, despite the fact that you're 5'11", this tall, the super duper long Bishojo-like legs make you look like you're like 6'7". But that is one of those like classic anime type of tropes, so that's fine as far as proportioning goes. You are legs for days. Curse the raw onions. Is that like a fairy thing that fairies don't like onions, or is that just a you thing maybe? If you've donated for the character critique, where do you submit the character? Might have missed that earlier. If you go to ! critique and you send it in there in that form, you should be able to get it to me in that way. We have a good bit today, so if you're donating today, you'll probably be on Wednesday. Fairy butterfly wind creature approved? I'm sure it would be for you, Riku, huh? Also with a general amount of purple somewhere happening in here a little bit. Seems right. Happens if you don't miss leg day. True. So, you had some questions for me. Let me check your VTuber OC showcase area. Nimbus Faye, Fairy Godmother, here to spread some joy and grant wishes. Redid my design since the first critique submission. Took inspiration from French Rococo. I was going to ask if you did, because I can kind of see that. Early disco era, and of course Disney fairy tales. I know the character sheet is very heavily detailed. I want to streamline the design for my VTuber Mama Papa, the eventual live 2D model. The face sheet, second image, were simplified the design a bit. Looking to critique any pointers to help better streamline the androgynous fairy godfather aspects. Keep it fun and unique. The concept makes sense with the design. Is it too over-designed for the sake of the design? Are the colors a bit too low contrast? I'm an open book and would love any suggestions. Work your magic, Squiiji. Squiiji magic, which just sounds like Animal Crossing villagers. Thank you. I tried taking notes from your how to design a VTuber and effective VTuber design videos. Happy to support you and cure cancer. Yippee! Thank you. So, general thoughts here. Just getting started. Yeah, we did have an early start today. And RK Pop, thank you for following. Mr. Legs a lot. Yeah, Legasus? Legasus. Not very suspicious. No. Onions are used to ward off spirits, usually vampires. I think Fae are more like salt, but nothing about Faes is consistent. Ah, that could be what it is, maybe. Oh, Big Verk, thank you for following too. True, while the modern Fae corpus has similarly created so many versions, gnomes versus elves versus Fae versus, oh wow, that's a lot. Or can I submit a VTuber model for free critiques, and how long is the queue? Exclamation point critique. And the queue is over 1,000 right now. We're at 350, so it's a bit of a wait there. Good morning. How very long? Yes, very long indeed. So, snapping right into it. As far as silhouette goes, I appreciate the asymmetry that you have intentionally decided to work with here, with this sort of cascading ribbon on the shoulder, the wings sort of sitting on one side of the body, maybe they're tied to the hip, I think? Yeah, good asymmetry. For the silhouette, the sleeves being super exaggerated as well is a good move. A little bit of flare at the bottom edge of the shoes, also a good move. It's gonna be kind of hard to do an actual silhouette test of you here like this, but honestly, this kind of gets us somewhat close without the hair being in the back. This shoulder ornament has good positive negative space. We've got some sort of little internal sections of it that are gonna add a little contrast. Honestly, pretty good as far as silhouette goes. Let me draw a ladder on you. Unusual Squiiji locked in day. We're starting with silhouette, as I'm supposed to, and as I always tend to forget to do. Saturated line? What is going on with my line tool? It's like words on it. New. Oh, that's about. Ladder that Fae. Yeah. EG comes in with a ladder. Okay, so that's probably what I would do for the legs. Classic sort of like mask struggle is trying to have anything happening in the legs that is adding horizontal breakup of space. Tough, but I will say, you by having just this little bit of patterning on the leg, I'm not so bothered by this giant expanse of not much happening, because you've added some interest at least with that. So I would say that's a good use of pattern here, where it's not distracting or overwhelming, but it is adding something in an area of the design that we are not necessarily getting much else in. Good area of rest, mayhaps. Hi, Ray Daniel. Let's see. So, I draw one there. I draw sort of like a half one here. You know, this one should probably go all the way across because that's where the sort of V-neck area is. Got the ribbon on the chest. And then hairline. Probably one for the eyes also. Top of the head. And then the bun itself, I think, is actually centered despite looking to the side. So I think this is a ladder. Whoa. Let me fill this in so we can see it. McDonald's Wi-Fi is coming for you? Oh man, I hope McDonald's Wi-Fi opts for kindness and not evil on this day. Of all days, the day where we are fundraising to support charity, McDonald's Wi-Fi should be kind to you. Please. Out of town, but enjoying your YouTube video VODs, so catching live on phone is a fun surprise? Welcome in! I'm glad you've been enjoying. So, this ladder. I saw a couple tosses, specifically from Edward and Bugs. I have a couple more ladders to start our Monday off here. What are your thoughts here? This is an interesting move here. Ow! This might be a little bit more vertical. Ow! Oh, hey, yep. I would agree with these. Yeah. The general sentiment of Woo! Of destroy EG and ladder. Ouch. You can't hurt me. The previous ladders are defending me from the current ladders. You can't hurt me. The more they pile up, the less I feel it. You have a ladder in your hair? Thanks, I didn't notice. Shy Lily Kitty, thank you for following. Gotta float to climb this ladder. Yeah, I don't think this is happening. I don't think any amount of this is gonna happen to get you there. I would say this is a very passable ladder. This is a very dangerous ladder, as I would like it to be. Like throwing ladders? Whoa. You'll fit in quite well here as a result. Ooh. Oh, we're being raided. Hang on. Where did the raid message go? It didn't show up. I got the noise. Hello? Oh, Ruka. Hi. Welcome in. I am Squiiji, freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. Ruka is a shroomate. Welcome in, Ruka. How was your stream? What were you up to? Today we are doing VTuber design crits, our usual Monday, but with a twist. We are doing VTuber design crits for charity. We are fundraising for Cure Cancer Australia on behalf of the Creators Big and Small team. Donations to Cure Cancer of the amount of 30 USD or 45 USD or more makes you eligible to have your design critiqued live today, tomorrow, Wednesday, or whenever we can next fit you in, and thus skipping the entirety of the queues, which are both currently really long. So yeah, if you'd like to. Ignoring the Twitch ways, can someone explain to me what is a raid? How do I make one? A raid is when somebody who else is streaming, when they end their stream, they can send all their viewers over to someone else's stream. So Ruka has decided to stop by in the shroom state and drop they fellas off. Squirrel raid, all the best for fundraiser, yippee! What were you doing, Ruka? How was your stream? I hope you had a good time. Let me see, was there? Oh, thank you mods for getting the shout out too for Ruka. Squirrel raid, all the best for the fundraiser, thanks! Yeah, rotate for Ruka, please. I don't know if I said that. Raid is good for making new friends, this is true. Raid is also a good way for me to figure out what I'm going to snoop and listen to while I do all the rest of my housekeeping for each evening. Wherever we raid into, I usually end up lurking in for like an hour or so. It's a good thing to do. Have a great week ahead. Thank you, Ruka. I appreciate it. Ruka always leaves me like very nice messages on the VODs, and every time I see like a have a good day, Ruka, or have a good day from Ruka or from anyone else on the VODs, I'm like, thanks. Thanks, your mates. Oh, Alive to Thrive! Thank you for gifting a sub to Onyx. Very kind of you. Onyx is one of the fellows we're critiquing today too. Can we rotate for Incinda? Yay! Was doing 3D art. Oh, Ruka. Can we have art tax mayhaps? Can we snoop at what you were working on? Can we see? If it isn't a secret, that is. I would love to see. I love character design. I also love character design. That is why I'm here. Rosmac, also thank you for following. But Yippee, thank you Incinda for gifting a sub. And thank you Ruka for rating us. If you don't ever feel pressured, people, when I do my obtaining of art tax mayhaps, you never are required to give us art tax, but you can if you would like. Oh! Bolts, thank you for subscribing also. Hi Bolts, how are you? I hope you enjoy getting to rotate. Yippee! People also saying hi to Bolts. Hello. Not Incinda, was Alive to Thrive. Wait, was it Alive to Thrive? I'm so sorry, wait. You're so right. Thank you, Alive to Thrive, sorry. Rotate for Alive to Thrive, please. There we go. Also, thank you, Bolts. Go ahead, I'm making a VRC room from scratch based on an illustration by an amazing artist. Ooh, okay. Ruka, where is there somewhere you have sent this for so we can see? If you send a link in chat, we can take a look at what it was that you were up to for that. So much happening all at once here. Rotation cast confusion upon shroom. I got followed and I got subs and I was explaining the Cure Cancer and art tax all at once. So many things happening. So many things all at once. But all good things all at once. Thank you guys. VTuber critique stream? Let's go. Yeah, the huge. Getting loved, nerd. Thanks. I appreciate it. I appreciate the love. Umbra, thank you for following too. Gonna catch a Squiiji stream live? Awesome. Welcome in. My 1 hour earlier seems to be beneficial to many people. Oh, Selma, thank you for gifting a sub to Nocturne Deer also. Can we rotate for Selma? Thank you. Thank you, Selma. Everybody's getting sniped now. You're doing art fight this year? I am. I will be doing art fight and I will be live doing some art fight. I will be revenging people from last year on stream, I think, who I didn't get to revenge, people who had drawn me. So I will be doing Art Fight. I am preparing myself for it. I don't really have any new OCs for it, but I've done Art Fight for the last, like, 5 years, I think. No, 4 years? Something like that. I've been doing it for a while, kind of off and on. And then also, only a Squiiji for 2 years, though. Found these keys somewhere? Yeah, we will jingle our keys and we will focus back. Yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, yeah. Selma's the third time. Nocturne, Selma has decided you are taken care of. The kindness of Selma goes without saying. Many a rotate at a heart. So, Nimbus Fae does pass our ladder test quite effectively. Also, Nimbus Fae, you have my #1 focal point effective trick. My favorite. Redhead. By you being a redhead and only having the red in the design around the face, we really are drawn to look at your head. It makes your face so focal. Just because of contrast alone as far as colors go. Fantastic. Fantastic. Learn so well from your YouTube videos. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. I will say, we're gonna have a running trend today, which is me saying I'm proud because all the people we're looking at are shroommates, and I can tell you guys listen to me and it makes me so happy. I'm so proud. Right? I can see all the thoughts that are being made here. I'm proud of you guys, shroommates. I'm always proud of you, but today it's one of those things where I'm like, the work I do as a teacher, it's working! It's helping! I'm reaching people! Yippee! So, redhead advantage! It's working! The fact that your eyes are sort of light and pale, not really a concern because your hair is doing all the work it needs for the focal point. You mentioned being a little bit concerned about level of detail here, and for me, honestly, I'm not super bugged by the level of detail. I think that for me, I think there might be a little bit of like a scale of detail thing happening here where I may say that some of this filigree, like down here by the bottom, by the ankle, may want to be a little bit closer in scale to filigree of the shoulder guard, just because from a distance, it is sort of falling away and the clarity isn't super fantastic. Selma, thank you for gifting another sub. Thank you for gifting a sub to Huntress Wayne. Thank you. Let me rotate again for Selma. Shroommates, keep rotating. I hope you're not dizzy. Just keep spinning. I think we're just gonna keep spinning all day today, huh? Thank you, Selma. Very kind of you. Hang on, where? Every time I lose train of thought. Hang on. Train, thought, hype train, thought, think. Scale of detail. So, right now, there's a lot of things that are sort of in the medium and large detail scale in the upper part of the design. We've got these big, large, flat planes on the chest. We've got sort of these medium scale details of the, I don't know, is this a pauldron? Maybe, kind of? Your shoulder clasp for your half cloak situation. This is sort of a medium-sized detail. Your bow is a little bit of a medium-sized detail. And then you have these small details, which are all these little gold, wispy filigree elements. They're sort of scrolling patterns that you have, which having some of them, you know, on the bow up around the face where we don't have a lot of small details is good. We have some on the leg as well. But down here, we don't really have much in the way of large scale detail or medium. Everything's sort of compartmentalized into spaces that are around the same size. So really all I would say to do is, you see, this is a nice big space, just thicken some of this filigree that's at the bottom down here maybe. And by doing that and simplifying it just a little bit, that may satisfy that feeling you were having where you felt like it may have been just a little bit too detailed. But honestly, aside from that, I'm not really bugged by the level of detail here. I think that for somebody who is trying to embrace a little bit of like Rococo, scrolling patterns, some filigree, a little bit of the whimsical and sort of fantastical element, I think this is a plenty fine level of detail. It's not distracting for me visually, having all this here, because your face is so focal because of your hair. So honestly, you kind of get like a little bit of a free pass almost. Your focal point is so effective that we can have this increased level of detail without having trouble as a result. Let me add this color backing because I feel like it doesn't feel like the gold anymore. I'm not really re-rendering it, but just so we can sort of see what I'm talking about. From a distance, that just has a little bit better clarity and it makes it feel less overly detailed. But honestly, you were concerned about things being too low contrast. I can still clearly make out the edges of everything in your design pretty much. Like, I can see where your sleeve is against your body. These nice bright blues and purples make that work pretty well. The fact that it's not against your pants, despite being the same color, they are distanced by either this sleeve having some this sort of sheer fabric, this side having this butterfly like cloth of some sort. It's distancing your sleeves from your pants, so we're not having any clarity issues there. There's a lot of things that are working out quite well here for clarity's sake. I think the only thing maybe for me might be just some of the elements from a distance we can't read super clearly, and that's more sort of like a ref sheet thing, where like I can't see this object on top of the background there, but I can see it just fine over here. Also, the detail on the back of the design are also nice. Dang. Hang on, what did I not even talk about here? I feel like we talked about a bunch of things already. And as far as like the sort of fairy godmother element, or godfather, and the like fae elements of it, I think I can see those visually. This sort of color palette with the blues, purples, teals, but specifically this color, I guess here, is so reminiscent of the Disney fairy godmother's color that I feel like I'm making that mental connection pretty quickly. And it's the butterfly wings mixed with sort of the filigree stuff makes it a quick jump for me to decide that maybe you are a fairy of some sort. So I think we're picking up what you're putting down pretty extensively here. And there's a bit of whimsy here. I think you were also achieving androgyny quite well. That was one of the things you were mentioning in your one description. Long hair combined with sort of like this type of body proportioning, I think is working pretty well for you. Less Disney, more Don Bluth with the delicateness. That's true. Just Disney in this specific color. Just Disney in that color. Yeah. I see Don Bluth also, yeah. But what did I not talk about? I feel like I've mentioned everything already. I'm like kind of singing your praises here. I can tell you've been listening. I can tell you've been studying. I can tell you've been researching. I see it. For color palette, honestly, beautiful. Good balance of colors. I have no critique for it. I really don't see anything I need to stick a color layer on, honestly. For silhouette, your silhouette is very distinct the way that it is. Your shoulder pauldron having that butterfly with positive and negative space is great. Your like little like capelets that you have on your hip and on your shoulder are also fantastic for it. The flared end of your pants is good. Your big chunky sleeves, you've got good exaggeration. You passed your ladder check with flying colors. What else? Was there more? Was there other things to say? I was gonna say about silhouette here. Oh, you have visual weight also, where if I were to draw just where your visual weight is sitting, you form a nice big triangle here, despite the body being very long and tall and rectangular. You've done a good job in designing the clothing, so that way you are still getting good weight in your silhouette as well. So full points for silhouette. For complexity versus clarity, it is honestly it would be so incredibly terribly nitpicky of me to take off the point for just the tiny little thing I did to the bottom edge of your pants. Like, that's so minimal. I feel like that would be evil of me to take off points for that. I think that is well within the realm of acceptability, and if you're just looking for that nitpick, that is what I would say for that. For focal point, redhead advantage all the way. I'm looking at your face, pretty much nowhere else. Concept of motifs. I think I'm picking up what you're putting down. Is this our first Nat 10 we've had in a while? Oh my god, Nat 10. Can we get like insane amounts of clapter shroommates? We haven't had a Nat 10, I feel like in a couple months now. Hit the sleigh. Thank you, Squiiji, so much. Take everything to note. Appreciate the credibility. Or what was that? Appreciate the home? Appreciate the... Ooh, I can't read. Incredibly. Oh, thank you for submitting. Also, you were on the thumbnail. So this is an 11 out of 10, actually. By a crazy move. My 2024 Squiiji video watching marathon paid off. I would say they absolutely have. I love this design personally. I think it's very beautiful. I think this is a good example of how you can do a mostly sort of like pastel, light, ethereal type of design where we're not losing everything to low contrast. I'm reading your content, your concept very clearly. Everything is working for me here pretty much. Just that little bit of thing about some of your details maybe being stronger if we had some more medium scale ones instead of only the tiny scale ones around the feet, but like that's it. This is a strong start today, and I will tell you, Shroommates are strong today. We're gonna have some, I'm predicting some good grades today. Yay! Oh, I'm also, now I fit within your fairy tale as well. Ooh, my GG. But yippee! Good work, Nimbus Faye. I'm proud of you. This looks fantastic. Was so worried it was too over designed. Thank you, Shroommates and Squiiji. Yeah, no, don't worry about it. Don't you even worry about it. It's not over designed. Let me give you the seal of approval. You're good, you pass. Hi, animal guy. Yeah, 11, let's go! Nat 10, not just Nat 10, 11. Oh wait, hang on. You know what we didn't do? You know what we didn't do? We didn't do crit bingo. I want to do crit bingo. We're not gonna gamba today, because I actually have no clue or potential gauge in any way, shape, or form as to how many designs we'll get through, because we're streaming for 7 hours and I'm really locked in. So I don't even know what range to set the numbers at, but we can still play bingo if we'd like. And the thing that reminds me of that is I think there is a bingo thing for Nat 10 that we never really get to check the box for. 14 on average? Oh man, will I get 14 today? We're live for 7 hours. I don't think we're gonna get that many. We'll see. Nissa Storm, thank you for following. Pretty Faye, 100 out of 10. That's fair also. Let's see. There's some pastel colors, mythological creature. I didn't make anything bigger. The shoes. OSHA does not approve of this ladder. I'm very on topic. There are shoes. I did not rotate. Is lace, or there's ruffles. I didn't have drop shadows. Do you have pointy ears? You do have pointy ears. All right, there we go. Okay. I just wanted to get mine started filling out for my bingo. 7 hour stream. What's the time for you? It is 1 p.m. EST for me. So I'll be streaming until 7 p.m. EST. So we got some time. We'll be here for a minute. Make a new card for each design to stop myself from cheating. Oh boy, are you gonna be able to win like that? I don't know if each design has enough that you could win from that. But on the fake kick was a Cookie Run. Oh yeah, Cookie Run does have some fairy-esque ones recently, huh? Watched a bunch of your character design videos and inspired me to start creating a design for a live 2D model. Yay! I'm excited. I'm happy I could inspire you in that way. Good luck. Love Blue Witch 3D model. It's so cute. Oh, my 3D, this one? This version of me? Thanks. This is my Halloween outfit that we can redeem for stream when we can. Okay, let's see. So I don't think Incinda's back yet, so I will carry on. We're gonna go to Rin. Ren? I think your name's Ren, potentially. Yee. Yeah, we'll wait and see when Incinda comes back, and then we'll get to Incinda's. But we're gonna do Ren next. After my own heart. Look, this is a sibling of mine for sure, somehow. Shroom! Fellow Shroom! Fellow, not just Shroom, but Shaggy Inky Cap Shroom nonetheless, which is my species. It's just me. Bro, I woke up 2 seconds ago. Hi, Ren! I'm glad you're awake. Squeegee jump scare. Mushroom! Yeah! I have a sibling! I'm not the only one in my family anymore. Squeegee from another mycelium, yeah. So this is Ren, she, her. I'm an immortal unicorn who runs a graveyard and takes care of the ghosts there. I'm Shaggy Inky Cap themed due to the relation between mushrooms and decay, plus the fact I'm an artist. It's hard to make me look like a graveyard keeper, gravedigger without actively having a shovel in my hand, which will probably be a toggle later, but not always used. So I wanted your thoughts. I'm curious if the mushroom theme needs to be more obvious, and who better to ask than another Inky Cap? Fair. All right, T-pose is on you. Look, we're standing next to each other, me and my sibling. You, Loki, have similar hair to me too, huh? We got the light colored hair. We really are related, aren't we? Hang on, where was I? I'm open to changing my colors. I just lean more towards indigo, purple, and magenta. I'm also going for a more alternative emo goth styled look for my model. Ah, I see. Momcelium joke missed. It's okay. What do I call my mom? I call my mom mycelium mom. So I do it in the opposite direction. Mycelium mom and fungi father. Oh, hang on. Moobot, that's not nice. Ruka's allowed to send us things. Almost done modeling the UV and Unity. Ah, okay, let's see. Sorry that Moobot didn't like that. We're gonna take our art tax here fast quick. Let's get our art tax fast quick, and then we will lock in for Ren's design. Moobot Angie. I know, Moobot, chill. Moobot, chill, please, Moobot. Come on. Oh, let's see. Okay, let me pull this down here and like let me put this in the room where we can look at Twitter, so we can look at the yummy art text that Ruka has provided us. Not the ink. Here it is. Made some progress this time on Ojiki-chan's gun background prop. Has to have a great week. So we're making a background, I think, or some sort of VR chat room? Whoa! Dang! So using this reference, I am amazed. I'm very intrigued looking at all of these lines because I'm sure they mean things for perspective. This looks sick so far for interpreting it. That's fantastic. You're a good hard surface modeler. Dang. I have been also trying to build a world for VR chat, and mine doesn't look nearly this good right now. I gotta study from Ruka. I gotta snoop on some Ruka streams to figure out how you're doing this. But thank you for sharing with us, Ruka. This is very yummy. This is good. What the heck? Good couch. I gotta figure out your perspective line trick thing you're doing there. It's neat. Yeah, tasty art. She might say thank you for tasty art tax. Thank you takes a while. I would imagine so. This looks like it would be ridiculously time consuming. It's beautiful, however, very well worth it. Oh man, a lot of work. Kissy and Adontion, thank you guys for following. But thank you for sharing, Ruka. It's delicious. Ruka, if you need to do things like eating or drinking or snook me, I see you're off to bed. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of yourselves. Thank you for dropping your fellows off. They will be well taken care of though. Lines the model itself on top of the refs. Oh, okay, I see. Oh, wait, that makes sense. I see what you're doing. I understand now. Wait, okay, using orthographic or isometric view. I see what you're doing. I'm picking up your foot down. Thank you for sharing with us, Ruka. Let me go back to the other room. Wow, the unstoppable tide of ink is going to get me yet. Gets drowned in my own ink. There we go. Back to Ren. Hello, fellow Inky Cat Mushroom. Don't worry. I can tell you're a mushroom immediately. Mushrooms, we have this really easy thing we can do, which is called put it on our head, and then you can't miss it. And it also becomes something that is really, really fantastic for silhouette. We get the mushroom angle. And the fact that you've incorporated the gloop. Yeah, gloop it up. Yeah, gloop it up. The fact that you've incorporated the gloop as a visual motif throughout the rest of the design is also great. Using it as sort of like a choker around your neck and as like a little thigh band to add a little asymmetry. It's on your tail, which is almost reading like a paintbrush, but leans into that artist angle we were talking about earlier. Mwah, fantastic, beautiful. Don't worry, conceptually, I'm getting it. And then for the unicorn aspect, I also got that visually. Just by looking at you, I figured it out very quickly. Got your single horn, which is adding to your silhouette in a nice way. You've got your hooves and your tail. I figured that out pretty quickly. The ears I didn't see as quickly because they're the same color as the hair is. So I might suggest making your ears more like maybe one of these like darker purple colors that you have throughout. Like see how your legs gradate to a darker color at the bottom, which is good for focal point. It's good because it's pushing the focal point higher from the design. This might just be good for your ears. Let me make this brush just a little bit bigger so that way I can see them against your hair a little bit more clearly. We can leave the inside of them pretty light. So that way that higher contrast area will draw us into them. And I'm not gonna make them this dark because then they're gonna get lost against the hair around or the inside of the cap, but like something like that might be good if we didn't have this like purple line coming here. Like if, whoops, hang on, I got this. If this came all the way down here, there we go. And we didn't sort of have that border there. I think the ear works a little bit more clearly for me. Have tufts of fur inside so you notice them. That could also be true to match sort of the way the tufts of fur are existing, you know, on the end of the tail and at the hoof area. So maybe we could do a little bit of like that. So that way we can see them a little faster. Not that, do horse ears really have that much fur on them though? I don't know if I've looked at a horse ear super recently. Oh man, there's still stuff happening. Trinkets Horde, Stella Vespertina, thank you guys for following. And Bishop Woozy, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Welcome to the Shroom State. I hope you enjoy getting to rotate with us. I hope you're safe from ads also now. Depends on the horse. Ah, okay, is it like a, like species thing maybe? Some species can be like fluffier. I think that might add a little bit of visual interest in a way that might make the ears clearer that that's what's going on. Let me just outline this real quick to see. It's hard sort of seeing white stuff sometimes in designs unless I redraw the outline. Yeah, I think that makes the ears a little bit clearer for me. Summer and winter coat differences. Ah, that's true. I guess for a winter coat, it would probably be more fluffy even. My other question here is that this seems to be like a classic, like furry adjacent VTuber question. Ren, is this all fur? Are your legs entirely fur? Or do they just turn to fur when they hit the ankle? Because if they're all fur, I want you to have just like more like little bits of it, just like randomly miscellaneously sticking off. Because that's good for silhouette, and then also just like texture wise would be interesting. And same deal with like your arms maybe. And that might make sense of like the more purple undertone skin and stuff like that. Maybe. Do you like the tail? Never thought about it too hard. Ah, that's fair. I think it would be good to be fur because that makes sense of what's happening at the bottom of your ankle, because otherwise it's like skin turning into fur, which might be a little bit confusing. But this is just like a little subtle thing where we're just denoting that that's what's happening throughout the rest of the body. Just adding some very tiny little touches of asymmetry. Because why not? Why not add a little asymmetry? It's not overwhelming. They don't really add that much, but it does make sense of your skin a little bit and make it to be fur. Although then I guess the question does further become, what is your face? Is your face also fur? Furries are so difficult sometimes to figure out where we draw the line as to what things have fur and what things do not. Or anyone who has like fur as a texture for skin or things that are sort of transitioning in that way. I guess with the face we can leave that up to interpretation, but it does at least make sense of the legs. So I think, okay, that works for me. The only other thing that I think as far as, well actually hang on, for concept, I will warn you that you are getting a little bit dangerously close to a TOS potential issue here with this, because you've like covered the exact point that they would have the issue with. But we know Twitch is not benevolent. We know Twitch likes to have problems. So since we can see the breasts separating, that would be where they would potentially have an issue. So I would either just pretend that we can't see that and just keep that as a straight line, or just like connect this in like a very small region or something, just to be safe. Better safe than sorry with Twitch, because I never know what their move is gonna be with anything of this sort, but that's not a very big change in any way. Just a safety change. Crying for the art, also cutting onions. There you go, shed a couple tears for the art, it's beautiful. Twitch is especially harsh on furries and anthros. Is it really? That is unfortunate. That is sad. I'm sorry to hear that. EG, why did you think of mushroom motif for your VTuber and how? I love mushrooms. I had an obsession with mushrooms for many years. It's not as strong as it used to be. I still like them a lot, but I'm not as like crazy as I once was with them. I love mushrooms just as a person, and I'm also an artist. And I'm a printmaker, and I use ink. Similar reasons as Ren is, as being an artist and ink being sort of an integral part of artistic practice. Also just a good opportunity to have good silhouette. Mushrooms, character design hack. Be a mushroom if you need good good silhouette around your head. Super, super distinct, good silhouette, good opportunity for asymmetry, because as you can see here, Ren's done the same thing I have by making the sort of like shaggy parts of the mushroom or like the little places it splits asymmetrical. While they are not adding huge changes to the silhouette, they add enough variety that it makes the design feel more natural, makes it feel less stiff. Same deal with like just these little patches of dirt that are miscellaneously strewn throughout. They add a little bit of looseness to the design. It's nice. Art style's very tasty. I agree, it is very tasty. And I will say, usually, often, I am not a huge fan of monochromatic designs. I'm not often a huge fan of monochromatic designs. However, yours has enough visual interest because you are shifting your hues to be more warm in certain areas and cooler in other areas that I'm not super bothered. The only thing I might suggest is taking this color a little bit cooler because it's darker, just to continue having that variety throughout. Because something about this specific tone that's in these shadows feels a little bit odd to me. But honestly, that might be it. Just continue increasing the variety of it. Yeah. Oh, did someone else donate? Trinket, thank you for donating. Oh my god, how many of you have donated that I didn't see the overlay for? It's not making the noise. Thank you guys, what the heck? We're so close to the next goal. Can we have a round of applause for everybody who donated? Bishop Woozy, thank you for donating too. What the heck? I can't hear it doing it, but here, wait, I can check in the live thing. It should tell me who donated most recently. Trinket the Goblin, Bishop Woozy, Corey Bite, Anime, Techno, and Matcha. Thank you guys for donating while I've been live. Thank you guys. Thank you, Shroommates. 28 people. I know, we got a lot of designs we gotta get through the next couple days. We're doing our best. We're already on our second one and I'm only an hour into stream, so we're locked in. We're doing fantastic. Thank you, Shroommates. Let's beat cancer. That's my rally call for us today. We're working hard, we're working together. We'll get there. I'm proud of all of us. I'm always proud of all of us. But I'm proud of all of us. We're doing this. Do I detect a hint of mushroom bias, e.g.? No. 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 No, no mushroom bias. It's just working. Shroom and Zoom. Yeah, we're zooming, we're shrooming. We are fundraising, we are critiquing. We are working hard today. We're working hard every day, but we're working hard for a cause today. So that's why I'm more locked in than usual. I have a motivation, I have a reason to make sure we do everything and get everything done as properly as we can. Sure. No mushroom bias. No, I have no bias, despite the fact that Ren is my favorite kind of mushroom, or one of them at least. Actually, I'm capable of being unbiased. In case you were wondering, actually. Take note. No. Don't take note. There's no note to be taken here. No note to be taken. Don't worry about it. You don't get bonus points for being a mushroom. You don't. No, shroom maxing, no. No. First redhead, now mushroom. Toad must be your favorite Marioverse character? Oh my god, wait. He's kind of a redhead, huh? Wow, you guys really do listen to things I say, huh? You guys want teacher star of approval. We've got like two of my favorite things back to back on the first two we've done here. Higher likelihood of getting one of those 3 bonus points? One of them maybe. One of them maybe. There is a bias one. Maybe. Fail if not mushrooms, shaking my head, the system's rigged. Yeah, sorry. You actually get 0 points if you're not a mushroom. Ren and like 2 others are the only ones who've actually ever gotten points on my rubric, and I'm sorry to break it to you. So for your Gravekeeper aspect of your design, I'm wondering if there's some way we could visually work in like a mausoleum type of detailing somewhere, or like an urn. Like you have your candle light. Shovel was mentioned here as like a prop to have on hand, but like not always. But things we could visually work into the design, where I'm thinking about like, like, is there a way we could have like tombstones, pocket ashes? We won't be able to see them if they're in the pocket. Not pocket ashes. No, that is so funny though, but no. We need something we can see visually. I'm wondering, you know, if you're leaning into some like gothic elements, I'm wondering if, you know, like crosses tend to be associated with, yeah, like a trowel on the belt, maybe, shovel on the back, a little jar on the hip. Yeah, like if you had like an urn of some sort. Do you know those little necklaces or charms that people put ashes in? What are something like that would be clear enough? I don't know if there's a very particular design for those. What do you call those? Like ash jewelry? Cremation jewelry? Yeah, cremation jewelry. Not that you as the Underkeeper would particularly be wearing someone's ashes, but it might get us onto the right page that death is involved somewhere. Shovel strapped to the thigh, maybe a little bag on belt shaped like a coffin or a grave. Honestly, having a coffin-shaped element on the design could be good. I wonder if we could... Usually I'd say, okay, I wonder if there's a way we can make the trim of the shirt or something else. Like, what if the neckline, I'm drawing it over here. Or maybe I'm not drawing it over here. Hello? There we go. What if the trim of the shirt, this is a shirt. Pretend this is a shirt, please. Was coffin shaped. And then we could see the cleavage in here. Not really sure how I'd redraw this to make that functional. But you can see the cleavage in there, and then we get a little bit of like the coffin shape. Somewhere on the design, belt buckle shaped like coffin. Could also be an option. Belly button ring, tiny coffin. These are options, yeah. Collection things people get buried with, so small toys or jewelry. Yeah. Mushroomicorn, high remedy. Yes, we do have a mushroomicorn. Are there coated brain cells? Huh? Coffin shaped skirt. Shaping the whole skirt like a coffin might be kind of tough, but I do think it might be too silly. But having cremation jewelry usually looks like these little like tubes almost, where they look like this. And then they've got like a little lid with a latch on them. Almost, and then they sort of have like this, all this like filigree on them. So I wonder if like, is that too silly? Belly button ring that is, holding ashes for cremation? It's a little morbid in some way, but that's could be just a funny little reference that you know is happening there. Yeah, the belt buckle might be a better region to do something like that in. Might be a little too silly. Let's see, if I go like this, and then this might have to come out a little further, so I could slope it in to be a coffin, maybe. Also, your belt doesn't have, any other holes in it, which is like just one of those realism things that we might want. So cut that off. Is this shaped like a coffin at all? Coffins are shaped like this and they're long, right? Hang on, try that again. What? This is not what a coffin looks like. E.g. What the heck does a coffin look like? Like this? And then this needs to like mirror that shape? What am I doing? Get rid of this. Try again, just start over. Just draw a coffin. Easy solution here, E.g. Just draw a coffin instead of trying to reshape things. There, and then we'll probably keep it so there's like a plate right there and make it thicker there, and if I come under it here, I can get rid of the part I don't want to see. There. Got it. That kind of looks like a coffin. That's kind of all the more I need it to do. Shape that, shape this, shape that. If subtle aphantasia strikes again. What if the candle was teal with soul fire? That might be a good idea, but I fear that making it teal might make it too focal if we don't also make the eyes that way. Wait, hexagon. Yeah, hexagon? No. Hexagon? Yes, hexagon. This is a hexagon. Coffin is not a long pentagon. It's a hexagon. It's flat along the top edge. Not censoring Lamau. Whoopsie. I was drawing Rush last night. Oh, that's okay. Here's my pocket. Oh, instead of a womb tattoo, a tomb tattoo? Oh my god, that's so silly. You totally could do that. That would be funny. Maybe that is an option. Oh, good night, Ruka. Thank you for hanging out. Please get some snark memes. That's a lot of hours to be asleep. A what? Are you aware of those? That's mildly inappropriate for the Squiiji stream, but the tattoos people get like right on their like pelvis in this region, they call them womb tattoos. Because I guess technically that's what it's sitting over top of, theoretically. And a play on words of a tomb. Of like a mausoleum tattooed there. That would be funny. If mildly inappropriate. What if she's a Cantor? What do you mean? As in had more legs? Like the centaur type? That could always be neat. I'm always a fan of those things, but that would make the skirt kind of confusing. I never know what to do with skirts when it comes to those kinds of fellas. It would just rest around the second waist, kind of. I guess. Hi, Aaron. 4 legs? I mean, not a bad option. I will say, for live 2D, I don't know how willing to do that a rigger would be. For as much as I love those kinds of designs, I fear that a rigger would not be into that. Front skirt? Yeah, like an apron? Yeah, I guess it would be like an apron. But finding somebody who'd be open to rig something like that might be tough. Might be tough. The rigger too, but I'm also not willing to do that. That's fair. That's fair. Since you are doing it yourself, you don't have to. Horse is already hard art-wise as is. Yeah, this is true. Yeah, quadrupeds are hard for VTubing. You say unless 3D. Let me tell you, making them for 3D is also a pain in some ways, where you gotta do some weird rig things in order to make it work also, because VRM format and the file formats for VTubing want a humanoid avatar rig, which you just have to rig the front of the body like a real person and then use constraints for the back legs, and I've done it once before and it was a pain to set up. Maybe some belt pouches. Maybe. That's one of those sort of like, almost, I don't want to say like cliche things, but it's something that is done so much in VTubing that it might feel cliche if we were to add that in here. So I don't know if that's necessary entirely. You walk in VR chat with a centaur model. It tracks your front legs, and I think it's just translating some of that through constraints to the back legs. Coffin keychain. Yeah. So I see the skull that you have on your chest, but there's not really any other... It repeats once, but it's not integrated as a motif otherwise, too. So I am wondering if there's a way we could better integrate the skull throughout as well, which as simply as... Let me just try this. Let me see if this is too uncanny. But I was gonna say, what if we made the skull almost repeat on your mushroom cap through holes in it? And I say this because I'm also an inky cap, so I know that that's like a thing. I know inky cap mushrooms get holes like that, so like have those up there, and then you could have like 2 smaller ones for like the nose or something too. Doesn't need to be centered even if you want to make it like asymmetrical, but then the skull element comes back a little bit in a subtle way, right? Me also being this kind of mushroom does help me with designing things. Mushroom cap hole skulls, make them skull shaped. Could do that also. I was going for giving it like its own sort of skull thing, but we could also just make them shaped like skulls also. What does a skull look like? Wait. Things into it. This doesn't really fully look like a skull the way I've drawn it, but you could do that also maybe. Rib pattern on the top. Oh yeah, to bring more of the bones in potentially. That might be good. I wonder if gold will be too much if I were to do that. Let's see. Just getting more motifs that relate to the dead is probably the right move here. Let me grab my classic favorite. Yeah. Outline modifier. Whoop. Hang on. And I could make these not as bright if we want them to not be as focal potentially, but just even at something simple like this that might get the thought into our head of rib cage, death. More of that maybe. Yeah. Horse skull because they're a unicorn. I don't know what a horse skull looks like off the top of my head, but you know what? Honestly, for the sake of the design, that could be neat if we were to switch your human skull to being a more human-like skull. Making the lacing ties a bone with the holes at either end of the bone, so 2 bones on each side of the top. Making the lacing ties a bone with the holes on either side of the bone, so 2 bones each side. Huh? Ruko, I'm not sure I'm following what you're saying. Is there a way you can, like, doodle for me what it is you're saying? I don't know if I understand that. Tearing the clothing, that way you can say it's ripped. I mean, the clothing does already seem like it's torn up a little bit in some way. But she was covered in candles. I don't want to overdo it with the candle angle. Bones instead of, oh, just like bones instead of the lacing. I think right now, as far as color balance in the design works, having the lacing be black feels important to me visually. We'd have to replace it somewhere else. Maybe? That could be an option, perhaps. Lace holes being shape of skulls. Potentially, that could also be an option. We don't have to do all of these things, but just maybe like 1 or 2 of them so that we're increasing the prevalence of this visual motif throughout, since it was added in some place. So the holes where the lacing attaches. Oh, so just making these look like bone in some way. I see. Horse skulls look interesting, very long. Oh. Adding skeleton keys somewhere. One would assume you need keys to lock up the graveyard. Ah, see, anime, I think that's good. That's good. The gold part of the belt was gonna suggest if you could do XII for death card number. See, that might also be good too if we were to rearrange these, because right now it's 9, which I'm not sure what that means particularly. But if it was, instead of being 9, 12, that could be good. You can also get keys for jangling. But if we treat that like it's a Roman numeral, that could be good. The belly button thing was just me being goofy. I don't think we actually need to do that. I was just goofing around, making it sort of one of those things you store ashes in, but it was originally a jewel, but doesn't mean anything right now. Well, congrats, it means something now. We've decided that now it is relating to death. For the numbers. Good work. Honestly, the shroom hive mind today is firing on all cylinders, and I'm very happy. Good work. We are doing well being locked in today, Shroomates. What if you made it 13 for Friday the 13th? Honestly, either could work. I feel like either could work. 12 for death or 13 for Friday the 13th. Both I think are relating to sort of like horror adjacent concepts that might get us closer to the death angle here. And then also the keys might be good. I'm not sure where I'd want to stick keys. Like maybe if they were light colored, you could put them so they're also hanging on like here with this. Whoops, this is underneath. And make them like silver or something, and then you could have like, you know, whatever kinds of keys and make them like real crazy and ornate and weird maybe or something. But just so that you have just another hint, because you are going to be locking up at night probably. That might be good. I need to put my outline back on this. Whip. Whip. Those are keys, I promise. Hoopla redeem, please? You want hoopla as one of the sound effects? Is that what? We could, if we want. 13's a lucky number, but 4 too. Unlucky, unlucky. Oh. How do I submit the design to you? Do I upload the design to an image hosting website or put it in the comments section of my donation? If you stick it here, in this critique form, then that would be where I'm searching for them. Wait, did somebody else donate too? Did we complete the goal? Why is it not? It should be making a noise when people donate. We're like exactly at the goal. We just went over the edge of the goal. Hang on, is it not updating? Why is it not updating? Roll? 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 It's not updating, I can't see, but we made it. We hit the goal that I had for today. That was so quick. What the heck? How did we? Oh, Matcha Gremlin just wanted to tick the goal and meant to donate more the first time. Thank you, Matcha Gremlin. Thank you. I appreciate it. Matcha Gremlin has donated a combined like 140 or something between the two. Thank you, Matcha. Round of applause. Also rotate maybe. Good work. Shroomates, we're doing so well. I gotta increase the goal now. What do we increase the goal to? Do I put another like 500 on it or something? It's crazy in one day. Hang on, let me go to Tiltify. So I can put another goal so it'll display it properly. Oh, nice, I'm still signed in. Perfect. 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 Number 4 for death. Is 4 a number for death also? Question mark? I could see it being. Let me see. 4 what you can, every little counts. Yeah, no, don't. If only donate if you can, fellas. Don't overdo it. Okay? Don't. It is good to donate to charity, but do not donate if it is not financially feasible for you, if you're not financially stable. I'm updating the amount. There. Let's see, will it immediately update it if I do that? Yeah, it did. There we go. Okay. New update. Wait, it's Chinese. I remember seeing an anime, so I thought it was Japanese. 4-2 is Japanese also, I think, because they do 4-2-4-2. What is it? 4-2-4-2-5-6-4. If you ever want to knock on death's door in Soul Eater. Why do I remember that? They do that in like the first episode of Soul Eater, and I don't remember why that stuck with me, but yeah, it's probably like a shared cultural thing. But I guess those number ones. Oh, I guess the numbers are pronounced the same. Shi-ni. Yeah. I also love Soul Eater. Not as Chinese, I think someone made a TikTok about it. It's probably both, honestly. It might just be that the numbers are pronounced similarly if it's based on the way they're said, or it might just be a cultural thing. Yeah, Soul Eater, let's go. Soul Eater, one of my all-time faves. 4-2-4-2, I think it's 4-2-4-2-5-6-4. If you ever want to knock on death's door, is how you go on the mirror and you draw it, and that's how you connect to death. Such a neat way of communicating, huh? But yeah, okay, hang on. What was I doing? Where am I here? Ooh, okay, we were making concept suggestions. I think that was the bulk of the concept suggestions I had. Consider skulls on the head a little bit if you would like. That way, at least if we're doing upper body focus as well for the VTuber design, you know, when you're on stream, we get a little more of the skull aspect. And then, yeah, some of the bone aspects, the number. Okay, I think we're good. I think that's all I had as far as concept goes. Let me turn off all of this. I goofed up. I was supposed to start with the ladder, and then I didn't. So let's do a ladder first. Or second, or third, whatever point we're at now. Ladder test. I see you intentionally making these two little anklets asymmetrical and sort of diagonal. I see that. Noted. These things are kind of hanging out on a similar line. This is over here. Here's the skirt. This belt is on an angle. This belt is on an angle. Fingertips. Sort of that part of the glove, top of the glove. Okay, that sort of lines up with some of the parts of the shirt, but like sort of this bottom edge of the shirt. These pieces of lacing are providing some visual division. You've got your sleeve. This is sitting on the same line as something else's, so I'm not going to count it separately. This is kind of creating a line with the skull. Oops, that's not really the top of the skull. Then you've got your gloop necklace. You've got your lips. I like dark lipstick on VTuber designs. It works pretty dang well for making things focal. Oh, wait, hang on. You're wearing glasses. I didn't even notice the glasses. Your eyes are aligned. The top of your cap is aligned. It's a line here from this dark area. It's a line here from that division. It's a line here. And then this mushroom gives a line, and then there's one there. Okay, that's a lot of lines for me. Okay, there we go. Let me fill this in so we can see what all I was drawing. We'll come back to your glasses for increasing their clarity and visibility. Thank you for ladder. Lamau. Yeah. So what I will say, very dangerous down here. Here, a lot of things are the same distance apart. They're very close, but they're similar in their distance apart, which may also be user error on my part for where I am drawing the lines. I'm not always perfectly accurate with them, but it is kind of close. Ladder for a short person, perfect for Squiiji. Very cool. I'll have a bone to pick with you about calling me short later. I don't know. We're really doing the EG's only 3 blueberry tall. We're really leaning into our EG, picking on EG's height, aren't we? Just sent my design in for critique today. Oh, Ari, you will be today. Or not necessarily you will be guaranteed today, but you were supposed to be in the ones I pulled for today, and I couldn't find you, so I will find you now, once we get to yours, theoretically. Yeah. Can you even climb ladders? Yes, I can. Yes, I can climb ladders. Pardon me. What I was gonna say about this is that a lot of the details in this area are very similar in their distance, and theoretically, if the breasts have real mass, this would probably be higher, and there may be one underneath. This feels very, it makes it feels kind of flat, the way that is rendered. And then also the fact that like, the width of this little black portion, the width of this little purple portion, are kind of the same as each other, which is also the same distance between the lacings. We might just need a little more variation. Yeah. Reaching new heights with the short jokes, huh? Yeah. Yes. Sensei, what can you say about the character designs for Soul Eater? They're generally good. I like their exaggeration. I like the way that Okubo draws noses. Generally, the exaggeration's good, the silhouette is good. The color design is interesting. It's not as interesting as I would maybe like it to be, but generally, I am quite favorable towards Soul Eater's character designs. Yeah. EG's very short. I don't know, EG, ladder steps are more than 5 centimeters apart. Me, 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 me. Me, 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 me. Have you ever considered that I have other abilities other than just like walking, right? Have you ever considered this? New lows, you mean? We're not low. Have you ever considered that I have skills like climbing? And also, I don't have feet. I could just absorb myself into the wood and just go up it. Dodge this. Why dodge what? You didn't even throw that. That wasn't even someone that threw that. I would say this is not a climbable ladder. Ow! 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 Hey, be nice. We're fundraising today. Don't be mean to me. Don't be mean. No evil. Come on. I'll just disintegrate the ladder. Why climb it? I'll just eat it. It's fine. Ow! Stop! Stop! You guys are bullying me for being short. Don't make fun of me for being short. Be nice. Be nice. Okay? Did you just plop over and move around using their face? Wow! I'm gonna move around. I can move around like a little Splatoon guy, okay? I just slink down into the mycelium. I just liquidate myself into the mycelium and climb the ladder that way, okay? Easy. All of your attacks at me, they can't harm me. Doesn't hurt, doesn't injure me. I'm safe because sticks and stones may break my bones. Words will never hurt me, but virtual bats will never hurt me. You can't hurt me the way it matters. Loop portals? Not really portals, no. Age, have you played The Last of Us? I have not. I should, though. Soul Eater manga or anime? I love both of them. I think the manga has better exaggeration, or not the manga, the anime has better exaggeration, but the illustrations, especially the later part of the manga, are so beautiful. They're so nice. There's some very particular manga drawings that are really good. Yeah. Okay, hang on. We gotta be locked in. Lock back in, true-mates. Ladder, you pass. Not fully. Not fully. So I think, let me go into the rubric here. I think we can start grading. Maybe green. Color palette. I just want a little more variation in your undertone. Just a tad, just a touch. Make some of those darker tones a little bit cooler. Maybe just a tad more saturated. They feel a little weirdly washed out to me right now, but pretty close. For silhouette, it's good. Your tail is adding a lot. Your hair and your mushroom cap on your head is adding a lot. Mushroom cap advantage. Good. You pass. You also had a not so climbable ladder. I would say add a little more variation to some of those steps towards your like corset area, but you're close. For complexity versus clarity, I don't really have any trouble reading much in the way of your design. And the level of detail, I think, is where it should be. You could be a marketable plush probably pretty easily. For focal points, your eyes, by being red and being one of the only things that is red, does make them pretty focal. So get points for that. For concept of motifs, I think we can push the Gravedigger aspect a little further, or just more of the death motif in general, where I'm getting the mushroom angle, I get the unicorn angle. I want to commend you for having so many layers to your concept, because that really gives us a lot more to work with. That's why I want to see you push it just a little further. Just a little more. Just a little more. And then you also got put on the fridge, because I thought your design was cute. You're also a mushroom, so... but bonus point. So I think this is a 10. Not a nat 10, but a 10 nonetheless. Good work, Shroommates. What the heck? You guys make me proud. Two 10s. This is like one of the strongest stream starts I think I've had in a minute, isn't it? That's not a readable color. Yippee! Can we get a round of applause for Ren, please? Good work, Ren. Note to self, E.G. will put you on the fridge if you're a mushroom. Yeah, this is a note. Yes. Round of applause. Hi, Ma. It is a Squiiji. It's me. It's a me. Squiiji. Also, Miku, Uyu. I am not just Squiiji, I am Squiiji-ku. 29 people now. Oh, thank you, Nissa, for the donation too. I appreciate it. Yippee. We're doing fantastically. We're doing fantastically. Let me see. So who next? And Cinda, are you here? I think I just saw you. Cinda, did I see you? Is that correct? I did see you. And Cinda, your turn. And Cinda, your turn. I'm not a mushroom, E.G. I'm a Sealy. Well, if you're not a mushroom, then you're not a mushroom. I'm here to tank the score. And Cinda, have a little more faith in yourself for me, please. Do me a favor. Be nice to yourself a little more, please. Please. I won't let you talk about my shroommates that way. No one's tanking the score. Also, it did warm my heart. I opened Incinda's submission, and Incinda already put all the details in here for me. I was like, thanks. Save me the 4 to 5 minutes it takes me to set up each file. Thank you, Incinda. Incinda! He, him! @ Incinda _. Schmitz, you're unaware, Incinda is technically one of my VTuber kids in some manner. I made a voxel model, or not voxel. No, yes, voxel. I made a voxel model for Incinda. Man, Incinda, how long ago was that? Like, well over a year ago now, huh? Almost 2 years ago, it feels like. It's been a minute. But that was of Incinda's, like, 1.0 version of design. I think this is a future modified version of Incinda's design. Yeah. I only have no faith. Nope, I have no faith, only pain? Context, I got scammed. I've been salvaging ever since. What? You got scammed? What? Huh? I'm so sorry, what? What do you mean you got scammed? That's awful. I am so sorry. That's ridiculous. Has the scammer been dealt with appropriately? Can I ask that? This model you see cost me $700. This model cost you $700? Incinda, has that person been dealt with properly? As a 3D modeler, I cannot stand for that. That is ridiculous. This is not... What? That's insanity. I am so sorry that you went through that. That is ridiculous. I am so sorry. I'm like angry on your behalf. There have been so many miscellaneous problems with scammers, and 2 of them were 3D recently, and it drives me nuts. Because it's not helping 3D make a good name for itself properly. That's crazy. Let me read your concept stuff, but if... Nope, they're off-grid and people help me salvage. Okay. Dang it. I see. Incinda, I may... Well, so there... Okay. I see. Classic. I'm so sorry you went through that, though. That is wild. Mainly Alb. Alba's a very good fella. Alba's a very good fella. I'm happy that Alba's helping you out. I'm so sorry. Hopefully we can get you at least a nice low poly once my queue opens back up. Once it is finally your turn in that way. But here is Incinda. We'll try and look on the bright side, at least what we can, of updated design things. So, the concept is that of a digital playwright, the electric sheep overworking themselves to keep their rundown theater up and running, wow, through honest and sometimes dubious means. The output on display is a placeholder from Booth. I've been struggling with creating a design that gives off the workaholic writer/storyteller vibe I'm wanting, along with finding the balance between playwright and electric sheep. So, generally, what I would say is that I think a lot of the things that are going on right now are because of the modeling. So I don't want to critique those things too harsh, especially since it seems like that was out of your control. But let me just do a little copy paste. So what I think this needs right now, and the reason I see people saying that they think this is Vroid, is I think there's just not a lot of exaggeration. Vroid models tend to be very close to the skin and not have a lot of overlap and not have a lot of visual weight. And I think that might be why people are feeling that way, even though I'm pretty sure the legs and stuff are fully custom. I think the hair might be also what makes people feel that way. But if you add a little more weight to these sort of fluffy areas on the design, then that will help to distance you from those associations a little bit further, and also add a little bit of visual weight to your silhouette. Yeah. Love the concept. Yeah, so concept-wise, I see the sheep angle. I'm seeing your horns. I think this might be one of those critiques that is like a 3D kind of thing where the angling of them could be changed so that way they add a little bit more to the silhouette or are clearer as to what they are, because right now your hair is obstructing a decent amount of them. I feel like if we could see... Hello? Oh, that's not a brush. Hang on. Whoop. Go like this. There we go. If we could see more of like the spiraling part of the horn, and then it comes around like this. Without shading, it's a little bit weird me doing this, but like that. I think we'll get the sheep aspect more effectively, and then also it's going to clarify your silhouette a little bit more. Let me like see if I can like make sense of this visually so that it looks like the horn is spiraling in space. Like that kind of. Pretty much all Vroid except the fluff and the horns, which I made an alb texture, which is why I have the floof, which I can store 3D props. Ah, I see. Also, you've stolen all of my polygons. Why have you done this? What do you need my polygons for? Oh. I want them back. I want them back. Add more 80s kind of electric tech stuff, like sheep aspects have some neon glowing style detail shading, contrast with the darker, older playwright stuff. It's in the aesthetic for Incinda. Yeah! Incinda's design needs to be more horn ... Yes, but not with those words. Not with those words. I would never say that. Crazy that you would. But I think that the horn could just be... Honestly, if I just go like... How do I draw a horn really quickly? Nope, not like that. Honestly, I think the way I had it kind of made the most sense of it. But just a little more. And honestly, it could arc out like it was doing before. Just so that it's doing a little bit more for your silhouette. Similarly, I think you are having like the classic Vroid hair trouble, which is that Vroid hair is not the easiest thing on the planet to work with, and also is so, like, does really want to pigeonhole you into bullet head, because the way it like just wraps one mesh around the head and you lay things on top of it does make it tough, but you can add more layers on top of it by adding more meshes. And I would suggest doing that, where you can add like more hairs that are coming up over the top of the head to sort of break the silhouette a little bit. Let me grab a color like that. So then you could have something that sort of like breaks the flow on the top of the head like this, or like even like your little like a hoge or something. And then that'll add a little bit more asymmetry too. If I can draw this in a way where we can actually see it though. There. And then like texture. But I do really like all the little iridescent pops that you have in your hair throughout. Oh, I'm Pixel now too. What are you guys doing? You stole even more of my polys. Why? What do you need them for? Are you eating them? What are you doing with them? We are crunching me down. Thankfully, I don't get any lower poly than this. I'm safe now. Wasn't safe before. Eating them? Okay, that's fine. All right, that's fine, I guess. I'll permit it. But honestly, just even like 2 little hairs like this will go a long way to making it feel like your hair has a bit more life to it. And then same deal with like, you know, even if you just have 1 or 2 hairs that goes like whoop, off the side of the head. Whoop. I'm going to tell us a thing that I was thinking of doing. I haven't fully planned this out yet, so I don't know I don't know how to bring this up, but I did want to do a stream on a Friday sometime where we do a Vroid model speedrun for a community member, mayhaps. And this reminds me of wanting to do it, and the fact that I haven't gotten to do it yet. Figure out how I would offer that, and who I would offer that to, and how we would do that. This is one of those things where I'm like so mad on Incinda's behalf, where I'm like half ready to just be like, Incinda, I'm just gonna steal your model and just stick it in there and do stuff. But I don't know. I gotta figure that out. I'd like to offer that as like a raffle or something just for fun on a Friday. But the kindness of the shroommates may say, just go for Incinda as is here. Where I'm so frustrated on your behalf that that is what happened. Because it's one of those things where like, I know Vroid in and out very well. And I know exactly what I could do to do all the problem solving we more or less need for this. With like refining some of like the shoulder shapes and stuff. I used Vroid a lot. I used to work, actually I don't even know how to explain this. I worked for someone who did model work in Vroid, so I helped them out with some of the stuff with texturing. So I know how like all the settings go. I know how to do all the things like layering and stuff to make things have the most volume that they can. So I would be willing to fix this for a stream, perhaps. Sitting on $300 to yeet at you already. But that money you want to yeet at me is for a fully custom from scratch model, for a low poly model. Which, for that, I want to make sure you have your design fully figured out first and are happy with it before you get that full model, right? EGB, like, I used to do a lot. I've done a lot of things. Yes, I have, Kato. What if your chat synth avatar but sheepified shape? I'm not sure that one you're talking about. I'm not familiar, but first thoughts. It's just things where, like, we just need a little bit more looseness throughout, and that's more so, I think, limitations that we're getting from Vroid than other things. We're getting a lot of help from people already. You deserve the help. You have been such a kind and supportive shroomate, and I can tell that you are very kind and supportive to a lot of others as well. You were spoken fondly of by many a VTuber, so you deserve to be supported in return, my guy. The shroommates have voted concurrently. I see all the justice for Incinda. I'd say help Incinda. The shroommates want you to receive help, so maybe we can find a way to do that. So, let me see. So, generally, hair, we just gotta loosen the shape up a little bit by adding a couple more hairs, probably. As far as contrast goes, we might need a little bit more behind the hair, where you've gone for sort of a lighter color. I wonder if we could add this green back in here and make it feel real iridescent back behind your head, and that would lean more into sort of like the electric angle. I don't want to add gold electricity, but I feel like if we added some electricity in this bright green color, that might be kind of nice for adding and clarifying the electric sheep portion of this. Honestly, I think somebody said earlier something about making like the little bits of ribbing that are in the horns electric, or something where they could glow, and I feel like that might be nice. We might get something between your more like grounded, historical depiction of a playwright and something that's a little bit more tech inspired. So like we could get some of the blues in here, get just like a little bit of like this pink in here, make it feel like we're seeing like an iridescence inside of them. Yeah. Some under eye darkness or bags, clay personified tormented writer poet. That's probably also true. I could also see that. Seems like there's a little bit of it, but maybe we could exaggerate even further. Forcing Incinda to have had less sleep. So if I go like this, that'll probably push it a little bit more. I'm gonna put it on multiply and then blur it out a little bit so it meshes with your skin tone a bit more. Man, because yeah, all the things I'm looking at where I'm like, oh, we could exaggerate the eyes more if we did more things with the retexturing of the eyelashes. We'll see. We'll come back to the idea of my potential Vroid speedrun stream. I think I've found myself a candidate, perhaps. Because the more I'm looking at this, the more I'm just like, I can just fix this. I can just modify this. There, ah, look at you, you look so tortured. Sleep got removed, sleep debuff. Best of a tortured writer artist. Needs to be a method to carry caffeine with them. Ah, maybe also. The other thing that I think you need is bigger eyebrows. Let me give you slightly bigger eyebrows. Because I feel like I would want you to be a little bit more expressive, and your eyebrows right now are getting kind of lost. And if we give your eyebrows a little more shape, and give you sort of that like gentlemanly playwright vibe. I think that's stepping in the right direction. I like your horizontal pupils, which is good. What is the choker on the neck? I think it's something digital. I think that's supposed to be hinting us in the direction of the digital playwright angle. Well, these are textured on, aren't they? Hang on. We're gonna do, yeah. We'll exaggerate the shape of them. And Cinder, are you overplucking your eyebrows? Bushy eyebrows? Honestly, you could do bushy eyebrows if you wanted and make them much bigger, but I think that might be up to what Incinda wants as far as tonality goes. Right now, I'm kind of getting more of like a refined angle, like an attempt at a refined angle. So maybe that would not be the move, but I'm not sure. Also the tail. Do sheep have tails like that? Circuit board vest. Yeah, so the other things that I think I would have suggested, I see that these are all like musical scrolling patterns throughout. What if instead of being, I know it's a placeholder, but what if instead of being filigree in the more traditional sense, it was like, you know, like circuit things. You know how they do circuit stuff sort of like this, where they'll like do like that kind of thing? If we used this as the patterning for the lapels, that might get us a little bit closer to the electric sheep angle as well, and then it's sort of standing in and has kind of congruent shape language. Yeah, we change the gold patterns on the suit, yes. Sorry for caps, that's okay. Pillow-shaped shoulder bag briefcase with lightning pattern. Oh, interesting. Sheep usually have their tails docked. It was an idea if I ever wanted to go demon instead of sheep. I think that's something where you need to make the decision or just decide to be both. Also, do you have hooves? Or are these shoes? These are shoes. And Zenda, I feel like you should just have hooves, almost. Because I feel like we could do, or even if you don't have hooves, I wonder if we could give you, you know those hoof, like, shoes? Where they're like this. And then they have like, and sometimes they'll have like a little heel on the back of them or something just to support them. Hoof shoes. Placeholder body. Ah, perhaps. Idea for pen buttons. Yeah. Be a satyr. But not necessarily. We have other sheep in the shroom state who also have hooves. Ren, I'm sure you're chanting hooves. Baphomet, hoof shoes, hooves. Then you could, I guess, be demon and sheep at the same time. But I feel like hooves might be nice too, because there could be an angle where, like, you know, if we put these greens that we're using up in your horns for sort of the digital aspects, we could put that where the foot is sort of separated, or have like other things that are like clearly like lights or something, so we're getting the digital aspect as well. Yeah, hooves are so underutilized, and they're good for silhouette as well. There's been the issue since they gave me a Blender file and not a Vroid file. Oh, I see. You know what we could do? We can just yoink all of the textures off of the things out of the Blender file and stick them back into Vroid. We wouldn't have the body formatting that they have there. We wouldn't have the proportioning, but we would have all the textures. But honestly, I don't know if we need their textures. I think there's some work we could do here, shroommates. Power bank guys, does some sort of bag. Yeah, I feel like a power bank or some sort of like charging apparatus might be also neat. I almost want to like make something on here clearly a USB port. You know, the ones that have the like little like blue thing where it's black and then they have the like blue line on top of them that's like this color? What is that? Is that USB 3? That more specific reference, it's so small, it's so tiny. We could put it somewhere in your face maybe too. But just little thing there. For a playwright who is going through it, I would also suggest maybe for the tie to be a little bit more askew. I don't remember where I saw this. Maybe it was like an opera singer thing, but this style of tie, but like where you have it kind of like off kilter a little bit, like this. So then we can see that you're also just a little bit disheveled. You're going through it. But then that adds just a little bit of asymmetry too, because I think one of the other things going on here is that you are almost entirely symmetrical. I think you are actually entirely symmetrical. And if you are somebody who is going through it and struggling with not sleeping so much, the asymmetry will be a nice touch if we can have it. What if the USB was one of the pupils? Oh! Hoshi, you genius! You genius. Hang on. That actually might work, because they're already horizontal. I wonder if that would read. If we could detail the inside of them to make it clearly a USB. I see that they're batteries, but they're kind of, it's not really clear that they're batteries because the like end of the battery is currently being overlapped. If they want to be batteries, I wonder if you almost need them to have like the little like chunk where we can see that they're charging, and then to move your little, these thingamabobs, what do you call this? The little like lightning symbols somewhere else in the eye, so that way they're not overlapping that part. We could put them like Oops, that's not it. Like here or something and then bigger. Honestly, the more I look at this, the more I'm like just thinking miscellaneous things. Unpleasant mental image of thing being plugged into the eye. That would be creepy. Practical of a USB slot in my eye. It would be, but like, why do we have to be practical? You're a robot of some sort. We don't have to do practicality. But here, maybe it's just that we need to move the lightning bolt so that way we can see what's going on a little bit more clearly. Let me do it in the other eye so it doesn't look so creepy. Only having one of them, but I think that might be what we need to clarify, that that's what's happening here. And then we can like, there we go. And I'd probably do more rendering on those to clarify them so they can see them from a distance more so. But yeah, lightning bolts on clothing accents, that could also be an option. I'm wondering about the hand scale as well. It seems like they may be sort of like machined, but the colors aren't bright enough. I'm not having a little bit of a clarity issue with figuring out what's happening on the hands. One of those Bluetooth dongles to change eyebrow colors. Oh, that would be wild. For dishevelment, untuck one side of the button-up shirt, have it poking out from under the vest. Yeah, yeah. Yes, true. Truth. Hang on, how would I even... Would I just have to, like... Yeah. There we go. You're going through it. You need sleep. There. A little more asymmetry. I might need to make it not as bright because it's gonna be kind of distracting right there, the way that it is right now. But yeah, there we go. Untuck that. You're going through it. Maybe the hand's bigger for exaggeration. They're pretty much... mimic Mickey-styled gloves. Oh, okay. It seems like you are putting like a little bit of color into them, but I wonder if those like seams need to be more of like this brighter green, perhaps? I say, unable to draw. Hello? There. And then we could add a little bit more of, you know, these ones I added some of the blue for color undertone variation and the red. And that'll make them feel kind of visually interesting. We could add even like, just like, you know, seam lines where we can see like, oh, okay, there's like some sort of like tech or digital thing happening with the hands to add a little more interest to them. Let me grab that pink fast quick. Really ruffled, super curly wool could work. Maybe make them a bit wild from all the static. I feel like they're giving Incinda more depression for style. No! No. We're giving more sleepy. Ruffled, super curly wool could help. Maybe make them a bit wild from all the static. I wonder if there's a way, this might be crazy for 3D, but if we could have a particle emitter of some sort hanging out around like the wool that's on your legs and on your arms, and could therefore emit some particles that are giving like the little bit of like jumpy static, you know, where it kind of gives it like that kind of feeling. Honestly though, we could just have them on a texture and have them not move, or have them be like an animated texture of some kind. But I feel like getting that little bit of static or electricity in could be good. Some wiring might also be neat for us to get the digital angle clearly. I'm trying to think of what else I would do for this jacket, maybe. So right now, I feel like these jackets usually don't button straight down the center, but maybe they do. I could modify it. Writer plus depression equals art. That does go that way sometimes. Voltage sign, tail spade. So I think the tail right now is trying to emphasize the playwright angle by being a pen nib, which we might need a little more exaggeration for it to read that way. But could also do voltage sign for the tail as well. Maybe, could we get both, honestly? If we made it feel like this was also the exclamation point, we might be able to get both out of this pen nib, potentially. I'll have to check what pen nibs look like. Try and make the buttons pens too. Okay. If I go like this, and then this tapered, perhaps. That might feel like a pen nib. That silly goose, thank you for following. Oh, we got some silly geese up in here. Throw some ink on the shirt or the wool. Maybe that could be an option. I could see that working, potentially. Yeah, I think we're moving in a good direction here, though. A agreed, and Cinda's blue in my mind. That is funny. And Cinda's also blue in my mind, but that's because the model I made for Incinda before was also blue. And this Incinda is more gold and more warm colored to me, which is interesting. What color palette did you want? Because you're very monochromatic right now. You're monochromatic with just little iridescent touches. Writes with oil since being a robot. Maybe that could be an idea, yeah. A lot of weird nibs, especially for drafting and calligraphy. Man, I have one really weird nib that I don't even know how to use properly. It's really strange. The angle you hold it on totally changes what it looks like when you write with it, and I don't know how to use it. Incinda's blue in Discord and Twitch. Ah, maybe that's why. That's tainting our understanding of Incinda's colors. But I think, so general statements here are that I think the current Vword modeling is what's holding so much of this back, because the silhouette, you have the potential to have a very interesting and easily discernible silhouette, but I think it's just lacking in exaggeration right now, unfortunately. And I think that is mostly the Vroid struggle, essentially. We just need a little more exaggeration. That's because before, old Incinda looked like ID 10, and one of us had to change Lost the Wizard duel. Really? Did you guys wizard duel? That's funny. ID is a tech gremlin. You could still be, I mean, here, Incinda, you could definitely still be blue. If you want to still be blue, you definitely could be. I think the way that you look in this manner has you distanced quite far enough from ID that it would not be in any trouble if you wanted to still be blue. You don't have to be blue. Hoshi, I'm sure you vote for blue. But doesn't have to be. Nah, I changed very far away. Okay, if you're okay with your color palette where it is now, then okay, that's fine. More static, more exaggeration. I think we could more placeholder clothing makes it a little bit difficult. Oh, also I goofed up your tail back here a little bit. I was redrawing stuff. Placeholder clothing makes this a little bit tough. But I think that's generally what I had to say about the clothing's design itself. I feel like there's other things where, like, there's small details that could be nice to have throughout here. Where, like, I recently have seen some designs that have this little, like, collar chain? I don't even know how to describe it. That runs under the tie, which is just, like, a nice additional detail in the upper part of the design, and that could have something interesting on it. Things like, you know, pocket watches and stuff tend to go well for these sort of, like, menswear inspired designs. For a playwright, I'm wondering if you should have a visible pocket that we can see you've stuffed some papers into or something, or having your pen somewhere, even if it's just like you're wearing it like clipped onto your lapel or something of that form. Yeah. Okay, to make you a main character in a meme? What are you doing? Ink splats. You said my color shifts like how my voxel model did. Oh, yeah. I remember with the color shifting based on, like, feeling. Ooh, that'd be interesting to do with your hair. Oh. EG thinking. I'm thinking. How playwright are scrolls? I don't know about a scroll, but when I think of, like, plays, I think of them as being bound in those funny little, like, you know, the weird, like, plastic, like, curled edge, semi, like, the weird, like, kind of like spiral binding, but it's like the thicker plastic. I think of those, because that's how the plays that I worked on were bound. You know what I mean? More disheveled, looks clean for tired. We were already disheveling it up some. I don't know if we, like, fully want to just completely take Incinda into complete dishevelment, but we're getting a little closer. But having, like, if once we get to, like, a full redesign of the clothing, I think a pocket might be good. Tank away. What do you mean, tank away? Not a 3-ring binder. I don't know how to describe them. They're, like, the funny little, like, binding things. Mods, dishevel him. If we're trying to dishevel you further, making your suit fit worse, have more things where, like, we can see it's, like, sitting kind of, like, baggy around the edges of stuff might be good. Could talk, let's see. What else would I even do? Like, I feel like the height of these is kind of odd right now. Hello, shrooms. One part of the vest tucked in and one not. could, you could tuck like this corner of the vest into like a belt or something. Like if this is where the belt is, generally color over this. And then I can make it look like it's sort of leaning out from under it. Do people usually tuck their vest in? I feel like it might depend on the fashion style. I don't know how common that is. And then like you could make it feel like it's like hanging out over just like a little bit or something. You could see like that the fabric is sort of bending over it. Yeah, maybe silly idea, mayhaps. Vest is usually untucked for a suit. Well, if you're struggling, if you're having a bad time, it might get stuck in there when you pull your pants back up. I think we disheveled and send up more than during the duels with the cultists. What? What do we... Make the blouse peek through. Blouse peek through. Oh, like in the gap here? Like we could see it underneath, perhaps? I wonder if this is one of those things where you could just use a fancier blouse. I feel like some of the blouses that I've seen that could be associated with a playwright have sort of like fancier trim on them. And if that's sitting really asymmetrically, that'll add some visual interest, but then also feel a little bit disheveled if it's like sort of creeping out of this kind of in an unkept manner, you know, if you have your like buttons or whatever, but then, you know, like this thing. Cravat. Cravat could also be an option, but I like this specific kind of tie for a playwright or like an opera singer, because I feel like it's less common. Do you plan to use it for Friday? Let me know. I'll hold off since the plan was to take this comm to someone to rework once I recoup the funds. Theoretically, that stream is currently planned. Let me check. That stream, I have a plan. There's a day that I have it penciled in for. It is currently penciled in for... Wait, hang on, that's May. Wrong month. I believe Friday, is that next Friday? It is next Friday. So that stream is currently penciled in for next Friday. So potentially that's happening very soon. So maybe we could rescue and send a quite quickly, sufficiently. I'll hold. Okay, bet. This is our Vroid speedrun. Let me make sure I note that with it. I haven't used Vroid in a minute, so it'll be nice to snap back into it. I kind of want to just teach people how to use it. And we can also salvage and rescue Incinda in the process. Yeah, Operation Save Incinda's a go. It will be happening next week. I don't know why it's a different color than my usual day is, but oh, there we go, fixed it. Yay! Okay, so general thoughts here. General thoughts here are color palette. I think we need a little bit more color palette variation in undertones, but honestly not too bad. I like the pops of color happening in the hair. And I feel like we could carry that out more throughout the rest of the design. For complexity versus clarity, I think you need a little bit more specific details, which seems to be more of an issue with using the outfit from Booth, which is more of a necessity thing, but I feel like we can make you a little more specific. For focal points, the face is focal because your eyes are so dark. Your eyes, by being so dark and having the gold pupil in them, tend to be pretty focal for me. I'm a little visually distracted by your sleeves, but that could be something where when we do our texturing for it, we can add just the general sweeping gradient multiply over them. Let me airbrush this. Wow. Oh, and wait, I can also clip it to it because you're transparent. It's fantastic. There we go. And make them less intense at the bottom edge. I'm accidentally making you blue again. We don't have to use that color, but just that we're pushing the focal point up to the face more clearly. Let me grab green again. But focal point for me mostly works. And then for concept and motifs, I think we need more of the digital angle. I'm getting the sheep angle, but I want more of the digital angle, and I'm getting the poet angle. So I would maybe go here. I think we just need to push things. Not sure how the fluff would be done in Vroid. It wouldn't be, but I can probably 3D model that fluff very quickly, or we can just yank it off of your model from Blender. I am a wizard. I will figure it out. If you send me the model that you have right now, we will figure it out. I promise. There will be a solution. Hold up. What? Oh, Or to be safe. I'm sending my submission. I already submitted it, but did it with a maroon background. Would you rather I send it to you with a plain white background version? As long as we can clearly see the design and the red of that background, the maroon, isn't too distracting, it should be okay. Shouldn't be trouble. It should be alright. Yeah. Hero EG. Yeah, EG comes to the rescue sometimes. I hope. I try. I attempt. Make the light bulb tail instead, make the tail bigger. Tail could maybe used to be bigger. But so generally, I think, what is this? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10. And honestly, I think so much of the points we're losing are just the 3D execution, unfortunately, right now. We need a little more in the concept, though. But you're making some of the right moves, and I see the clear path to solving pretty much everything that's going on here. I see it with my eyes. I see it. I see the solution laid out in front of me. I will find a way to get us there. A round of applause for Incinda so far. Also, round of applause for Incinda in your, what is the word I'm looking for? Your perseverance, despite the odds of horrible scammers. Claps for Incinda only. Yeah, we're clapping for Incinda and for Incinda's helpers, not for the original person who made this, because they were evil and cruel. Oh, Muskake, I hope your power comes back. That's rough, also. Oh, wait, I can clap. But thank you for submitting. I'm glad we finally got to look at yours also, Incinda. I feel like I've, like, looked at your design before, and we never got to talk about it yet. So I'm glad we got to. I'm compelled to share that I plan to do stuff. I don't know what you guys are discussing at this point. Let me save this. I'm actually going to save Incinda. I'm going to close you. I'm going to save Nimbus and close you. And I'm going to save Win and close you. And I'll keep us schmoving. Oh wow, look at that. We're at the usual EG start time now. Vroid's not worth 700. You know, there are some Vroid models that I would say are worth 700. There's a couple very specific Vroid modelers who I think them charging 700 is worth it. They do some extra tweaking in Blender, but like Meekantine, just to name one of them, I would say is worth 700 because Meekantine's models also look like they are fully custom Blender models despite being made in Vroid. So I don't think we can make that determination just based on the program used, but unfortunately, level of quality is more so where it is, yeah. So fun. Yeah, hang on, I have not been filling out my bingo. Let me look at my bingo here. Who I'd like to see? Here, I can find them for you. Let me see, Meekantine. Yeah! Meekantine just returned from being away for a while, and I missed seeing Meekantine's work. So I can plug Meekantine. I think her name is Mandy. But like I would say Meekantine's work is worth $700. The models look like fully from scratch. They're beautiful. There is some Blender editing that goes into them, but then also, who's the other person I'm thinking of? There's another 3D modeler who uses primarily Vroid. Oh man, who is it? Like that? No. Oh no, this is gonna drive me nuts. There's another person I'm thinking of too who has fantastic Vroid model work. Are they in the guild? Let me see if I can find them just really quick. Are they in Animesh? No. Oh, come on. Discord, let me see usernames, please. No. Nope. Hang on. No. Scrolling through. No. Oh, man. I might not be able to find them. If I find the person I'm thinking of, I will send it later. But there's another person who makes really good Vroid models. They have a YouTube. Oh, wait. Hang on. I follow them on YouTube. That actually might be the fastest way of finding them. Let me see. The Milky Z, thank you for following. Let me see, are they over here? Wait, come on. I search. Vroid, they might just come up also. Not Nefu. Korea, yes, Korea. Korea? Nope, don't just Google search the word Korea. This person. This Vroid artist. Their models are also fantastic. I think they made models for Isaeon Live, which is like a live event that's happening. Here we go. No, not Korea. K-A-R-I-H-A. Here's the second person. If you would like a V-Roid model, I cannot recommend these two more highly. They make fantastic work. Oh wait, hang on, do crit bingo, not regular bingo. But yeah, so there are definitely V-Roid models that can be fantastic, but not all of them are, unfortunately. But there are ones that I think are worth that much. Also, thank you, EG, been a very slow process of me holding off debut while balancing my budget. And Cinda, I'm so sorry that you got trapped having to balance your budget that way and that you've had to put it off so long. I hope we can give you something that can help you tide things over at the very least. But good luck in your future financial attempts. You got this. Shroommates, persevere. It is rough. I've also been scammed, unfortunately, in my time as a VTuber. I've also been scammed. I commissioned somebody for something animated. I did get my chargeback went through properly, but they just like never responded to me after the first time we confirmed. They never responded to a message from me ever again. I gave them $300 and I won my chargeback from PayPal, thank God, but they like ghosted me for 7 months and I was like, wow, that's great. Okay, thanks, goodbye. So not nearly as bad as $700, but still also frustrating. And similarly, they also vanished off the internet within like a week or two of me doing the chargeback against them. So like, it's unfortunately kind of everywhere in VTubing. It's hard to avoid, but yeah. So next we have Atya Teps, who you mentioned in the server that you are done. So I think I believe we are correct in critiquing this version of the design. It was done, it is complete. Atya, woo! Scammers are the worst way to earn money, period. I know, like PayPal will give me my money back, thankfully, but I guess people who weren't able to is rough. And it is kind of everywhere. You're not even safe on VGen half the time sometimes, unfortunately. These are the flats. Atya considered it done for the purpose of being critiqued. Bet. I mean, yeah, we get a clear enough idea from just the flats here that I think we're good to critique it. The rendering wouldn't really change my ability to understand the design and what it's aiming for, so I think we're good. I think this works for our purposes. So, Atya Tepes, am I saying the name right? Is Atya? Correct? She/any, Atya Tepes, PT? Is a vampire shrimp from an older time living within an underwater manor cathedral. With taste for tea, EGL, which that is, what is that, elegant gothic fashion? That's like sort of like the Lolita precursor, kind of? Or like one of the kinds of Lolita design? I've heard this before. Fashion, character design, boomer shooters. What do you mean boomer shooters? Thigh holster is her prawn bloom solver. Naming your gun the prawn bloom solver. That's funny. Shrimp puns, obscure ocean factoids. Sometimes called a gourmand, hag, and very chill. She's themed heavily around actual vampire shrimp who fittingly live by filter feeding on streams. Ah, filter feeding on streams. EGL is the other term for Lolita because the book creates a lot of confusion. Oh, I see. I see. The name did cause some confusion for a while. Hopefully, I think we're beyond that, but I see. Like Old Doom and such. Oh, okay, for boomer shooters. Okay, I see. Tepees. Is that it? Okay, I'll try and remember that. Due to the EGL influence, I really do struggle with asymmetry, so if you think the design needs more, feel free. I've also kind of always struggled with shoes in the design, no exception here, hence generic boots, TM. Hang on, let me grab you. I have recently found an account that posts some really fantastic references for clothing, specifically like Lolita style clothing, and they've got some really great, just like random stuff, like me create this from canvas. Like, this is just a whole assortment of shoes that are using more or less the same shoe silhouette, and they all feel sort of Lolita inspired, but any of these could be interpreted into a nice, very custom designed pair of shoes. And I feel like something like this might work pretty well. Whoops, we're getting spoilers, we're jumping ahead here. Anything like this could work very nicely for this design, where we could repeat this sort of like ruffle pattern we have down here. By using one of these, we could have some lacing. We could replace the lacing with having something repeating from like what your corset area uses. There's a lot of options. I should put this account somewhere you guys can find it, because there's like ones for skirts. There's just like a ton of just like interesting variations on just everything. So what I think is that if we were to have like, you know, we can leave the general shape of the boot. I think that's fine. I do wonder though, maybe it would be something like one of these where we can bring like the side, what are they called, spats down, and then have something crisscross across the front and then like define the toe more specifically. So like define the toe area, bring like this over and down, bring something here like over and down, and then we could run like a lace trim or something through here, and we could overlap that towards the center. Right now I'm just really loosely pretending to draw like those ruffles or whatever. Then we could bring this sort of belt across it, maybe in like 1 or 2 or 3 places. Put one here and put one like low on the ankle. So then the shoes will repeat some of the motifs that are already present in the design while adding a little bit of detail down there. We could just reuse those buttons entirely. Hang on, we got the gold. Whoop. Is a repost? I think I've seen that stuff on Xiaohongshu. I don't know, is it a repost? It has, the person who this post is by has their tag on it. But I wonder if this is a reposting account. It might be. Or this is just the original artist, so I don't know. Because this person has a lot of like watercolor works and stuff like that also. So this might be the original that they're reposting from, but I actually have no clue. I don't know. How do I get you to critique a character of mine? Not a VTuber really, just a character design. What is a VTuber if not a character, is what I always tend to say. You are welcome to submit to the same form if you would like for a character design. You can specify in the details or the notes that the design is not inherently a VTuber, because there are some slightly different considerations we make for designs if they are not VTuber, but you could submit to the same form there. Yeah, thank you Moss Cake for pulling up the submission form. Here, like, the buttons could like break the edge of this a little bit. You could make the boots maybe a little more stompy too. Right now they feel like their silhouette isn't super specific. But like adding something like that, just a little bit of detail to the boot down here, will probably do a lot for us as far as making these boots feel more specific and handled. Post the account on resource share and Discord. Yeah, hang on, let me... Because they post other stuff, they have like watercolor illustrations that are also posted pretty often, but like they'll have like the skirt design things. I'm just gonna stick it in live suggestions right now so that way I don't forget it fully, but I'm not gonna make the thread right this second. Right here. Oh, me checking later. Oops, hang on. Oh, I've just learned a new way to disguise hyperlinks and Discord. That's interesting. I didn't know that. But yeah, so that might be good for your shoe. Repeating things that are already happening visually. Honestly, we could use this as like the trim here also maybe, because you sort of have that happening in other places where there's trim. There we go, and then have some sharp things also. Yeah, I think it's just, oh, I drew that directly on top of, whoops. Wrong layer, e.g. We're not fixing that though. It's gonna stay right there for now. Should not be comfy if you're digital. I mean, that's true. Also, yeah, slight heels and a rounded toe are pretty comfy. That's what I have kind of worn before. I was worried it might be a little monotonous, could easily see how to do this. I think that you're not too monotonous. You have these like cooler blue tones down here, mixing with some of the gold colors, so you're not too monotone or monotonous, I would say. I think the colors are okay. For the silhouette, let me look at the kind of shrimp that you are. Let me look at a vampire shrimp. Oh, wow, they are blue. They're really blue. Ah. Oh, okay, wait. So I see your other little like face antenna things, but because they're the same color as your hair is, I'm kind of losing them. I wonder if these need to be more blue, sort of how like these parts down here are. Let me just try that. I was losing this, though this isn't really helping it either. I think it's because they're the same darkness and saturation, but like these little bits here are also part of the, what What are they? Not antennas. What do you call them on shrimp? Are they feelers of some sort? Like whiskers? In some way? Like the little things that come off of their face. Tasty blues. And then like this one for these parts. I think we could use that blue a little more. Antennae too. Oh, is that it? Blue and frilly and thick leggings. And yeah, shade tone gets a real strong contrast once it's rendered out, but the blue also looks good. Ah, okay. Blue undertone might be good for them if they're needing a little bit of clarity, because I think they do need some right now. They were reading just as hair to me. And maybe it is the rendering that will clarify them, but if in flat color they're not super clear, often I found that it can be hard to make things stand out properly if they're not working just in flat color. Let me also just try, I want to see if I can just add some saturation here, just on a gradient, to see if that would make these pop a little bit more the way that I think they might need. I like that the eyelashes are sort of becoming the antenna type things. So like this, and then if I blur it out, let me check the distance and see. Okay, I can see there's more happening around the face now. I have an idea, but I need to draw it out. Okay, go for it. I will say, also, you are being clever with the way that you're making the tail both a, like, vampire, like, bat, or just, like, bat wings, and also a shrimp tail at the same time. But I'm not sure. I think the fact that we don't have, like, the segmentation of it, maybe is why I'm losing what it is. Did you just reply to yourself? I might have. I might have responded to myself. Oh, Amber responding to himself? It could also be Amber responding to herself. It is cute and clever. I think it might just be one of those things where I might just need it to be, like, make them segmented or something. Whoops, that's a blend tool. Where if I could see, like, individual parts of it or something. So I think that's what makes a shrimp tail feel like a shrimp tail, is that it's separated into individual little pieces. No to Amber? Oh. Clarify my line of thinking. Oh, I see, okay. Okay. I'm seeing what you guys are doing. Where, like, I'm not doing this in a darker color right now, but if it was just, like, sort of separated like this so that I could see, you know, like, the individual, like, paddles almost of them, or, like, so that they are just, like, actual separate fins, maybe? I don't know. Hang on, let's see. Is this actually helping? And that being inverted. It might also just be that it needs to be sort of taller. I feel like shrimp tails have more of a shape where they're like this. They're more narrow than they are wide. So I wonder if that might be what it is. It's just that it needs to be longer on the bottom. We just need to stretch them out a little bit, perhaps. As far as the shrimp angle goes, I see sort of the, like, texturing happening on the arms, underneath the sleeves. That's interesting. Man, this is a difficult creature to try and mimic. I guess the transparency will also help, because they do still seem like they have a little bit of translucency to them. Got a little bit of speckling around their hands. I wonder if that might be something worthwhile once we get to rendering to have, like, on these things, is have that sort of, like, speckling they have on their claws. And I wonder if, like, it doesn't seem like they have super, like, defined big claws. But maybe even if this just had a more exaggerated, like, shape to it, we can see it's coming to, like, two little, like, points almost. It's kind of starting to happen. But if we're getting, like, just, like, a little bit of a claw shape from those, that might help point us a little more in the right direction, too. So I think, sadly, as far as concept goes, I'm getting vampire a little bit, but I'm not really getting the shrimp. And I think that might just come down to the problem of we tend to associate shrimps with being pink. I think that the general perception of shrimps is working against us here, unfortunately. But I think with a little more clarification to the tail, that might help figure it out. And, like, even if, like, you can see, you know, shrimps have this sort of, like, thing like that, don't they, where they wrap around the bottom a little bit, and you can see, like, you know, the other parts. for the detailing. Honestly, weird little legs down in there might also help. Legs on the body are also to make it a proper decapod too. Legs on the body. Decapod. Wait, what do you mean legs on the body? Only shrimps I know are pink or orange. Yeah, they're mostly pink or orange. As far as VTubers go, what do you mean legs on the body? Proper decapod. Little legs on the dress? Little legs on the dress. Little legs on the dress. Where are the legs on the dress? I'm not seeing legs on the dress. Detail at the mid-set. Oh, you mean those little tiny bits. I think those would probably need to be bigger for us to read them as legs. Like here, if I do this and make them have like joints to them. It's like the shrimps have like joints on their legs. I think that might help us get that these are legs, because right now they aren't really reading like legs to me. They just kind of look like a more general, like just detailed shape. So if we gave them, because it seems like they have multiple joints on all their legs, that might be helpful. And then, you know, they've got these little like spikes on the back sides of some of them. Honestly, you could make them three-dimensional and stick out in front of stuff too, which might be neat. Or like if they sit on top of these buttons, if they're truly functioning like legs. That might be neat. Really clever? Yeah, I would push them just a little bit more. His legs, if they went outwards. That's also true. If they were going out off the body and adding to the silhouette, they might be clearer. Also, I don't know why this is outlined in white. Why have I done that? Dark color. There we go. Yeah, theoretically, maybe if they were like... Yeah, and then adding to silhouette, that might be good. Or even if it's not all of them, even if we just get one that kind of comes off the body like this at the top, and then the other two are on the inside, that might be enough. Or just like the slightest suggestion of a leg. It's like barely a leg that I've drawn, but it's the essence of leg. Just the essence of leg is all we need. But there we go. Yay, true decapod. Good. Spotting around the hands is good. Let's see. Is there anything else I can think of that I would add here that would clarify the shrimp aspect? You've picked sort of a difficult thing. Put something in live suggestions. Interesting. Let's see. What we got? Oh my gosh. Actually, wait. Wait. I don't know if those are those... I think the eyes technically are behind where all those things come out on a real shrimp head. But treating like two hair clips as almost shrimp-like eyes might work. I'm not adverse to that. It feels a little bit silly, but I am not against that, potentially. That may be an option. Me likey. You know, I'm on board for this. It makes it look more like a spider. Really? Make the bangs look like the shrimp mouth. Yeah, like where the bangs are more shrimp, like more like the front of the shrimp's mouth. Those are the eyes. Also, dig it, been fighting over head decisions. Yeah, I think this might be a good direction. Thank you, Mad Buns. Sweet. Eyeballs, shrimp mouth. The other thing that I think is happening here that is causing me some sort of clarity confusion is that you've got this like tall collar that's under your hair, and then I'm reading this as hair, but I think this is plating on the side of the face, but it's the same color. And this is almost tangent with the edge of the hair, this like high collar. I wonder, I like can't figure out what's going on with the depth here, where the chin is in front of the collar, which is also behind the hair. I'm wondering if maybe we just need to be able to see just like some division line between this collar, cut like a little negative space in here or something. Collar downward at the end. Yeah, like either make the, I think the hair angle is nice, but maybe it's just the collar needs a little bit of modification so I can see it against that edge a little more clearly. by adding some more negative space in there. And then there may need to just be
Wanna
something
hear
done.
what I would sound like if I was a sprinkler? No? Too bad. Get sprinkled.
Gary. Did you need water?
Ditch text. Ditch text. Ditch text.
This is fascinating.
Ditch text.
Roommates, did you need water?
Ditch text. Ditch text.
Honestly, not a bad impression, Gary. I will hydrate, thank you. Yeah, Gary's in his beatboxer era. What are you doing? So silly. If this is plating on the face here, I think... Hang on, what is that? I think it may need to have a little bit more of the brighter blues in it. So that way I can tell that it's not the hair. I'm sure that'll be further clarified by drop shadows, but now I can tell that it's not the same object as the hair itself is. Potentially. Happy to see a shrimp tuber? Love scrimps. Scrimps are bugs. Gradient on the plating. Yeah, something like a gradient on the plating could also work. And then my other question is, what do these chains attach to? Are these attaching to earrings? Each other? Are they attaching to the collar? What are they attaching to? I almost don't think we need them. I feel like you have enough going on around your head. It's inside the face. Those can go to the side of the glasses. Oh. Wait, hang on. If they're going to the sides of the glasses, I guess they're behind. But like, the chain should go in front of the hair then, since we've put the... What am I doing? Wrong layer. Since we've already put the glasses in front of the hair, if they're attached to the glasses, we should continue that. Where we're keeping them in front of the hair. For clarity's sake. If they're extraneous, they can go. I mean, I don't know if they're necessary. If they're attached to the glasses, that's fine. I think we just need to clarify that that's what's going on with them. And once again, same deal for you as with many other glasses wearers. I think you just have to commit to having your frames be a little bit thicker because they're so thin that we lose them at a distance. Just thicken them just a little bit. I know that we're usually going for like sort of like delicate thin frames, but I can't see them once I zoom out and I don't realize that you're wearing them. Ah, little freckles mimicking the little shrimp spots too is good. But let me just thicken these just a little bit for clarity's sake. Also fixing where I accidentally made them blue. Like that might be enough, almost. And then I know in rendering, I'm sure we could have like a little bit of like that, and that'll clarify that there's glasses being worn too. I'm sure that's a rendering thing, but just as a note. What if the frames were octagons? Ah, frames could be octagons, or, well, I guess they're decapods, which would be decagons. Done that for the render rigging? Good, okay, nice. Decagons, because you're a decapod, could be interesting. We could dangle little legs off of your glasses chains as well if we really wanted to. That could be interesting. Or if, like, these were segmented chain, so you've got, like, chain pieces that are like a big chain. What is that color? Hello? Have you ever seen the chains that are like a piece of chain and then they have like a wire, a piece of metal between them? We could segment your chain into sections and then you could have like something that is reminiscent of like the legs or something coming off of them too or something. You know what I mean? So then it feels like a specific kind of chain. It's already a more specific chain than I feel like I usually see in designs. What do you need my hair for? Please have it back. Please, I want back. Why take hair? I kind of need the hair. What have you done? Why'd you take my hair, Hoshi? I need that. I need that for intents and purposes. Squiiji is back. Did Squiiji ever leave? I don't like that you're assuming that Squiiji left. Yummy. Oh, don't eat my hair. Such noises. Or is it good EG noises? Oh, there we go. Thank you. I appreciate the hair return. Thank you, Nilo. Squiiji, Squiiji, ooh. I'm no longer bald. Now I just have floating, slightly levitating pigtails. That's all I need. I also have a question about the hair shape. Are these like almost like hair wings? Are they mimicking something particular in relation to the shrimp? Or are they just interesting hair shapes you decided upon because you liked the shape of them? Sci-fi anime characters be like, that's true. That's fair, I guess. They do kind of have that sort of like splayed out gravity-defying hair. Yeah, Hairspray game is strong. 90s anime hair. Also felt it hit some of the spiky crustacean silhouette. Ah, okay, I see. I was just curious. But okay. So clarifying the collar, I think, is a good decision to do. Some stuff down here, I think, will be important. Honestly, for you, as far as symmetry goes, I think like Lolita or EGL fashion and stuff like that can work well. Like, it does inherently open the door for asymmetry, despite what some coordinations may seem. Like, you can have buttons or things like that that only run down one side of a skirt, or like sort of the classic is sort of tiered skirts too, where like you already sort of have them overlapping, but you could repeat just having, oh, like what if we just had a transparent sort of fluff here on this side, and then we can see it like overlap in this area or something, where it like crosses over and then disappears underneath. I'll make it like transparent in a second here. There we go. But sometimes that's all it takes. It's just little things like that to make it feel a little bit looser. Maybe like a, whoa, yeah, like just like a little, some sort of ruffle on top of it or something. Bald coo. I am bald coo. Squeegee, you can call them Squeegee. Ink hair, ink eyes hiding in your french fries. Had lace before in the chibi version of the design, but could not for the life of me find a good way to do it in full scale. Lace, I will say, lace and crochet textures, like when it's that loose crochet or like crocheted lace, I also struggle to figure out how to interpret for anime style rendering. It's rough. I don't know what my suggestion for it is, other than keeping it minimally detailed. Only detail it as much as you need to for us to know that it's lace, but I don't think you need lace. I think just a little bit of something that adds some asymmetry is good, but lace itself might not be necessary. I'm wondering if like, I'm trying to think of things that could be added in a similar manner, because you're like, some EDL style things do sort of, oh, whoops, I've just used the fill bucket, do sort of push things into a bit of a symmetrical area, but like, I've seen some of them will have like, you know, like the lace, or not the lace, what's the word for this? Just like the ruffles on one side of buttons or something. So maybe in like the center of the body, it could be sticking out across. And then, you know, you get like buttons or whatever in this thing. Oops, this is not a layer. I can draw that on. Like the dark buttons that come down through here, but then you only have the lace on the one side of it. So that adds just a little bit of asymmetry. It's not really adding asymmetry to the silhouette, unfortunately, but it adds something at least. This little dangling charm of a cross. I wonder if there's another place we could stick a cross in here, or even if it's just turning the star into more of a cross. So that way that motif is repeated. Oh, I didn't do a classic EG move. No ladder. Some more cross-like, 'cause I think that's probably gonna be something that's part of the vampire symbolism that's happening. Making it sort of like a taller, like double star that feels a little more cross-like. Ink press French fries, poutine G. Poutine G! No, do not eat poutine EG. Also, wait, I saw you guys complaining about ads. Real quick, very quick. I want to ask you, have the ads been worse than usual? I remember seeing just vaguely, I think on Friday, someone on Twitch said that they got stuck in like 5 minutes of ads or something. My channel shouldn't run more than 3 minutes of ad an hour. On other streams, yes. If my stream is running more than 3 minutes of stream an hour, let me know. somebody got like looped into the same ad over and over and over again. And I've talked to other people and they said they had something similar happening. So if it's doing that, I may reduce the quantity of ads it's showing, because honestly, I don't really make that much from ads anyway. Just to see if that reduces it. Try to time it next time. Yeah, if it feels like it's an unusually long amount of ads, let me know, because I don't want you to have to suffer through that. I know a lot of Shroommates are subscribed right now because of the generosity of the community. A lot of the regulars are subscribed, but if you're noticing that there's some nonsense going on, let me know. Because there was at least some note of it. Had 5 ads in a row, okay. If it goes for more than like, I guess like a minute and 30 seconds, I think it runs ads twice an hour for a minute 30 seconds. If it's doing more than that, or it seems like there's more than that in an hour, do let me know. Having too many ads on your stream, it's one of the reasons I watch you on Twitch. Oh, interesting. Okay, noted. I'm just trying to keep track of it because it's been a pain, and I've noticed it with watching other people, kind of, and I want to see if it's happening for me. I can reduce them, so maybe it won't happen as bad. We'll see. I don't make money from ads anyway. I make like $5 a stream maybe from ads. It's kind of ridiculous for the amount that you guys suffer for no benefit to any of us. Squeegee's Twitch loves Taco Bell. I like Taco Bell, but I don't like their ads. Their food is good, although they did betray me recently, so maybe I shouldn't be. I need Taco Bell ads. Taco Bell, you betrayed me recently. You should not be advertising on mine. How could you? How dare you? You recorded my order at the wrong store despite me ordering at the store. Evil. Cruel. Lost me being rid of the shredded chicken. I'll rip. Okay, hang on, I gotta focus. So, generally for this design, I'm just wanting to find little ways I can loosen up parts of it. Adding those ruffles, I think, is doing something nice. I'm wondering about also adding them like here too, maybe, if they're transparent, just for a little bit more in the silhouette as well. And then so that way it feels like there's a solid like termination point for these sleeves, because it feels like they're almost tucked into these parts of the lower arm, which maybe they are. But I feel like this will be a more gratifying endpoint to the sleeve, and then add just a little bit of silhouette interest there. But mostly I think that's all the things I was thinking about. I might suggest spreading this red out a little bit also, just so that it's a little less important, where it isn't in your eyes. It's a little more distributed. Wow. Whoops. Oh, like just ordering in store, send your order to another store, what the heck? I used the, you know how they have those, they've got the kiosk things. It put my order in at a different location, because it uses just, I guess, their online ordering portal. So I waited and waited and waited and waited and waited, and they were like, we don't have any orders under your name. And I was like, what? I was so annoyed. It was so upsetting. So they betrayed me. And also, you can't buy the cravings boxes unless you do them through like the digital stuff like that. You gotta do it on your phone or through their kiosk. You can't order it from a person or in the drive-thru, which I think is also stupid. So friendship over. Don't advertise my stream, thanks. Anyways, a little bit of lace I think is good to add to those areas. Let me turn off all the things I was doing and just do a silhouette check. Or not silhouette check, I can see your silhouette. I want to check the ladder, because I forgot to. Classic EG move. Oh, when will I remember? When will you learn? There we go. I can tell how different in scale people's models are too when I'm doing the silhouette check, because the line size difference is crazy. And I'm gonna ignore my changes to your boot. Oh, those are kind of sitting on the same line. I wonder if we could diversify that. This ribbon back here. I feel like this ribbon might also want to come back somewhere else in the design and have those stripes repeat, because right now I feel like it's a little odd that they're only in one spot. We like repetition in designs. Bring that across the ends of the sleeves. That, I think we could do 2 there. Whoops, hang on. There's gonna be a bunch of lines here because of these buttoned areas. The underbust, the top there, bottom of like the sort of collar area, the sort of star. I think I don't know what you called that. Cravat, maybe? Bottom of the hair, eyes, bottom of the bangs. Those are kind of getting lost. Maybe just right here and here and here. Ooh. There's so much happening in this ladder. Ladder. Hat on the neck for the singular cravat felt good. Neck before was ticking away. I think you could put like something really small for it under it. Take this ladder, I feel like grinding my ankles into sand. Yeah, I would dangerous ladder this. Jeez. Jeez. That's... We've had an all-time high, I think, of density on our ladders today. Rixico, I don't think this is climbable. I don't think I could climb this ladder. This is a disaster in and of itself already. So closely clustered here as well in the upper half. Good upper half focus. I would not call this climbable. Where are all the things I was doing? Come back. Yeah, miscellaneous stuff. I think for the bow, you could just... Like, it doesn't have to be very big. If it was like that or something. Where I can still clearly see the cravat under it. And then you can make it asymmetrical to add a little more asymmetry. Be more like dangly almost. Make it like real squared off or something. There, like that, and then let me add your stripe to it. Yeah. Like that might be good. I can still see where the cravat is, and honestly, you could even have it so that it's like tucked under this piece for like depth reasons or something, so that way, you know, we're still getting more of the cravat. They're sitting on top of and below each other. Yeah, maybe. Or if you don't want to do it that way, the other way you could potentially do it is you could almost make it feel like it's an ascot, where you could put it off to one side of this charm thing here. I don't know what to call it, your brooch. And then it's not covering your ascot really at all, your cravat really at all. And if that's what your concern is, then maybe this would be the better way to go. But just get us a little repetition. That might be honestly the better way of doing it, so that we get a little more variety. A little more asymmetry. Maybe that's the way. Can you fit your toe between those? Yeah, no toes. So let me see. As far as a grade goes, start grading. I think we didn't really say much about color. I think you're pretty good as far as color goes. I'm excited to see the rendering for this, but once we clarify the colors around the face for clarity reasons, I think the color will be a-okay. So I think those points would just come up from clarity. I gotta see it to believe it. But for color, otherwise, it's okay. For silhouette, there's a little bit of clarity funkiness happening around your head, but otherwise your silhouette is very strong, very exaggerated. I enjoy what you've done with your tail, what you've done with your antenna kind of things. They're good. For focal points, the red in the eyes. You're the second person who's done this, where you have an overall purple design with red really localized just to the eyes. It's working, it's very focal. So good focal point. And then for concept and motifs, I think we made some potential changes that might help with getting the shrimp angle across more clearly. I think I'm missing it right now a little bit. But honestly, that's it. I don't feel confident that I made enough suggestions, but I feel like there could be a little more scrimp happening, perhaps. I'm trying to think of what other way I may suggest that, but I think we just need a little more. Here's your eye outline trick too for the red. Oh, did you? Eye outline trick. What do you mean? Oh, for the eyelashes. Is that what you're talking about? My eye outline for the eye line, where it makes the eye blend really well in with the eyelashes? Is that what you're talking about? Because I see that. You be the inner line color, yeah? Yeah, let's go. I love that. I love doing that in designs. I feel like it just adds such a nice touch sometimes. SNS Nana. Thank you for following. Meant to follow you on here. Love the YouTube. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy. Thank you for following. But was that a full grade? It was. I didn't do math though. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 10? 8 out of 10. Good job, Atya. Yippee! Showmates, can we get a round of applause for Atya, please? I can clap too. I'm also going to, because we are now approaching 4 hours into stream, which is usually when I would end, isn't it? Wait, no, is it? No, 3 hours in. 3 hours in. Let me save this one. We're 3 hours in about now, so I'm going to take a drink and I'm going to eat a couple of chip. Just to make sure I am as fueled as I can be. We haven't reached the halfway point yet. Yeah, stretch. Just because we're gonna have a long one today. So I'm not leaving you, but I am going to stand up for 1 second and let you guys look at the next design while we get ready. So yeah, 3 hours, 4 designs, right? That seems like decent EG, right? That seems like I'm kind of on task. Stopping at 4 or 6. We're stopping at 7 p.m. EST, so that's 4 hours from now. We still have 4 more hours for these. So, Onyx is next, and I'm so glad you gave me a pronunciation guide for your name. I feel so bad that I've been pronouncing your name wrong this whole time. I was always pronouncing it as Galeria, but it's Galaria. Oh, my worst nightmare as a teacher is mispronunciation. All right, let's see. Will my face tracking stay if I just stand up to stretch a little bit? Let's see. Nope. Oh, wait, kind of. I'm like in the floor. Ooh, move my chair for a second. Do a little bit of like squats or something. My hand tracking isn't really working either. EG falling through. Oh, it's far away. That's why it's being funny. Looming over you now. I'm standing. Ooh. It's because I'm getting further away, so my model is like leaning down. Hitting a stretch. Giving you glare every time you got it wrong. No! Honestly, understandable though. I have the 50k to skip the crit line, but I get self-conscious and started redesigning. Oh no! Don't get self-conscious! I mean, if you would like help with that redesigning you were doing, that's what we're here for. That's what we can help you with. We can help with the redesign process. But I mean, if it's not somewhere that you're happy with it being, then keep working with it until it's somewhere you're content or where you hit a roadblock and need our help maybe. And that's the best way of doing it. Amber, I also see you freaking out about submitting. Amber, I know you look like, I like your design. Don't worry, no freak out needed. Not necessary. No worries, EG very nice. Yeah! No judgment in the shroom state. EG is very kind, is doing some really weird stretches at a distance. We pop off a couple of squats or something here. I don't think you can tell as I'm moving around in space. I don't think my mic is good enough for you to know, but I am doing squats right now. Only I had full body tracking. Oh, there we go. Okay, yep. Good. No judgment, only critiques. Yeah! There we go. Mispronunciation goes 1 day without fish crackers. Oh my god, I'd be doomed if that was the way we were running things. Fellas, we can't do that. EG stern but fair. Yeah! Well, I did a little, disrobed version. Oh! 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 Only because I worked really hard on those, fitness plates. Also, it's censored, but I need more, so. Oh! Oh! My own mod! With the mildly, with the disrobed outfit. We'll see, we'll see. If it's ant plates and stuff, I'm not worried about that. I don't think Twitch will have a problem with it. Also, artistic nudities. A-okay, don't worry. Discord advice tab is also very gentle. They are! They're very pleasant. They're very kind. Yeah. So scandalous. Oh. Here, let me have my little bit of snack. I have snacks sitting here for me. Because I knew I'd be here for a long time. I have a Cajun crab dip sitting right here, which I feel a little bit bad eating after we just looked at somebody who is a shrimp, but like, it's okay. The way that I eat throughout the day is so strange. I eat like guac or salsa or like some kind of like miscellaneous dips or something throughout the day because I'm like kind of like a little bit of a snacker. I don't eat much. I eat like a bird. I'll eat a breakfast and then I'll eat a dinner. And I just kind of have snacks throughout the day that give me a little protein or a little calcium. How could you? Easily. Easily. Yummy. Why are you yelling at me? Can you hear me chewing? Is that why you're yelling? If you're yelling at me, you can hear me chewing, that's fine. I can mute myself. So you don't have to, but I do think it should be quiet enough that you can't hear it unless I'm chewing while I'm talking, which I shouldn't be anyway, because that's impolite, shroommates. Don't talk and chew at the same time. Oh yeah, it's not tracking. I can see that it's not tracking. Nice. Eats another very healthy brownie for breakfast lunch. Are brownies are they very healthy? I don't know if that's the case. Also, this is spicier than I thought it was. It's not that spicy, but it's spicier than I thought. What if I choose to do it? Too loud or I can't hear. I'm not making you do, I'm not forcing you to hear that. Bean brownie. Yeah, make one of those like horrible, like horrifying like navy bean cakes from like the 30s. That's probably maybe a healthy cake potentially, right? I think. Maybe. Unclear, okay. A little bit of crab. For protein. Shrewmates, make sure you're hitting your protein goal for the day. And then, whoops, I've like closed this container incorrectly. There we go. Little bit of guacamole. Make sure I get my healthy fat for the day. Bean brownie sounds like a crime against brownies. Bean brownie sounds like a thing that Shrew Mom would have made. I don't know if we talked about the fact that Shrew Mom was very much an almond mom. I lived in an ingredients household growing up. And the famous things that usually occurred in my house was that our hamburgers included grape jelly, which was sort of strange, but that was like a texture thing. And Shrew Mom, my parents really did find any way to put beans in whatever we were eating half the time. Huh? Have I not told you guys about that? Have I not explained that? Are you whatting about Fungi Father putting grape jelly in our hamburgers? It's good for the texture. It adds a little bit of sweetness to it. It actually tastes good. But our hamburgers did contain a good amount of bread also in them, like breadcrumbs and stuff. It's hard. It was tough. Money was tight. My money was tight. How do you're gonna feed 2 kids and 2 adults in the housing crisis of 2007? You put bread in your burger and also grape jelly. But honestly, they tasted fine. That was still back when I could eat red meat, so I could eat them. They tasted good, but our friends made fun of us incessantly for it. So much. Yeah. Breadcrumbs are great for burgers. Yeah, they're fine in there. I think it's the jelly that people aren't as into. Think about what didn't SpongeBob do a bit about that too, where they like put the jellyfish jelly on the burgers? It's good, I promise. It tasted good. But they would put beans in like everything. We had a whole meal that was just called beef and bean. It had 2 main ingredients. Can you guess what they are? That's mostly it. It had beef and bean, and it had like seasoning. I think that was really it. Like a can of salsa or something too. That's another like that era of our life thing. Yeah. Cranberry jelly is good on meatballs. Yeah, or like what is the other one? The one that they put on the IKEA meatballs. What is that jelly called? I can't think of what that is. Beef and bean sounds good. It wasn't bad. We would eat it in like tacos or like burritos or something. It was very easy to make and was affordable. But I'm trying to think of like what are the other weird things my parents cooked. Can't think of any off the top. Yeah, lingonberry jam is also good. Yeah. Can't think of any other odd stuff. My shrew mom would make us miscellaneous stuff. Anything weird we ate because being very healthy, but I can't think of any off the top of my head because they were very normal to me. I'm trying to think of stuff my friends would point out as being like, why are you doing that? That's strange. I don't know. Let me eat my chip. Offered mint jelly on our steak at a fancy restaurant. It was good? Okay, I was gonna say, did you try it? Huh. How do you make a mint jelly? So I feel like, aren't jellies just like, I guess I mean if you're adding sugar, but it's condensed fruit juice with sugar and it like congeals a bit? I don't really, I've made jelly, or I made jam before. I don't know how jelly is made differently, but how do you make mint jam? How do you make mint jelly? That's interesting. Huh. Ever heard of stuffed paprikas filled with rice or minced beef? That sounds good. I like things that are stuffed with rice often. Oh, pectin. Yeah, pectin goes in. I guess that's all you would need is just the pectin and sugar for mint jam. Maybe. The difference between jam and jelly is how much of the whole fruit is left in it. Jelly usually doesn't have like whole fruit or fruit debris in it. It's usually made with just the juices and or like just like fully strained jam has like pulverized fruit mass in it. I believe that's a difference to me, at least, and we would make it. Boil the mint leaves and add pectin sugar. Oh, I see. There's compote too. Oh man, though all of that gets so confusing, and I know that in other countries it's not. It's like the words are used more interchangeably. Lentils in your ground meat of choice, double the volume. Yeah, my family did that a lot. Putting like rice. Yeah, we did a lot of stuff to stretch food in a similar manner of rice or like breadcrumbs into meats and stuff. Or like eating just like a lot of beans in every dish because they're kind of filling. Tomato preserves, aka jelly. Like good with name of Quebec pie made with game meat, I forget. The tortilla? Or how do you spell it? I don't know that one. I'm not familiar. Lemon mint jelly is very good. Huh. I will never end up trying many of these things because I don't eat red meat. But it is interesting that they exist out there. I wonder if there's like those kinds of things people eat on fish and stuff. Hot dogs and beans or butter noodles, yeah. The classic hot dog mac and cheese. Did you guys have the hot dog mac and cheese? Your shrew mom cuts up the hot dog into the mac and cheese and like cooks it all together. That's a classic. Or shrew mom would make us scrambled eggs and just mix salsa into it. Lots of those things. Or same deal, just mixing salsa into the mac and cheese. Doesn't sound bad. Yeah, well, it wasn't bad. It was good. It was good. Did eat the weenies from a can. Yeah, that sounds pretty classic too. Thought Myco Mom? Maybe Myco Mom would be good. We haven't, I don't like the nickname we have for Shrew Mom. Shrew Mom is fine, but it's not great. Mycelium Mom, Myco Mom. Fungi Father just rolls up the tongue nicely. My sister also doesn't have a good one. Shroom Sis? Shroomster? My nicknames for my family leave a little to be desired, other than Fungi Father. Bombcillion? What? That sounds like I've merged mom with a penicillin. Momcelium. Somebody said momcelium earlier. Yeah, Shroombling for my sibling. I think my sister would laugh if I called her Shroom Sis or Shroombling. We just have like a couple more chip. That'll be good to look at Onyx. If I speedrun eating the chips, we can get back to being locked in sooner. My sister as in M-Y-C-I-S-T-E-R. That's funny. That honestly kind of works in the way of like being like when I just call her my sister, you can't tell anything's going on, but it's so much of a pun. That might actually be really good. That's genius. I can just call her my sister from now on, and then we can say, no, it's actually spelled like that. That would work. 3 more minutes and you'll achieve a 15-minute break. You're right. I already took my 15-minute break, though. I'm taking it right now. What do you think about me making an EG ragdoll? You are permitted to do whatever you would like with my visage, if you would like. I'd just request to be able to see it at some point. One more chip. There we go. All right, we ready to lock back in? I think I'm ready to lock back in. Actually, let me take a sip of my drink first. And ragdoll Squiiji anytime we want. That's also true, which isn't very nice. Wait, your ads ended then restarted? Wow! Wait, did they really? Is that happening to anyone else? They ended and then restarted? So maybe I was right that there is something wrong with it. Wow! Hey, did you make me stand up here just so you can throw me in the air a whole bunch? That's not nice. The same ad twice, that's fine. If you see the same ad twice, sometimes they do that because there's not enough like advertisers available, but odd. Ow. Why have you've strung me up here, you've crucified me just so you can torture me? Why would you do that? What if cursed ragdoll EG like Annabelle but shroom? If you start sticking pins in your ragdoll you make of me, I'm gonna start being concerned. Don't be weird, okay? Treat your EG ragdoll you make with kindness and respect, alright? And then once or twice where ads have a gap. Oh, maybe they just had a gap? Ow! Hey! Ouchie! Oof! Yeah, no EG effigies, please. Oh my gosh. I appreciate the head pats I'm receiving in between the torture. Looped once for 2 minutes 30 seconds of ads. Not how long since I got previous set. Okay. The previous ads may have only been 30 seconds for you, maybe? And that's why it was longer this time? Interesting, though. I don't know. We'll keep an eye on them. We'll keep an eye on them. I can reduce them if seems like they're being weird. But, anyways, locking back in. Oh, I didn't take a sip of fruit beverage. Okay, now locking back in. Onyx Galaria. He, him, at Onyx Galaria. OG, is a cyborg mechanic with big dreams of building a robotic army. In a past life, he was a college student studying computer science, and his body was donated to science. Oh, it was used to fuel a cyborg built for war. Jeez, okay. Growing tired of the war, he made an elaborate plan to rebel against them. It worked, but at the cost of shorting out. Many years later, at a dump site, he was shocked back to life from a rare weather event. Third time's the charm, as they say. And slowly but surely, he got back to his former self. I'd like to emphasize some of the motifs he has, lightning, power button, and lean a bit more into the mechanic style with some dark arrow in the mix. Dark? Oh, is that what the kind of vaporwave style stuff is? Dark arrow. Weather event, radioactive lightning. Huh? I mean, lightning does cause things to give off alpha particles and stuff sometimes when it strikes. Smell it. Oh, huh? Fully radioactive lightning is crazy. And now he's a VTuber. Now after all of those things, he is a VTuber. Hi, Haunted Butter. Dark arrow as in dark AERO, which I'm going to Google. I don't know if I have a good... Nope, I don't want the company. Can I get the aesthetic? There's a company called that. Whoa! Okay, because I know Frutager Arrow, yeah. Frutager Arrow, but darker. Interesting. Okay, I see what you're putting down. A lot of, black with gloss in the images I'm seeing of it. And I wonder if I want a little bit more of it. It seems very also sleek. Interesting. Okay. So, for a cold read here, I definitely would get a little bit of your, cyber angle, because I do see the power button for the zipper. I see your hoge that is a lightning bolt. I see the power buttons happening on your ankles. This is one of your belt. I see your mechanical arm, so I'm getting some of the cyborg elements. I don't know if I'm getting mechanic, especially, unfortunately. And we have really puzzled before over how to visually display that someone is a mechanic. Plasma lightning, pure electricity but plasma caused by radiation and traveling along a path in the air. Whoa, okay, that sounds crazy. Mechanic belt. Yeah, we have kind of settled in that the best shorthand for conveying to a viewer that you are a mechanic is giving us sort of the tools of the trade, which might be something where we might want you to have, we suggested this specific kind of belt before, and I've suggested this several times to other people too, but I don't know why I'm using this purple either. Give me the black, maybe. Have that sort of, this thingamabob on the side of your body that can store some tools or something in it. So that way it feels like you're wearing something that's geared towards work. And then same deal as we've recommended before in the past, also having something like knee pads or something where even if it's just we can see that there's something in the stitching of the pants that makes it look like the knees are padded so that you can do work would probably work, right? Gray and overalls. Yeah, overalls and coveralls are pretty popular for mechanic. Tool belt, yeah, oil and grease stains. Screwdriver finger. I mean, if we could see something about this hand that makes it clear that the hand can have, different functions that serve you well in your mechanic angle. Buckle hold exchangeable tip bits. Yeah, if we could see, if we use the same color as this to be all right, here's the... I'm gonna be goofy about it, but yeah, here's the screwdriver bit for the finger. And it's strapped in here. Or, I don't know, what other bits would the fingers have? Here's our, like, wrench tip for the fingers or something. Like, just miscellaneous stuff like that might work. Iron Man hand for melting. I mean, there's already sort of like the Iron Man palm thing happening, but adding a light to it might make that clear that's what's happening. I do agree. I saw somebody say something about how the colors are a little bit overwhelming right now, and I think there's a reason for that, which is that a lot of these colors are real saturated. Like this green, despite being dark, is fully saturated. This is almost a fully saturated green. This is a full saturation color. This is full saturation but darker. This is full saturation but a little bit lighter. This is full saturation. This, I think, is the only thing. There's like 2 things that don't hit full saturation, and that's it. And while you can have designs that are very saturated overall, it can feel a little bit visually overwhelming to us. The thing that I want to check as a result of that, let me steal all your colors real quick. Okay, you have a decent value structure. So the makings for a strong color design are here. I think it might just be that it's too much everywhere, where keeping the green to being just in the hair might be for the best. And then also we're getting a little bit of clarity trouble between green on top of blue, where I'm wondering this color of the arm maybe could be repeated in here, and then you could have your power button on this inner part, and then these green sashes could maybe be one of your darker greens instead of the lighter green, so it's not as overwhelming. Let's see if this helps some. But I think there might just be too much right now. Heelys? Are these Heelys? Oh my god, they are Heelys. I love that. I love that. To be fair, I like my bright colors. That's fine. You can like the bright colors, but you do have to be aware that it might be visually fatiguing for a viewer to see the bright colors. There's nothing wrong with liking them, but there's perhaps a balance to be struck. And then also, like, you know, if we're doing like shading for these, like, you know, this could come to be something darker down here or something. But now I can see your zipper on top of the clothing a little bit more clearly. Honestly, I don't even know if we need this. For asymmetry's sake, I might just say to get rid of this and just have, if you want the green belt, only make it be on that top part over there. That way, we're freeing up more visual space for your power button representative zipper pull. Because right now it's getting kind of lost because there's so much happening around it, that by reducing that, we can see it a little bit more clearly. Potentially. The shirt pattern is interesting. I feel like you may have also gone just a little bit overboard with your shapes for exaggerating like the clothing folds. Just maybe a little bit overboard with them, where they're just adding sort of visual noise. They are making you feel like you did get shocked, which is good, but I think we already have enough of that sharp and pointy shape language, where adding some of the contrast of like the more rounded shapes might be nice, so it's not all sharpness maybe. You just need a resting spot on a design. Yeah, we need somewhere to rest our eye, somewhere that feels relaxing to look. And for me right now, I'm tending to look at the pants because there's so much of the darkest colors around this area, and there's less detail, and then these little pops of contrast on the legs kind of pull my eye in a bit. So I am looking there for that sort of moment of rest, where the face could even be more of a moment of rest. I'm wondering about the saturation of the face and if that might be why the face isn't feeling super restful, but at the same time, it could just be that there's too much happening on the face still too. Where right now, there's a lot of detail in your torso, so in order for the face to contrast against all that detail properly, the face would need less detail in it. I think that helps a little bit. A little stumped. Focal point is the yellow button on the red coat. Yeah, I do think that those are very focal just because of contrast right now. I'm wondering if maybe we could make them another color that make them less focal. This color make them less focal? If we want to add yellow somewhere, yellow might be a good thing to add to the hair. Let's see, just this, make it less so. Or if we just spread the gold out, it might be less focal. I think that is sort of a step in the right direction. If we want that gold somewhere, I wonder if putting some of it in like the hair around the face might be good for the focal point. Might even want to change this yellow a little bit for that, but then we're really gonna get that electricity feeling, and then we're moving the focal point up to the head more. Like that, maybe? And just keeping it on like that lighter part of the green of the hair. It makes it feel like it's glowing a little bit. I wonder if that might be part of the solution, or like I could even put it on like that some. I think that's helping. For your eyes, I feel like in order for us to get the right amount of contrast, I almost want you to have much darker eyelashes, or just darker line art for the eyes in general. And you could probably even get away with, you're so cartoony, you could put your eyes in front of your hair to make them even more focal, and then do one of my other classic tricks, which is, hang on, let me put this in front too, which is outlining the eyes in white on top of the hair. That's just like a sort of like weird contrast trick that I've done before. That's like one of my printmaking things that I do, where, let me see if this helps. I've done this before in illustration, just because it adds a nice detail, but it might separate the eyes out more, and it's gonna push contrast a little bit more around the face too. You see how the eyes are popping more from a distance now? From having done those things, we're coming to the face a little bit faster, I think. Yeah, so I think that's working. The fact that there's only a little bit of pure white in this design, I feel like we could use maybe a little more of it in this face area. You don't really have an eye highlight. I'm wondering if eye highlight might help some eye shading to push those values a little bit darker. Because right now the eyes don't really get any darker than just sort of like the brightest they can be with some saturation. But like this might help increase some of the contrast too in this area. Just trying to see what ways I can make them pop more. Add eye highlights in PSOT and post. That makes sense. Check live suggestions. Okay, let's see. Oh, whoa. Oh my god. Wow, hang on. So this actually reads very differently once it's fully rendered. Whoa, hang on. Look at how different this is. Whoa, okay, hang on. So this is one of those cases where the rendering changes the way we're reading it to such an extreme degree, where now the face is feeling more like a moment of rest. I still think I might suggest that you're even doing the things that I was just saying with the white around the edges of things. I feel like your style is so cartoony that we could just bring your eyes up on top. Yeah, this is fantastic art style wise. All the halftone and all the texture is so interesting. Style is neat. I think right now still my critiques about the eyes would stand where they could benefit from going darker. Your eye highlights are mirrored. Yeah, Onyx holding out on us. Onyx holding out. I had downloaded the most recent version there was, but I guess it's still in progress right now, probably. This is neat. Okay, so a lot of our concerns about the colors feeling so overwhelming, I don't think stand at this point either. Hang on, pull this back here. Oops, that's not it. Because they're tamed down so much by the rendering that I'm not really worried about them anymore. If those are just the base colors and you're doing so much of this darker rendering over them, you're making your value structure stronger, and you're also giving us areas of rest too. I feel like your face isn't as focal as your hair is right now, and it might just be level of detail, but I think that's going in the right direction. Huh, okay. Never mind on those things, although I do still think we could do without this second belt for asymmetry reasons, and we could use to add some sort of belt on the one leg. And send a full model pic? Please do. Please do. Onyx, please. Help me help you. Because I feel like this isn't as helpful as seeing it fully rendered is. Send some live suggestions. Thank you. Oh, okay. Okay, that actually helps a lot for me. So here is what I would still say. I would say that we could still probably do without this belt. I think this belt is distracting us from the cleverness of your zipper. I think the inside of this could still use to probably be another color too, so that way we can see the green more clearly. Of that shape. 2 diamonds on top of each other makes them a little bit more obscured as well. Right now for me though, I still gotta be honest with you, for me the focal point for some strange reason is like right here. Because it's flat and you've got these still like bright gold things around the face. Honestly, you could do the hair thing I was saying with adding some of the trim. It seems like you already have a little bit of it. I'm wondering if we just need to push the neck a shade darker than your skin is, where technically it'd probably be in the shadow of your head entirely. Ooh, this is way too saturated of a color. Hang on, try again. See if I can make this work. Just pushing this flat color deeper so that your face will be the brightest thing, and then if you had like a highlight on your nose or something, that might bring it forward to us a little bit more. I will say, for as beautiful as your rendering style is, it is causing a little bit of clarity trouble in some areas as well, where there's just a lot happening, and it's very contrasty. Holy schmoly. Shroommates are so surprised and excited to see crazy art style here. Consume the spicy art. Yeah, go for it. Don't, eat with permission. Don't eat this fella without their permission. So, where was I? So I feel like this is better for us to critique. I think... Hang on. I think we just need more... I mean, I guess with the white outline around things, that would help this read clearly. Now that I've kind of... Whoops, hang on. Stop saving stuff. Now that I've kind of erased that thing out of there. You could probably go a little heavier with your white outline on the things that are furthest forward. Like this, charm. I guess I also accidentally removed some of it. But just so we can see it on top. Shirt texture patterning is good. Bro tastes like super sour McDonald's Sprite and lime. I would believe that. I would be willing to believe that. Huh. So let me do... This actually makes it very easy to do any of my other things I was gonna do, which is that. Let me do a silhouette check. Fast, quick, easy. Diamond. So you are just kind of like a spiky blob, more or less, but the way your shoes are posed, I think, is adding something to your silhouette, and also your little electricity ahoge is also helping us out, so I think those are good moves for silhouette. Maybe your pants could be more exaggerated, because right now you don't have a lot of visual weight in the silhouette, but this silhouette is also crazy and sharp everywhere. Your character feels dangerous as a result. Let me copy and paste this. I'm wondering if... Like, the shoes are already exaggerated. More. 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 More, bigger, more exaggerated. Give me weight. Let's see if I do it on the other side too. There we go. So do we see how we're creating this big flared shape at the bottom? Making the shoes bigger. Classic EG move, I know, making the shoes bigger. That's my favorite solution to a lot of things, and exaggeration is just make the shoes bigger. Oop, I didn't do as nice of a job on this shoe, but get the idea, I think, right? Yeah. More bigger. So if I toggle between them. Wait, I've also accidentally made your fingers big. And then similarly, like, we could make this have weight too, where right now it feels like it's kind of the same width all the way down. If we make this sit out a little wider, trying to use this tool with things that are really geometric, it doesn't work super well. And then we were to tuck... Gosh, wait, hang on. Brushes work. Like, these parts up in closer so they're a little more sleek. That adds a little bit more exaggeration to the silhouette as well. Honestly, I think the silhouette's working pretty well. Are you left-handed? I am not. I am right-handed. Real punk hours. Yeah, for real. Definitely real punk hours. Goatee stands out just a bit too much. Could be darker. I also agree with that. I feel like the goatee could be in one of, like, these colors more. That still stands out a lot. I think it's not rendered the same way everything else is, where a lot of the objects have come to like a darker color on the bottom and then have like a lighter color on top. I wonder if that's what it is. Like that, I think works a little bit better for me in not being distracting. Just a little darker rendering. Let's see. So what else did we not talk about? We talked about silhouette very briefly. Let me turn off the thing I had done and do a little ladder check here before we get too much further. Oh man, none of the colors I can pick are not in this design already, so we'll do our best to see the lines I'm drawing. Bottom of shoe, top of toe, probably call one like right here for the blue things, top of the tongues, fingertips, your gloves, and sort of the bottom end of that. That gives us some. Coming across the waist. These are crisscrossing, but they're not really reading as crisscrossing because we can't see the center of them. Oh man, I don't even know where to draw half of these lines. There's one that kind of goes across there. There's one at the underside of the sleeves, the V-neck, the top of this shoulder piece, top of this shoulder piece here. Honestly, the goatee is giving me a line. The eyes, the bottom edge of this, the top of the eyes, top of this part of the hair, top of the hair, this thing. Did I miss any? I think that's probably about all the major shapes I'm seeing here. You wanna climb that, Shroomates? Oh, I can't read your name, but thank you for following. Safer Work Shroom cannot read that name, but thank you for following. Hair's so interesting, kind of want to be more prominent, like it falls down where everything else spikes up, maybe. Ah, I can see that. Yeah, dangerous. I really don't think I'd want to attempt this one under any circumstances. I have no willingness to try that as a ladder. Let me turn back on some of the modifications I was making here. Yeah, I see people are saying about the hair maybe, where right now, like I don't really know how I'd want to redraw this, but if the hair was, instead of spiking out here at the shoulder, if it was straight for longer maybe, like through this region, so we can get the shoulder pad area, and then like spiked out, like, I don't know, like down here, like that, or something. You know what I mean? Like that might be interesting. Yeah, like really intense mullet accidentally. You know what I mean? Because I feel like there's something about adding a little bit more rest around the head that is beneficial by moving the weight of that down. Yeah, full 80s rocker mullet. And like, I can't re-render the hair fully the way that it was, but I feel like this would also distribute the green throughout this design a little bit more in a way that might be kind of nice. And then also we're exaggerating the outer shape more, so not all of that was just around the head. Let me see if I just like put the darker tips on this. Wow, there's so much contrast in the hair. It's crazy. Just so I can get like an idea of what. Oh my gosh, I can't even sample the colors. Like it would be kind of like this probably. And maybe it doesn't need to go to the full dark color, but I think something down here might be good. Clinically insane mullet with a heart. I mean, this guy was knocked unconscious for how long? The hair kept growing, clearly. I was thinking Okuni mentioned, crazy, the model's really great. Honestly, I could see a little bit of a HNK with the way that the hair is rendered as like a reference for the style, yeah. More prominent, yeah. Honey, that was a good recommendation, I think. Moving the hair down. My re-rendering of it really quickly looks goofy. The other thing that I think this may also benefit from is my good old favorite friend, the gradient. These bottom parts of the shoe, by being so teal, are so distracting focal point wise for me. Let's see, that might be darker than I need it to be, but like something like that will help me to push the focal point up to the head more off the pants and the legs, theoretically. So the way you end up doing this is just, if this is already cut for Live 2D, you can just more or less copy and paste the same gradient onto everything. Or you can also use the clipping lock also to lock it onto all these objects behind the lines, theoretically, or on top of the lines. And just use the same gradient over and over again. And that way, if things are pulled up out of this region, they lose the darkening of the gradient too, maybe. But love the arm. Don't be afraid to make it pop just a bit more. Yeah, I feel like the arm could use... I think you should look at Gundam arms for some interesting, like, more like tech or robot-y interpretations of arms, where this is very sleek, but it feels maybe just a tad generic to me as it is now. So maybe look into how, like, for Gunpla or like Gundam, they segment the arms in different places, where they place the color in it, where they put like panel lines and stuff like that. I think that could also be beneficial here. But what did I not talk about? I think we talked about more or less everything here. Let me see. Whoops, that's a huge brush. For color palette, I still think some of the saturation is just a bit overzealous, but the rendering style is really neat. Like, I think we're gonna go for that immediately already. For silhouette, it's super exaggerated. I think we need a little more variety and a little more weight in a couple places, but it is neat for sure. I can tell you were considering your silhouette and how it impacts the way that we read your character's personality as you were designing, which is good. I'm happy to see that. For complexity versus clarity, I feel like the level of detail is really high kind of everywhere, which is making the face sort of an area we can rest in. Whoops, spoiler. Where's, hang on, did I lose your, there it is. I'm back here. Making it a little hard for me to rest in certain places, but it's mostly in the hair where it's really high, so then that's adding to the focal point of the face. Maybe that's fine. For focal points, it is the face because of the hair. For concept and motifs, we want a little bit more of the mechanic angle. We want you to work a little bit more on the arms design, mayhaps, too. I don't remember what else we were saying, but there was something else, too, wasn't there? More mechanic. Something of that sort, essentially. I can't remember what the other thing was. I've lost it. Oh, no. Persika Arts, thank you for following. We've 2, 4, 5, 6, 7... 7.5, 8.5 out of 10? 8.5 out of 10? I think that checks out. Or they put the magnets on the arm. Ah, you could do that. Hang on. I'm gonna write your grade on this one. Yeah, what if these like pins and things that are on your jacket were on your arm? That could be neat also. 9.5, wait, did I miscount? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh yeah, 8.5, 9.5 actually. You're so right. You're so right. Thank you for correcting me on that. Hang on. Oh, e.g. arithmetic. Good work! Round of applause for Onyx Galaria. There we go. Yippee! Good work. Okay. Next. Hang on. What is this? Oh yeah, this is this version. I'm gonna close this. Let me, whoops, hang on, that's the next one. File, save as. Let me save this one also. This goes in the charity upgrades area. There you go. No, hang on. Oh, come on. There we go. Got it. After you go for this next one, gonna be moving furniture. Have a good time. Good luck with moving your furniture, Amber. We will do our best. We'll hold things together without you. Don't worry. Good luck with moving. Like if their chat could get goals of putting magnets on the arm. Oh, that would be funny. Way to go. Yeah. Okay, who's next? We have Judeabu is next. Judeabu, you didn't offer me any details, unfortunately. I found your model in the Vtuber OC showcase area, as you had mentioned. And, oh wait, hang on, did you edit it? Oh, you did edit it. There was no text with it earlier, but now there's text, so now I can read you the text. Put some, now you're good, don't worry, I'll read it to everyone. Hi, Squiiji! Familiar with Sea Witch? Oh, I'm familiar with a Sea Witch living in the Golden Valley Town Lighthouse. There's a slight update from what I submitted in the forum, trying to balance some interesting details without being overcomplicated. I'm more focused on the lighthouse fishing town aspect, though my character doesn't fish directly, sort of just lives there, hence raincoat themes more than anything. I'm not focused on the witchy or familiar aspect as much, because it's mainly a lore thing. The Sea Witch will have their own design. I want it to be a bit darker in theme since I have a deep love for cryptids and thrillers. I've recently been pretty obsessed with the game Dredge. Ah, I love Dredge. I love Dredge. Dredge has such a good art style too, it's so creepy. underwater themes. I think the ocean's one of the scariest and coolest things. Can't wait to hear your thoughts. Thank you. Ah, very good. Yeah, what a pleasant yellow. So, dredge is such an interesting point of reference, I feel like, that works very well. I think what you should do if you want to lean more into that is spot blacks. Let me pull up what dredge looks like so people can see. The art style that they use for the characters. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I will have snack, don't worry. Where? Nope. I realized that just Googling the word dredge doesn't work. Game. One word title. Cool, but also kind of rough. Dredge's art style is so nice. It's so painterly and angular, and that's sort of what makes it lean into that more like uncanny feeling, but it's also just really exaggerated and isn't afraid of being very high contrast. Like, look at this man. Scary man. Very exaggerated. Very strong shape language in it, where, like, you know, we can see big ear shape, big round head. His face becomes really long. This arm is becoming a big triangle. This is a triangle. Hand is very squared off. Like, very clear shapes in it. And that's sort of what ends up making it also lean into the uncanniness, is that it's really densely rendered. It's painterly. It's high contrast, but it's still really cartoony in the proportioning. And that combination of things is sort of what lends it to that uncanny feeling. Similarly, we could say the same here, where, like, this character is less scary, but they're still really angular. We've got a little bit more rounded forms, but, like, see how square that forehead is? You know, big, like, half circle shape for the hair. Things like that would be good, probably to take into account for this design as well, where despite, you still feel very friendly. I feel like if we're leaning into the Eldritch angle, I want you to feel a little bit less friendly almost, where your hair could, whoops, I shouldn't draw directly. Whoop, new layer. Your hair can hit really hard, sharp angles, and that'll feel a little bit uncanny. That's not kind of how we expect hair to work. Like, something like that will feel a little bit more uncanny, and we can sort of balance out the uncanny or, like, the Eldritch angle with, you know, some softer feeling parts. But your face is very soft and friendly. And I think it's all gonna be a battle of trying to emphasize the angularity to combat how soft and round and friendly the face is. So, like, for the hair, playing with these shapes and making them much sharper. Let me see if this is working the way I want. Thicker line art might also be your friend too here. So, like, do we see how that reads a little bit differently there? Like, you know, exaggerating some of the angles that are happening throughout the hair. I see there's already some, like, things happening in that manner throughout the hair. Same deal here with the coat, where, like, this could come out to being sharp angles. And that'll feel a little bit more uncanny too. Yeah, a little more ominousness. Feels like a video game where the heavy feelings of doom or despair just keep building from seemingly normal circumstances. That is kind of how Dredge goes. Dredge? Yeah, this fishmonger likes eating weird fish. Dredge is a game where you are just a fisherman in a totally normal place and you're fishing up totally normal fish and nothing is wrong. Nothing could ever go wrong. Everything's very normal and under control in Dredge. And that's what makes it so uncanny, is that everything's pretending to be normal. And it's really not. But I'm just kind of relining things in a way that I think would fit that sort of aesthetic a little bit more. Where a lot of things aren't coming to sharp points. And I feel like that's where we're losing some of the potential uncanny nature we could be getting from this. But, like, wah, wah, rah. Don't be afraid to not use curves. I'm just re-rendering you as I'm realizing this. I'm re-rendering you, or, like, just relining you the way that I do my screen printing. I don't use curves really for my printmaking because wrists don't work. Video game? Makes note to add to list of games to play. Yeah, Dredge is a video game. It's really good. I have not played it myself, but I've watched others play it, and it was very interesting. There we go. So, like, most of the things I'm doing, I think, are just little like vibe-based modifications. And you could even add like, you know, these areas that are back here, why do we need to see them? Dredge has areas that are really, really high contrast in the way that they render for their character portraits, where we could just push the inside of the jacket fully to black. You could even push like parts of the inside of your hair fully to black and push some of your shadow areas fully to black, because that'll add a little bit more of that aesthetic style in here. We're like, see, now we're seeing more of the edge of the head. We could add dark edges there for the shading, a little bit more under your eyelashes or something, so we can see a little bit more. Honestly, this whole area up under here could be more covered. I like these little berets that are sort of acting like whiskers, but where they're sort of bordering your eyelashes, I'm getting a little bit of a clarity issue, because it almost feels like they're tangent. So I might tweak the shape of your eyelashes just a little bit, so that way they're not touching each other so much. Like this. I'm wondering if I can make them a little clearer. Yeah. But do you see how the little things I'm doing are increasing some of that uncanniness factor? Make them like compass arms. Oh, I see. Okay, I see that also. Compass arms, that's smart. I wonder if there's a way they'd read more like compass arms, because right now they're not fully coming across that way. I see what you mean, where they're sort of like peaked in the center of the way, almost like some kinds of stars are. Yeah, it is giving otter a little bit too, as a result of where they're placed. I think they need to be a little bit lower for cat, maybe? And maybe the ears need to be a little bit bigger to read as a cat. Thinking. I wonder why we're getting otter. Might just be that the cat ears need to be bigger, or that they're too high on the face. Maybe these just need to be moved down a little bit. But you're getting ocelot. Okay. I mean, ocelot I think is in the right direction. Let me see if I can continue sort of hacking some shapes in here. Make that uncanny vibe come through. I wonder if some of the clarity stuff I'm having with the eyes is coming from the fact that the eyelashes are going in front of the hair here. I wonder if you are one of the cases where we need to put your hair in front of your eyelashes, because it is in front on the other side. I think I was getting a little visually confused by that. Let's see. Yeah. I think this is moving in the right direction. But this is sort of, I guess, more like art style recommendations more than it is character design critiquing that I'm doing right now. So we should focus on the actual critique portion, I say, while I keep rendering it. God, I should just draw a character with this kind of style. Is what I'm figuring out here. Is it PNG VTuber? I don't know. This might be just like a character ref in some way. So turn that off. Step one, before I do other things, let's do a silhouette check. Invert that, get us a new layer here. So, you do have some visual weight in your silhouette around the arm region, but I'm wondering if we could make this just wider, so that we're getting more of that like diamond shape in the center of the design to stand out. But you are, other than your tail, entirely symmetrical. Should note that. There's like one little extra lump on the ear. Not a bad silhouette, but could still use a little more exaggeration maybe. I can do this without goofing up everything under it. Like, just flaring these things out a little bit more. It's gonna screw up all the stuff next to it, and I'm sorry about that in advance, but just because this is all I can do. Get smushed. Sorry. Focus, EG. PNG first, then I'll draw on rigor. There you go. Sorry. Sorry, I let the gremlins in my mind win. I was trying to make your arms more exaggerated, but I forgot what I was doing. Got lost in the sauce. But do you see, whoops, hang on. Do you see I'm flaring you out a little bit more around the waist just for more weight? You got sucked into a whirlpool, I'm sorry. Is she an otter? I think she's a cat, so I think the ears might need to be a little bit bigger. Oh boy, hang on. I might just have to draw them. Let's see if I can draw them. Might be a little strange. For a cat, maybe I feel like ears need to be more, like, upright? Like this? In the hat? Just, like, a little more exaggerated, maybe? Might also be because they're so far to the sides of the head. I feel like for cat ears, we tend to associate them with being a little bit more central, but you know what? Honestly, maybe just making them more pointed solved it. Let me reline these. That, and this is gonna go like that. Yep, okay, yeah. Mostly, I think I've just made them more pointed. But I think that's gonna read more cat and less otter. The shape of this one is kind of weird. What have I done? Yeah. I think that helps. Side cat ears are slightly annoyed cat ears. Ah, I see. That's a new redeem, I guess. What is a new redeem? Me squishing you? Crash like a bug. Weep. Really, fisherman's cat makes sense? Yeah. Wait, the earrings going through the hat? Yeah, I think there are earrings on the hat, but that's not uncommon to see as far as, like, I think they're just on the hat. Ow! Don't hit me. Hey. That's not, like, uncommon to see. I've seen, like, punk-style hats that will have just, like, earrings on them. I think they need to be outlined a little darker. They're a little too hard to see the way that they were. Yeah, small head mode crushes your head mode. Thanks. What, for me? Just get rid of my whole head? I don't think that's necessary. I don't think I need small head mode. I have big brain. What do I need small head mode for? When I have a brain this big. There we go, just increasing outlines on things. I think these are a step in the right direction. As far as color goes, the color design is very interesting. Your eye being the only thing that's blue does make it pretty focal, and amazingly, you have mostly managed to have red in the design and not have it be too distracting. So I will commend you for that, for sure. I can definitely give you a commendation for that. Face is pretty focal. You've got light colored for hair and a lighter skin tone, and they're not blending into each other, which also works well. Add rings to your clothing, call it alternative. You know the classic. People just stick bobby pins in their clothes and are like, ah, alternative. I've seen many a like Halloween costume where it's like, I'm going as a punk for Halloween, where they spike their hair and just put clothespins in a dark shirt. And I'm like, yep, okay, yep, got it. Eyes are drawn to feet because of contrast. I could see a claim for that being made as well. Also, I wonder if this is just one of those cases where we need ye old classic Squiiji sweeping gradient. Let's see. If I invert this, it's gonna make everything around it really strange, but let's see if this works. Yeah. There we go. Classic Squiiji sweeping gradient. Doesn't need to be that much, but just so that we're decreasing the... Hang on, go back. I actually need to... Again. A little higher. There we go. Yeah. Because that's reducing the contrast in the lower part of the body. Instead of black, that is, gray the boots. The boots could maybe also be the gray color also, to make them less distracting, but for me, this might be enough. Where if we have flat black, like I was suggesting, around the hair more, like maybe even if we're gonna use that color, maybe this color could be what this darker like back part of the hair is even. So then we're bringing it up around the face a little bit more. So you had like these little like bits of it showing out behind. I'll make them more angular. But then if all of this was filled in that color, we've made it less important that it's only in that lower part of the leg that's that dark. Just upping the contrast in places around the face, essentially. Let's see, I could also maybe make the eyelash on this side that color too. I wonder if you would benefit also from having like really like spidery eyelashes. Like that almost, where they get really, really thin. That's a little bit creepy. Yeah. Where then the contrast of that becomes more visually important, yeah. One does get muddy and less clean looking working around docks and fishing ports. That's true. Working in a lighthouse, I feel like isn't that dirty of a occupation compared to the others, other than getting rained on maybe. But potentially we could have a little bit of like these browns maybe come back as far as like mud on the boots or something goes, where we get a little like just a little dirt as a treat. Just a little bit of staining. Let's see. Yeah, I kind of like that. Missed the lighthouse part. Ah, yeah, sorry, it's not on screen the whole time. I get dirt. All right, if you want dirt, you can have dirt. We can put some dirt on here. We can dirt it up a little bit. I feel like dirt is also one of those really nice ways to add just easy asymmetry. Where right now, other than you've got your overalls open on one side. I love that as a fashion thing. I wear my overalls like that all the time. I'm actually wearing them like that as we speak. We need a little more asymmetry, and it might be just nice and easy if you just add a little bit of that dirt throughout the design, and that can be what adds the little bit of asymmetry that we need. A little bit of mud that's been splashed on you. I don't know. If you're outside the lighthouse, lighthouses are on like rocky shores where the water splashes around a ton. Yeah, that could be in there. Dirt is great, but cement is better. I don't agree with that statement. Needs more dirt. You want even more dirt? Always add more dirt. I don't want to overwhelm it with the quantity of dirt, but dirt is a good thing we can use to have like a variety of undertones maybe, and interesting shapes from things. But yeah, dirt. Give me a little more dirt. Yeah, roll around the mud for the bingo. See, we weren't doing it on purpose for the bingo, but I can see why you guys might like this because of the bingo. Yeah, but your, like, waders, I love these also. They remind me of, like, biologist waders. I'm not sure what they are. I think they're just socks with, like, the, I don't know what you call them, the garters that hold them up, and then your rain boot, like, galosh covers of some sort. But they make me think of biologist waders, which feel professional to me, even though I feel like that's not the right thing necessarily for a lighthouse worker. It feels like a biologist thing, but it seems right, which sometimes is all we need. Rain gaiters? Ah, okay, I see. Honestly, nice. They're good. I enjoy them visually for this design. And also, the detailing of for the shirt is a good kind of realistic feeling pattern without being overwhelming. I could see this existing on a sweater or a shirt in reality quite easily. It's just to keep the water out of the boots. Yeah, I think they are. I've never seen ones that are this specific style before in real life. I see what you mean. Just the shirt, it's so good. Yeah, it's a can of sardines, which is cute. Let's see, was there anything we didn't mention here? So I think most of the stuff I had was about style. I'm picking up the sort of like by the shore, but in sort of more like the northern lighthousey sense than I'm going to the beach angle. I get the cat part. I think those were the parts that you thought were important. You don't inherently look super like a fisherman. You look enough like a fisherman that I would assume that you live near there, but I don't think you are making us think you are a fisherman, which seems to be good. You didn't want us to. Thought the band-aid was fish-shaped for a second. It could be. Very easily could this band-aid be also fish-shaped. Now it's a fish. And a band-aid at the same time. Yeah. Can never escape the fish? No, can never escape the fish. But for a cat, that makes sense. It makes sense to be a cat with little bits of fish on the design anyway, too. What did we not talk about? Let me look at the rubric. Color palette. I genuinely like your color palette a lot. The yellow works really well. Your eye being blue also makes your face nice and focal. Your silhouette, I want a little more weight in, specifically around the bottom edge where your hands are. Complexity versus clarity, it was good. I didn't really have any concerns. You'd plushify pretty easily, I'd say. For focal point, I was just saying the face is good. For concept and motifs, dirt it up. Dirtyify it up. More dirt. Oh, for focal point, wait, hang on, I can't give you full points because we do have to use our sweeping gradient. And I want more dirt. Give me more dirt. I think we just need that for the asymmetry. Your silhouette, I may... Well, let's see. Hang on. Let me draw a ladder here and return your face to its natural state. Also, we can see the difference in scale between your model and the last one from how wide these lines are. So the bottom edge of that, this, your sleeves, pockets. There's a little bit of diagonal being formed from that and this. The mark here, your collar, your eyeballs, your hair is providing a little bit of a diagonal here. Your hat, your ears, and the top of your head. I think that's probably, I mean, this might also count as a line a little bit. How do you feel about this one, Shroomates? Smaller canvas, saving EG's GPU. Yeah, thank you. I am closing everyone after I go through their design today, which is also saving EG's GPU. My GPU gets real mad during stream sometimes. Ouch, oof, ouchie, oof, ouch, ouch, Shroomates, ow, ooh, ow, oog, ow. Yeah, ouchie, dangerous. I think this is definitely, we're giving a lot of dangerous ladder awards out here today, and I'm very proud to see them. Happy to see it. We have not seen a safe ladder in a while, and I'm so happy. I'm so glad. You've saved me from the safety of ladders. I don't need it. I don't need ladders to be safe. I need ladders to be crazy. So I think that's a grade. I think that's the grade, potentially. For your concept, I really want you to lean into the rendering. I don't want you to go just like stock standard anime on the rendering. If this is your drawing, or whoever's drawing this is, I want you to lean into spot blacks, more angular things. Like when I say spot blacks, that's like where I filled in behind the hair, more sharpness in the angles of things. You could have a little bit heavier of a line art style, but I think those are things that would help with the aesthetic you're aiming for here. And also help with the uniqueness factor, perhaps. Yeah, ladder's broken, OSHA mad, Squiiji. Usual. 3G typical. 2, 4, 7, 8.5, I think? Oh, Absolute Oopsie is skipping the design crit queue also. Absolute Oopsie, you're skipping your design queue. Would you like to go next? Because Rex has put off going next for a little bit. Or are you ready to go? Are you prepared? If you're prepared, we can look at yours literally right now. Right now next. We can look at yours. Think I'm ready now? Okay, let me stick this grade on here and give us a round of applause for Judeaboo, but Abstraloopsy, you can go next. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.5 out of 10. I think that's a good grade here. That's a line. Come on. Yippee! Round of applause for Judeaboo! Sorry I scrunkled your head, but I like your design overall. I skipped twice because I donoed 2. Dang, Rex, you're really you're really skipping the line. As soon as you're ready, Rex, we'll look at yours. It's okay, it happens. Yeah, psh, head squishing. Yeah, it just happens around here in the stream stage. It just happens. All right, Absolute Lipsy, where can I find your design? Where should I look? Is it in the submission form? Or is it in the Discord somewhere? We will grab you. Who needs a head anyway? Not me. Also, I have totally not been doing my bingo at all. We did have unique pupils earlier from Incinda. There were stars in someone's motif. I haven't stolen anyone's limbs yet. I did get points for art style and an unusual change. The hoof people have no shoes. There were a hoge. There was multicolored hair. I have not gotten off topic. I've been doing really good. Had a few submissions, but I just finished a new one. Hell yeah. Okay, here, I'll find your most recent submission then. Mismatch socks we did have. I haven't had drop shadows. 3. I made shoes bigger. Wow, I have really mastered the art of not getting bingo. I'm like 1 away in like 9 directions. Let's see. So, yep, there you are. Okay. Let's see if this is the most recent one. No, okay, hang on. So this is 986. Absolutely, did you submit it under a different name, mayhaps? Because there's only one coming up for you that was uploaded updated version? I do have a new one. Where is new one? New one. The most recent one seems like it was from a couple weeks ago in the critique submission form. As far as I can tell right now, I can refresh it and see if it missed it. Let's try again. Oops. Yeah, there's only one from you in the form. Come on the Discord. Yeah, could you stick it in live suggestions for me, please? So I can find it real easy. Or wait, or is it in stream events? No, it's not. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, stick it in live suggestions for me, and then we'll nab that. I will take this as an opportunity to eat fish cracker. How many designs have we looked at today? I closed them out, so I don't know how many we're at this point. Let's see. If I open the file they're saved in. How many was that? Am I locked in? Am I doing a good job? We looked at Incinda, Judebu, Nimbus, Onyx, Atia. Wait, so that's 6. That's 6. That's a normal Squiiji stream worth. That's a normal Squiiji stream worth, and we still have 3 hours, so it stands to reason that I could get through like 9 or 10 designs today, which we kind of need to, pace-wise. I'm doing pretty good. Doing amazing. Thank you. I promise I'm not fishing for compliments. I'm not fishing for compliments. I need a check of if I'm doing well as far as time goes. I don't want to move too quickly. At the same time, there's almost 30 in the submissions to get through. And some of them actually, even though there's less than 30 total submissions, or there's 30 about, some of them are for 2. So like Edward has 2 that we'll be looking at on behalf of Edward. And like Selma also donated twice. So like we get a lot. Welcome to boot camp. Yeah, welcome to Vtuber Design boot camp. I'm punching all through your paces. There we go. Thank you. Absolutely. Do you have any specific details for us? Or I can just read them from your most updated submission if we need to as well. Kind of just me, except I was an astronaut from the distant future that was given a bunch of stuff I wanted on a giant spaceship in exchange for going on a solo mission to the vast reaches of the universe. For science. All right. So this is Absdoodaloopsy, she, her. Oh, wait, no, I didn't paste it yet. Hang on. Yep, there we go. That's scary. The rendering on the inside there looks like a skull, which is very uncanny, but it works. It's focal for a face. It reads as a face. She, her, Absdoodaloopsy in all places. Let me put your tag down at least. Wait, hang on. There's an S there. There we go. Nope. Come on, mouse. Nope. Come on, mouse. Work with me. Put in the VGen request a couple days ago, but I saw the X post, so decided to drop a dono too. Honestly, good schmove. If you would like both of them, you can have both, but the queue right now for the VGen is like out till July almost. Scary. No, don't worry. It's not the tiny text. I had to scale it up. There we go. Did I spell that right? Absdoodaloopsy. Got it. Okay, yep, that seems right. Very good. Okay. Astronaut fella. Your art is so cool. Amazing lore drop, by the way. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy. New guy here. Well, welcome. Welcome to the shroom state. All right, me eat my fish cracker real quick. For fuel. I really am an endurance streamer, aren't I? Like at heart, I truly am an endurance streamer because it's been 4 hours and I'm like totally fine. We stood up, took a stretch earlier. I could keep going for another 4 hours probably. Like I feel totally fresh. T-posing for dominance, classic. Also T-posing in a way that makes me think you might be a 3D model at some point. 7 hour stream is crazy. Not for me, it's not. I feel like I haven't done one this long in a while, but I routinely would have like 5 to 6 hour streams within my first 2 months. Yes. Ha 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 ha. I know a 3D rest when I see one. Honestly, things like astronauts and robots are so good for 3D. They work so well for 3D. Because anything that is sharper angles or more geometric is the bane of live 2D. But it's fantastic and much easier in 3D, so it works very well. You can so easily yap for so long. I can also. Did put enough in the dono for a crit, but I want to throw some money your way since you've helped me with the previous design. Well, thank you. I appreciate you donating to the charity on behalf of the Shroom State for helping with the previous design. Thank you. EPs are taking over, so much homework. Nilo, do your work. Shroommates, get your work done, please. Also, you can work while I work. You can co-work. We can work together at the same time. You can listen while we work, right? I think a lot of us do that. Silly name, not so silly model, right? So, my first thoughts here. As far as silhouette goes, I appreciate your big old giant like backpack thing with these cords coming out of it. They're adding some interesting positive and negative space to the design. Let me get a thing I can draw with. But I feel like generally your silhouette needs a little bit more exaggeration somewhere. And I'm wondering if, because like right now, this is all reading as a spacesuit on the top part with the mask. This is pants over boots, which I'm not sure, like as far as my understanding of spacesuits goes, I feel like the pants usually end up tucked into the boots. And that might be a good opportunity for us to add a little bit more of that shape language I'm thinking of, where we could have just like, they don't have to be tall boots, but just like some sort of boot here. And then the pants can be like tucked into it and then flare out and be baggy where they're tucking in. And like we can see it like kind of like creasing over the edge of it. This might be hard because we're on a really light background. Wait, let me make the background. There we go, I gotta just erase this now. There we go, hang on, I should have just done that to start with. There we go, and now use this to carve that away. And then this could stick out there too, and like we could even like exaggerate it out around the knees a little bit more. But then we're gonna get a little bit more natural shape down there on the bottom edge. Yeah. High up enough on the leg, you can have a thick atmosphere seal there, but not so high that it strangles your calf muscles. It's a one suit type deal, but hole anywhere and big boom trouble. Yeah, I feel like tucking it in is a good move, potentially. So shaky when I'm excited. Calmness, roommates, calmness. Oh, we're talking about reading things, I see. But I think maybe tucking the pants in might be a good move to sort of make sense of them. Where for me right now, they feel kind of odd being out like bell bottoms. I feel like that doesn't work the way I think astronaut suits kind of work. And then same deal, I'm wondering about like exaggeration in like the chest plate or something too, where I feel like the chest plate could almost be wider. I have a question for you. In that, like, as far as the shape language goes of this design, it feels pretty masculine to me right now. But I'm wondering if that is your intent. Like, I might suggest going like that and making it real exaggerated, and you could like, hang on. Nope, not shift, control please. Like slope it in towards the body at the bottom, or like it could even bow out towards the center area. Body shape from below the chest is a bit flat. Yeah, like I'm trying to think of ways we could exaggerate it. Lean more masculine, okay. So I might make this bigger. Hang on, I shouldn't be doing it directly on top though. If I make this shorter and wider, I feel like that will make it lean a little bit more masculine, where with masculine types of designs, we're trying to emphasize like flatness on the sides of the hips and broadness in the chest often. So by exaggerating that a little bit in that manner, it might help. And then I'm trying to figure out what I would want to do for the hips then though, because it does feel like there's a little bit of a lack of interest happening around this area. But I don't want to add exaggeration because that might make it feel too feminine if I do too much of that. Honestly, this might be more than I wanted. Just a bit. Bulky suit, the shapes are gonna be smoothed out. Yeah, we wouldn't really know what the form underneath is anyway. I'm worried about that. Oh, we've been raided. My my noises aren't working today. What's going on? Hello, welcome in, Raiders. Wow, wow, wow. Is that the Squiiji wait, hang on. Is that with the Squiiji with underscores 3D? It's me. First name Squiiji, middle name underscore, last name 3D. Hi, Plumies. Welcome in. Hooty hoot. Shroommate, can you rotate for the Plumies, pretty please? Welcome in. I am Squiiji. Yes, I am the Squiiji underscore 3D. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. And today we are streaming for charity. We're streaming for Cure Cancer Australia today. We surged past all of our goals before I even went live in a moment of insanity, and we're doing design critiques for charity. So the fellows who you'll see us critiquing are fellows who made very generous donations to our cause here. Well done. Yeah, I'm super excited. I'm so proud of the streammates. We're putting some good work in here. Well, welcome in. How was your stream, fellas? What are you guys up to? I don't remember. I saw what you were doing today, but now I don't remember what it was, because for some reason I think you were doing work on the raffle winner, but I don't remember. You're raffle artist, but I can't remember if that's what it was. That might have been... Twitter's been funny. Twitter has not been nearly as functional as I would prefer it be. Was going to build a cozy library in Minecraft? Oh no, what do you mean was? What do you mean was? Ended up starting on an evil lair. Oh, okay. I was worried. I was worried you were to say you were making a cozy library and like burned it down or something. But an evil lair is a good thing to build. Was it for evil? Did evil make an appearance? Is that why we're building an evil lair? Or was it just on a whim? It's just like, it's that kind of day. Evil lair kind of day situation. Also, Shumates, if you don't know, Vil is another lovely artist. Good at character design, good at illustration, has a nice painterly style. Also does some character design challenges, if you're interested in that kind of thing. Yeah. Thank you, of course. If you're interested in character design challenges, you should look into Vil. Evil little lad, kind of like you maybe, yeah. But, Bloomies, if you guys need to do things like eating or drinking or meeing, please take care of yourselves and look after yourself. If you want to stick around and hang out with us while we do some crits for charity, you are welcome to hang out. But please prioritize looking after yourself, first and foremost. We're trying to figure out right now, we're looking at a design of Absolutaloopsy, top 10 name easily. We're trying to figure out a way to keep this design looking masculine, but also adding a little bit more exaggeration from sort of somewhere around like the hips and legs area. Thanks for having us. Of course, thank you for stopping by. It's always a pleasure to have the Plumies here in the Shroom State. Owls and mushrooms get along well. Somehow we're not eating each other, and I think that's a relief to most of us. The Shroomates hunger, but not for that. Also, well, hang on, wait. You can still pay art tax if you built something interesting. I mean, if you would like to. You can always pay art tax. Oh yeah, like chef, 5-star Michelin, thank you. Atya. You can still pay art tax if you like, as you are an artist. Doesn't have to be something you worked on today. Doesn't need to be. But it can be if you want. Are we evil? I don't think we're evil. I'm not evil. I can't speak for you because I don't know you, but I'm not evil at least. I'm very nice, I think. I think the Shroomates would call me kind. Hopefully. I hope the Shroomates would call me kind.
We hunger for concrete.
Yeah, they hunger for concrete. That's safe. I don't think there's any Vtubers that we would put in danger other than that one like Weeping Angel or like Gargoyle Vtuber. Wordy! Shroomates, you can't eat Wordy, okay? I don't know if Wordy's made of concrete, but please don't eat Wordy. I've just realized that. That's concerning. Please be nice to our rock Shroomates. I'm doing Googling. Because anytime I see these sort of like suit types of designs, I start thinking about Gundams. I have been in Gundam mindset for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. And there's one on my desk. There's like 3 in my living room. There's 2 on my windowsill. But the way that they managed to make their frames masculine, sometimes androgynous, but also well separated in a way that feels sleek, yet powerful, I feel like it's something that would work very well for designs like this, where like a lot of them will have interesting stuff happening on their shoulders.
Shroomates hunger for alts.
Alts? What do you mean alts? Art tax has been paid, the raffle prize? Bet. Let's see. Let's snoop. Hee. Snoop time. Raffle prize finished. Was this the raffle from... This was the Kegathon. Kegathon? Was that what it's called? Yeah, Kegathon? Raffle prize? Let me see. I have 8 million tabs open. Oh, lordy. Look how cute! Do you see what I'm saying? Very, like, nice, like, soft painterly style here. That's right. Yeah, there we go, I remembered. Ooh, like orange slices on the top. This is cute. Isn't this pretty? Look at this yummy art, Shroommates. I didn't cook it. I am wearing the hat, but the chef here was Vil. Inquisition gonna have to issue a protection squad for Wordy. Yeah, any of our Shroommates who are made of like rocks and stuff, let me know. We'll keep my son away from you, don't worry. His impulse control needs some work, but we'll keep him away from you as much as we need to. This is so cute! Yummy! Yeah, look at them eating. Yummy. Eating it up. Oh, double raid. Hello. Hi, Lukia. Welcome in, raiders. I am Squiiji, freelance artist Fungi, also an art educator. We're currently looking at art tax that was paid for by Wilhelm Vanderbos, who had raided us. But we are doing VTuber design critiques for charity here today. Hey, big dog. I've never been called big dog before. I appreciate it. I'm very small, and I feel like I'm very yappy, so I think Chihuahua is more so me. But I'm honored you'd call me a big dog. Welcome in. Lukia forced us to raid. We were forced. I mean, that is how a raid goes, huh? The streamer does say, bye-bye. I'm dropping you off at daycare. Bye. Big shroom, 3 apple tall. No, I'm 3 blueberry tall. Now you're all good. Hope the stream's going well. It is. It's going great. We've blasted through the initial goals. I had to add a new goal, which is, it's not saying what the goal is called, but the goal is, I think, called What the Heck Are We Doing? How have we done this? The Shroommates are working hard. Yeah. In the land of shrooms, the humanoid shroom is the big dog. You know, I guess so. I am taller than the Shroommates. The Shroommates are like Gary size. Doesn't take a lot to be tall around these parts, huh? Chihuahua, Eternal Rage. Yeah, I'm not angry enough to be a Chihuahua, I don't think. But, Lukia, how was your stream? What were you guys up to? What were you guys doing for stream? I think there was a shout out given, but I wasn't quick enough. I'm not quick with it. I didn't get to snoop and see what you were doing. Is this on spacesuit joints? Bulky? Ah, maybe. I'm Googling pictures of Gundams as we speak. Whoops, hang on, that's not where we are. What was I looking at? Close all of these miscellaneous things I have open. Dredge, talking about shape. Oh, here we are. There it is. Freddy Fazbear dating sim? What? Come again? What? That exists? That's crazy. I'd be fun with it. Not the Shroommates saying heyo. That's so silly. Well, it was peak, I promise. Okay, I'm glad. All that matters is that you had fun and that your fellas had fun with it. I hope you enjoyed.
Parent, how
That's
dare
crazy.
you? I am taller than them. You can see them next to me. I am big sibling.
Gary, you are a little bit taller than the rest of them. You're right. You are taller. Okay, I see. Just a little bit taller. That's fine. What about Ava? Ava's also probably a good point of reference here too. I'm just trying to see how they're handling like the hip area. Because for Gundam, they manage to have a very functional area around the hips that, despite the shape of it, doesn't read as a skirt. And I'm trying to figure out how they're doing that. Not Gundam game. Can I have... Like, give me a sand rock, please. Like, they managed to have the... Oh, the hips are even wider than the chest is. How? Interesting. We moved past this too fast. I don't have enough context to know what a Freddy Fazbear dating sim would be like in any way, shape, or form. It doesn't impact me. I can't fear it. I can't fear what I don't know, is my stance here. Was hot? I don't want to know. I don't want to, not you guys whoring. Was he not just the way he normally is? I actually don't want to answer that question. Don't answer that question. Actually, I don't need to know. Hi, Sushi Pogo. I am keeping us on the straight and narrow. Squiiji is say-so streamer of all time. I'm gonna keep us on the straight and narrow. We're gonna keep focused. Things, maybe I should look at the Avas too. But I think just to do a little bit of like draw over for shape language, this isn't really me placing colors or anything, but the reason why Gundams tend to feel still masculine, but questionably androgynous, is because they have all the weight in the top of their form, like this, which you kind of have, but then they tend to have these real big, like, shoulder pauldrons, which might not be practical if you are somebody in a spacesuit. But, you know, maybe they could serve some sort of purpose if we're doing something with tech. But then, yeah, they get like real itty bitty tiny waist. And then they have much more exaggerated like stuff around their knees and things like that. Are haughty. No! No whoring. Snatched waists. Yes, they have snatched waists. And then they have that like they wear that thing that is almost like a skirt, but I'm guessing because it's like panels, and then they have something in the center here that it doesn't feel like a skirt as a result. The legs stay narrow, but then they have something usually like really big and exaggerated happening around the knee. So legs could stay narrow and androgynous, and then the legs have their weight towards the center. So maybe I would tuck the pants in but put the weight higher, and then tuck them into the boots and make the boots like bigger. So like the foot box is like this big, maybe. You know what I mean? Then we're breaking things up a little bit more. Yeah, they got the like battle skirt thing and heels. Yeah, like samurai armor almost. But I feel like this might be what this design needs in order to feel like there's more exaggeration in the shapes. It's like this could stay where it is. I'm not really figuring everything out here. But just so we kind of get the general idea. Eyes could maybe be a little bit wider, maybe even. But the fact that this doesn't read like a skirt on them is kind of crazy. Whoring outlawed. Yeah, this is a no whore zone. No whoring, no laughing, no bears, no false. Yeah, we'll stay say so. Such big diva designs. They do. The exaggeration is so good. I think this might be some of the solution, is just making these considerations in the shape language where we exaggerate like the calves, almost like you've already exaggerated the shape around the gloves. I think that might be the way. Here, I thought my submission would cause problems. None of the submissions are causing problems. Don't worry, no problems here. No problems in the shroom state. Everything's great. This might not need to be so tall, but generally I think I would add some of these kinds of shapes to the design maybe, where you can keep the way that your armor is built currently. I think it just needs a little bit more exaggeration, and you could even have more of those little, like, I don't know what to call it, your little hoses? As if Helldivers minus the cape. Yeah, a little bit. I see a little bit of that. You could even have more of these like little hose things throughout. Somebody was saying also emphasizing joints, where right now the way this is bending, you'd want the flexible material for bending on the inside of a joint, I think. The outside can stay rigid, but you want the flexible material on the inside of the joint so it can bunch up. So theoretically, if you're making this for 3D, this would be, hang on, let me not do this on this layer. This would be on the front side, facing us, despite, because it would need to be on the inside of the arm. And then it could have its little like accordion pattern going on. And like you could even like shoot something around the whole arm or something. Put your trim back on there, and then you draw your little accordion lines back on again. So you can tell it's kind of like folding out and in. Sort of. Yeah. I'm gonna go to jail? No. Things are maybe hopefully working again. I hope they're working for you, Amber. I hope they are working. Yeah, common rider outfits could also help. They got similar shapes. Yeah, a lot of spacesuits I looked at had that on the outside. On the outside, really? If the spacesuits have it on the outside, then trust it. But if it's, like as far as 3D modeling goes, this is the inside of the elbow. If it's on the outside, then it would need to be completely invisible to us right now. So it'd be the opposite of this then, because the back of the elbow faces back in space. Like the tip of your elbow is back in space for 3D modeling. So that might just be an important thing, because having it on top doesn't really serve much of a function. I'm like doing the gestures with my arm to see what my arm does. Battle skirt speaks Spartan. They did the skirt thingy. Oh, I might also feel a little bit Spartan too. But yeah, Common Rider and Gundam might be some good things to look at for adding a little more variety to your shape language here. Make it a little more exaggerated. Your pared down color palette isn't too bad, but I almost find myself wanting this faceplate to have some other color on it so that it becomes more focal. I've just stolen the color off of your American flag that you have. Interesting to note that this fella is American, despite being in some futuristic space-time. There we go, let me fill this. And then, I want to do that like hard light, maybe? Yeah. Blue. Kamen Rider does have a space season? Does it really? I didn't know that. That might be perfect to look at then. That might be a good resource. Where's community service? You must attend every EG stream until the end of time. Oh my gosh. Amber's quite the enforcer, huh? For whoring, you must pay the price. The price being, you have to attend all my streams forever. You're stuck here with me now. I'm just adding these colors because they were already in the design. But like, wouldn't this be interesting? Maybe. Might be too much, but look, a little red in the mask, right? Cool, right? I could honestly see a little bit of those colors also coming into the chest here. I don't want to make you just red, white, and blue. They were just the colors you already had. But I think I just yearn for a tad more color throughout, but only a little. Like, that's probably enough. Just a little bit. I think that adds a little more specificity. I'm not that patriotic. Okay, so take what I've made blue and make it like teal, and then take what I've made red and make it like orange or something. And then you have a solution. I could even just, hang on. What layer is this on? Edit, total correction, hue. Here, look, green. Now you're not patriotic anymore. Happy Memorial Day. Happy Memorial Day. Now you're Colgate toothpaste. Give yourself 2 colors in your mask is what I'm saying. The glass of this mask should be 2 colors, and then whatever this is on the chest should also be 2 colors. Doesn't need to be Murica. We don't need to do we don't need to be red-tailed hawks. But just want a little more color mayhaps. And then if you have any like little details that are on like the backs of the gloves or something like that, that could be a good place to bring those colors in sort of subtly as well. Yeah, Murica. Could be British. Could be British except for the fact that there's an American flag right here. Oh, it's a kilometer. I know what a kilometer is. I know what kilometers are. I know all of the metrics because I have a chem degree. What was your old design? Is it in the submission form? Is that what this version is? Whoa, much crazier. That's a good body block out. Wait, hang on. Hang on. I want some of this exaggeration in the legs back. We've been... Hang on. Come here. This, I agree, is too much, just a little bit. But the way you've handled like these like armpit areas, the exaggeration in the legs, while it does feel a little bit more feminine, and it's maybe not what you wanted in that manner, it is neat. It adds interest to the silhouette as well as the shoes, as well as the feet. I like some of this detailing that's here, and I wish you would bring some of this back. Maybe not all of it. Like, I could see some of this texture being good to bring back throughout the other design, the other version, and this softness, I guess, on the underside of the arms? Hang on. Hello, Phil Art again. Here. I feel like, yeah, there were good shapes here that I think we've lost. See how there's like diagonals and more of the shapes here as well, where we're losing some of the diagonality? This looks like very different vibes for the same character too, so I will ask you, this character feels like they are evil. Very poison adjacent. Yeah, space punk astronaut. The color is just a little too much. Here you seem like you are someone who is just like an adventurer, and we are supposed to get the ideas of like purity and heroism and those things from instead. What kind of vibe do you want? What vibe do you intend for in this design, potentially? Because I think we could bring back some stuff from the other version. to here. And the exaggeration was real good. Hi! Seems from your videos, your Vtuber design is super inspiring. Thank you! Working on creating mine too, starting with the 2D version. Your work's been a great reference. Oh, I'm glad! Good luck in your creation process. I'm glad I could help. Why having Daikon leg, by the way, in Space Punk? I don't know. I mean, could have full, like, this leg is fully just like a crazy boot, which would be interesting. And I do appreciate the side view of the helmet too. It's nice. I appreciate the detail on the side of it and the back of the box as well. I don't know. I feel like there's some parts of this that could come back in here, but I do appreciate how much more pared down this is. It's less visually overwhelming. Yeah, this one does look interesting, right? Love a giant boot. Let me also, hang on, so we were talking silhouette. We want more exaggeration in the silhouette. Not sure what vibe I want exactly. Just know that I started at the old one. As I started the old one, it started to get a bit chaotic. Yeah, I think there's an in-between. The old one, I think, is too chaotic just because there's too many stripes. Where, like, if we got rid of this stripe and this stripe, and then maybe, like, this stripe and this stripe, and then brought that green back somewhere higher, like, maybe if it's like right there. Hang on, I'm thinking. This fishnet in this region feels a little bit strange to me. I feel like that could be like something darker. Feels a little bit odd. But like we could bring some of the white into this one if we wanted to. And then that could be sort of like an in-between. And then like make this be wide the way it was. This is gonna be hard to draw on top of because I have checkering in the background for some reason. It's like fake PNG right now. This isn't transparent, it's fake. But like if we brought the sleeves from the other one over, added some more of that white back in, I feel like we could have a winner here. Iji's thinking, run for your lives. Yeah, never before seen thing with Squiiji before. Thinking. Tried to do giant boot in 3D, could figure out how it would work. What do you mean? Like from a side view? I feel like that might be the only place that's confusing. From a side view, I would assume that this boot is probably gonna go like that, where we just can't see that it's shooting forward in space. And just make it really chunky and angular, perhaps. So like this is the whole toe box and this is the furthest like forward point. And then, you know, like this would become kind of like crawling up the side of it. In here, right? I feel like that would be how I would execute it to make sense of it in 3D. I like the boot. Fake PNG. Yeah, my bane. I'm sure Absolute Loopsy did not submit a fake PNG on purpose. I think it's Google Drive's fault. Until later, infinite time on my hands. Ah, okay. Oh, so like this is the base and you added your own personalizations to it. I like that as like just like an angle for character design. I wonder. Nope, that might feel like a skirt. I'm trying to figure out how I could. Like, I feel like you need something like right here still too to cover that area, but I think that with the arms of this one, whoops, hang on, spoiler. With the arms of this one and the mask also modified, I feel like this would be the winner with a little bit of paring down. I think we're close. DIY girly, gender neutral. Yeah. Yes. Are you mentioning Lovecraft? When you said old one, I thought you meant like Lovecraft or something. Oh, no. Nope. Not me. I don't tend to talk about that fellow very much. He was quite interesting. But I think this might be going in the right direction for us here. Like, it's like a belt or something. Something. So there's something to be had here. Like a repeat of the shape or something. Yeah. So I'm kind of torn here because I don't really know if I want to grade this one. Because I feel like this one is getting closer. This is pared down, but this just had a little too much. It could use a little more of that white on it. Take these arms and gloves and the mask the way I've edited it here and put it on this one, and I think we might have a winner. Make that whole area the flat color. Could just make this whole area the flat color. I feel like, yeah, maybe the fishnet is just a little bit odd down there. But I did want some kind of detail here in this area where I'm trying to make it be like angular like that was. But I think Yeah, that might be in the right direction. This, if I square it off a little bit, might not feel as feminine as it was feeling before. And if we were to drop this so that it's lower in the point, that might also feel less feminine if you like straighten these out as angles also. If that was part of our concerns for what we were doing. Make these like wider. Theoretically, make this like really stick out like a collar almost around the leg. Yeah. Yeah. I think this is working. So, for grading, if I'm grading this one, here's my grade. I think it needs more interest as far as color goes, and it feels like it needs a little bit more detail. The silhouette is good, but needs another push, and the face isn't super focal, the chest is more focal. The face is uncanny, which I think is drawing my eye in a little bit, but not as much as it could be. And then for concept, I'm getting this sort of outer space angle, but I feel like I'm not getting as much personality. I feel like it's a much colder interpretation. I enjoy the detailing with the colors that your character has added to the spacesuit on the other version, and I kind of want that back. So for the one you'd submitted for today, I think I would give, what is this? 3, 4, 5, 6.5 out of 10. Is that what that really is? Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6.5 out of 10. Ooh, this one. Just needs a little more push in the interest factor. Meanwhile, this version, if I were to give it a grade, I think it is a little... The color is more interesting. The silhouette is also mostly stronger. It's a little bit visually overwhelming, which I might take a point out here for, and the focal point still isn't quite the face. For the concept motifs, I think I'm understanding it more clearly, so I would give that maybe a 2, 4, 6, 7, 8.5 out of 10. It's closer. I think they're somewhere between the two of them. If you need help figuring out how to make these shoes work in 3D, I have a feeling that the Shrewmates, there's enough of us who are 3D modelers, we can help you figure out how to do that. If you would like to do them. Yeah. But I didn't even show. This body blockout is good. Hang on. Just to like show off. Look at this. This is nice. Good definition on the shoulders and forearms. Good work. Yeah! Round of applause! Still newish, but do you do their basic thumbnailing too, like simplifying method? I don't like simplify over top of them myself to check if they simplify easily. I don't know what you mean. I don't really make a thumbnail version of the designs we look at, but it is a good thing to do when you are designing characters. I do it when I'm designing my own characters, for sure, but I'm not really doing it for people whose designs we're looking at on stream inherently. So here, let me file, save as, this is abso2, oopsie, OG, that's the old one. And then this one is save as abso2, oopsie, there we go. Yippee! Lots to think about now? Yeah! Also, I will, like I did before, when we did a bunch of the Shrewmate crits on stream, I can stick these in... I don't remember where that was. Whoopsie, hang on, spoiler. I can stick these in the one area... Where was that? I think it was in Advice and Critique? I had made a thread where I was sticking them before, so you guys can have access to them after stream, so you can see my notes and my edits. So I can stick them in there for you guys, so you have access to them, again, more easily. Yeah. Your thumbnails are good chibis for my collection. Oh. I think some of his stories might have been secret cries for help considering his mental health and the fact that he inserted his cat into a story where its owner goes insane and eats someone. Oh god. Lovecraft is not doing so well. I'm aware of that much at least. Jeez. But of all the designs you've seen so far, which one are you most likely to buy a plushie of? Oh boy, that's a really hard question. That is... I don't know. I mean, theoretically at this point, I've seen more than across my live streams and my private consultations and just the private notes I've left people, I've seen well over 400 designs. And a lot of them, as a result of that, because I don't get to spend that much time with all of them, like maybe a half an hour to an hour at most, my memory of the older ones isn't as clear, so I feel like I can't answer that fairly because I feel like compared to the average person, I have seen more VTuber designs in the last year than I think any of you have ever seen. Like, period ever. I think I've seen more. Yeah, it is difficult. Like, VTuber designs that I would like to have a plushie of, I think is a different question. If I can just pick from any VTubers I know and like in general, maybe. Me, they'd get a plushie of me. All right, Truemates, watch your egos. I'm kidding. I've seen a lot. Honestly, a lot of really good ones. I would love to see how Spicy Noobles would become a plushie. Honestly, I feel like that would be a good one. That'd be a whack plushie. Head floating in soup as a plushie would be neat. Also, I feel like Cable Gore would probably plushify into a cute little Halloween-looking creature pretty well. That I would like. Yeah. 1 more hour to donate. No, you should have 2 more hours to donate. Does it say 1 more? You should have 2. Hang on, let me check. It should be. Ouchie! Hey, no bonk! You should have 2 hours left for donating. Is it not? Oh, wait, it's ending at 6 for some reason. Hang on, let me fix that. Should have 2 hours. There we go. Fixed. Real. Yeah, Cable Gore's the one I first thought of for plush, right? Cable Gore's very simplified, but has good shape language and good color layout that I feel like would work really well for a plushie. So I think that would work pretty well. We're talking just in general VTubers who I would want a plushie of. I want... Actually, that's a good question. Who would I want a plushie of? Low-key, I've fallen into the category of people who are interested in the designs of Haka and Gavis Battle because they look like kind of like lesbians. And the two of them do a bit about that. It appears to be frequently. But low-key, maybe one of those ones I would want. I don't know. Mood? Yeah. The kinds of designs that I tend to like are, I do like elegant designs that are somewhere between feminine and masculine that are kind of androgynous. So like for personal taste, those might be ones I would want. I don't know. Have you turned yourself into a markable plush yet? No, not yet. Not yet. Someday. We'd have to be able to run a campaign for it, and you have to sell, I think, like 50 to 100 of them. And I'm not certain that we'd be able to complete the campaign at this point. I don't know at what point I will be sure that we could, but I don't want it to be a situation where I get everybody's hopes up and then we don't succeed to get them, you know? So I'll have to figure that out. Be of little faith. No, it's not that I'm of little faith. My greatest fear is that people would pledge to support it or something, and then there wouldn't be enough and people wouldn't get them. Like that's terrifying as a concept to me. So that might be the kind of thing where like after like we have a partner celebration, we give it another like 6 months maybe and see if we're at a point where I'd feel confident enough to do that. I don't know. My greatest fear is promising things that I can't fulfill. So I would not want to do that, unfortunately, yet. But someday down the road, I will promise you that we kind of have to have a plush EG at some point. Kind of have to, right? Yeah, joke's on you making my own plush EG. You can make your own plush EGs. One day I'll finish the crochet design. It's been a year since I started it, lordy. I just haven't had time. So maybe someday, yeah. Edited versions of characters you critiqued before. Oh, that's fine. We're gonna edit, I think, not immediately next, but very soon, an edit of Selma. Because we critiqued Selma on stream before, but we're critiquing an edited version of Selma on stream also here. Wait, do a Kickstarter that if it doesn't reach the goal, we get the money back. But the problem with Kickstarter is that Kickstarter keeps some of the money. So I don't get all of the money that we'd need for the fundraising for it. And if we raised it that way, I'd have to get the manufacturing done myself, I think. I don't know if I'd be able to source it out the same way. I don't know. I'd do some research to see how that works. Take 5 Narissas. You know, Narissa would be also nice. Narissa's also a good fella for a plushie, yeah. This is true. Silky, yeah, so here is just a character submission from Riraku. Have you noticed the amount of text on screen right now? We're gonna see a trend for the next 2 models we look at. Look at this one. I'll just flash us to the next one. That's my shroom age. Look at them. You wrote me an entire short story. Yeah, specifically those two. You two, very wordy, huh? I left out not having the colors fixed strikes again. So much more saturated than on mine. Oh, really? Okay. Here, I can try and edit it. Also, I put a dark background on because I couldn't look at, I couldn't see your hair until we put a dark background on it. So, let's do some reading, crewmates. Let me take a sip of my beverage to prepare myself for the reading here. Trying to not be too bad, was holding back. It's okay. I don't mind the paragraphs. I will say, for the intents and purposes of the critique, though, we just need an elevator pitch, more or less. Like, we don't need a whole life story. We just need sort of relevant details. The elevator pitch. I am a freelance artist, fungi, art educator, mushroom. And those are the things that are relevant to my visual design and understanding me visually. So theoretically, I don't need to give you more than that, despite the fact that I was born in a lab and don't have feet, and, what else is there around me? I take over the bodies of others. There's like a weird, dark, and evil version of me that we haven't really heard anything about in a couple months. I'm kind of wondering what they're up to. Yeah. But there's not a ton. But let's do our reading here. Also, I think this is like 10-point font. All beeps are done in Gary's voice. Great note. World setting, which I guess for this is important. This isn't a VTuber design. This is Riraku's character, Silky Adeline Klein, she, her, created by Riraku. Wait, there's a what? What? Huh? There's a, what? Is there something written in here? What do you mean? Not, hang on, we'll get there. Beep. Thank you, Gary. World setting. In a beep verse. On a planetary system that was colonized for mining resources early in humanity's colonization of the galaxy closest to Earth. Only takes half a year or so to send messages, not multiple years or decades to send messages. Travel generally does take decades, but for space, that's not bad. The older families who established the colony run things, like rich oil barons who are all snooty about newcomers. They cling to their roots from Earth. So many dress in admittedly their old or costumey interpretations of traditional clothing. Think American Irish on St. Patrick's Day, when it was their great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather who was Irish. Classic. The less connected a family is to Earth, the more middling shade of darkish beige they are, and more racially ambiguous, dressing in practical, genderless, futuristic types of outfits. When the generic predisposition to beep, beep, and beep showed up in humanity, why have you censored your own thing? I know you said something about making it safe for work. Are these beeps to make it safe for work? What were these words? Or are these just lore things that you're not telling other people yet? Well, families reject beep, while most people just adopted it, and it's well-known symbol part of life to those with beep. Does not say so. The implications? Huh? I'm not even figuring out what the implications could even possibly be. I'm sure we're insinuating something, but I have no clue what it is that you're insinuating. I am so fully in the dark. I don't know what that means, but okay. We'll continue on. Redacted. Yeah, you clearly are redacting. Cursing RDR2 style, thanks. So, the name? Silky Adeline Klein. She's 19 to 20. Height is shorter than Squiiji. You wanna go? You wanna fight? You wanna fight? They're actually not shorter than me. They're taller than 3 blueberries tall. Hey. Can you even say what type of universe trope it is? Because the name does not say so? Huh? I can't even fathom how that works, Selma. What? How do you have an unsay-so universe name? What? I'm like so curious. I'm so curious. I don't know any way for you to tell me without telling everyone and ruining our say-so-ness, but I am so curious now. That's the problem with hiding it. It's a... Oh, BL verse most commonly. Oh, okay. Like it was BL verse most commonly. Okay. I don't know. As in, it's a verse that exists in BL most commonly? Oh, you can... Okay. I unfortunately know what that is. Okay, I see. That's not... You can say that word. Oh, not... Okay, not that. Never mind. Okay. Never mind, I don't know what we're talking about. Hang on, you can say those words. As long as you don't go into detail on them. I can't fathom. Can't fathom what it might be. I don't think I'm gonna find out, but that's okay. Animal's white rabbit. The beep trait is beep. Jangle's key from safe distance. Sorry. But we can say the words of those things. Just saying the word isn't inherently inappropriate. Just because it's something that is used in a trope that is often executed in an inappropriate manner does not mean that the trope itself is inappropriate. So Earth background. Did you know our family is descended from German royalty? Yes, our founding member was a young Mitglieder des Königshauses in the early 21st century. Our little Silky is practically a German princess. Okay. Severely edited character description. Silky is the only child to one of the oldest families in the colony. She's been kept pretty sheltered her whole life and has a rather non-confrontational personality. Never actively rebelled, but any therapist would say she's functionally depressed. Okay, that's sad. Her family, ignoring any extra genetic beep, has trashed her health as well, but they just think she's a traditional Earth girl who needs to not think hard and marry into a good family. Ah, rip. Okay. In reality, she's quite curious, interested in much higher education. Instead of marrying, finds 3 beep 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 beep, and somehow gets hit with the bonk bat by Squiiji Saturday night when writing this Amazing people who help her stand on her own and find her own path in life. Goal for design, stories about taking tropes from beep and beep webcomics and subverting them. Here's the problem. Here's gonna be the problem is that I'm... so much has been redacted, I don't know if I can help you with concept, unfortunately. Because I don't know what the beep and beep universes are. I don't know if you're subverting them. I don't know what we're doing with them visually. Help! And this like beep trait, which is beep, are we supposed to be able to get that visually from looking at the design? I won't know. I don't know what they are. Straight prawn comics. Okay, you know, actually, yeah, Ryuko, can you DM me what is going on here? I just need to know. I won't discuss it if it's inappropriate, but I just need to know at this point. I feel like I'm going crazy. Don't be afraid of your writing. No need to hide it like this. Yeah, these are kind of in Morse code at this point. Her design is ridiculous while also trying to poke fun at it. What is it? Concern, having just started on designing her outfits, is to temper the she walked boobily down the stairs trope without erasing it completely. Also figuring out interesting ways to reference her partner's respective animals, Wolf Bear and Purple Martin respectively, with their backgrounds, Korean, Scottish, and African American. I also want her before to be reserved without being plain. She's still doted on only child, rich girl from high society, still supposed to be cute even if the costumes don't look entirely like they suit her frame. Too stiff, formal for her age. Okay, noted. Yes, there is a Shroomate server, yes. Oh my god, they were Shroomates. Yes, that does exist. You are welcome to say that there. So, okay, we got a lot to work with here. You know, I am getting the, boobily aspect happening here. I do see that visually. Yeah, what a tail. So I'm guessing this is the design that she is wearing at home, perhaps? Before she gets to like go off and do her own thing, and this is once she gets to do her own thing, maybe? Potentially, question mark? Speaking in Yoda, we're not speaking backwards at least. So I kind of see what we're doing. Early comic, okay, yeah. So I am seeing more of like the traditional influence here. I appreciate the exaggeration of the big giant, I guess this is a hair tie, hair ribbon, good sleeves. I see what you're saying about wanting to feel like a little bit like awkward on her. Like, doesn't look like it suits her properly, which you're doing intentionally, but as a character designer, it does hurt me just a little bit. But I know you're doing it intentionally, so that's fine. I feel like the skirt pattern is very specific, so that works well. Honestly, trust Ryuko to have good fashion sense. What else did we expect here? I will say, you knew this, you knew I was probably going to say this. You knew this from just, you submitted the thing, you were like, oh, I'm gonna get yelled at for light hair on light skin. It's not terrible. It's not terrible, but I think you could make it clearer. Right now, there's just a little bit of clarity happening in the face where, for me, the focal point here is irrefutably the shirt. It's so dark and everything else is not. My weakness is fashion, but less character design. Your weakness is not fashion. What do you mean? What, huh? This is so dark, and nothing else is as dark as this, so it is going to steal all the focal point very readily. The thing that is tough about having a character that has light hair, but we want to give them really dark, high contrast clothing, is that we have to do something to increase that contrast in the face. I know that wanting to have light colored eyelashes, they're really pretty. But if we outline them in black instead of outlining them in a lighter color, that might be able to give me enough contrast that I can see the eyes a little bit better from a distance. Might be too much. I might have to modify how I'm doing this a little bit. That's scary. Never mind. Focus on fashion. I have to struggle to make them character design. Honestly, would you be mad if she just wore mascara? There's a reason why we use black for eyelashes most of the time. And we could have some of the lighter bits inside of it as like highlights, maybe? But right now, we're giving blue-eyed stare and low contrast in the face in a way where like I just can't see very well. I'll bring some of the light parts back on top and see if that works. When I have a bunny feel. What is a bunny feel for eyes? Because for rabbits, I think of eyes that are very glossy and dark. Yeah, we could do eyeshadow instead, but when I think of like a rabbit's eyes, I think very dark. Intensely for light eyelashes. Light eyelashes are not easy to work with and not a thing that I enjoy working with. White red eyes bunny, but with lilac. Classic Ruko moment. We put lilac in it. Red-eyed bunny with lilac. I don't know if they inherently are giving me anything inherently rabbit-like with the way they look right now. The red eyes might work if we made them red instead, or if we made them like, there's all these purples throughout the eye in here, but the eye still feels really bright. Let me just fill this in and see if maybe the detailing is what's causing it. Like we can, the eyes need to have contrast. We can have some really dark purple parts of it, and we can have those like really brighter blues. But maybe if just the eyes themselves have some darker tones and some mid-tones, that'll pull us in a little better to the face. Yeah, hang on, that's helping a little bit. And then I can make this section lighter again down here at the bottom. And then maybe just the iris needs dark outline around it, potentially. I'm trying to figure out how I would want to handle these eyes. But I think I just need the contrast somewhere in here. Yeah, okay, I'm getting the eyes a little bit clearer from a distance now. Yeah, dark ring, reddish edges to the eyes, trying to at least... We could make them a little bit more red around the edge. What do you mean, like this? Where you have like the eye line being red? Or do you mean having red around the iris itself? Or you could have it come a little bit warmer maybe. Like around the edges. Traditional German costumes. Yeah, dark rimming around the outside of the iris I think is the right move for them. I think also, don't be afraid of making the sclera have a darker shadow inside of it. Because that can also be one of the things that can make eyes and designs feel kind of uncanny. Because right now, the shadow in the eye isn't getting darker, it's just getting more saturated. Where I feel like if we add a little bit of darkness in here, it'll make the eyes pop a little bit more, and then it'll clarify the upper edge of the eyelashes. If we're going for somebody who is trying to dress traditionally and sort of like, you're saying, not to say like plainly, but like more reserved in a way where they're trying to emulate, oh, Earth, the cottagecore, traditional. I don't know if eyeshadow would inherently make a lot of sense But we could try something where it's like just like a natural color, where it's something like brown? Maybe around the eye? Just because I can't clearly see the eyelashes against the skin tone either super well. Let's see if this helps. And then I might blend it out so that way it's not as stark of a transition line. But like that might also help, even if it just feels like we're making the eyes more sunken, more shading. Yeah, hang on, that's helping. I think we're getting there. So I don't want to change things that are important to the way that you want to design the character. There's always a way to make something work. Let me fill this all in and see how much that's going. Give the eyelashes some shadows. We could also do that. That's a thing that I enjoy doing when I draw, is I will put drop shadows under eyelashes, which is totally unrealistic and that's not how eyes work. But it is visually interesting. So yeah, like that helps a little bit. I feel like that's a step in the right direction. Maybe another multiply layer. We could do shadows under the eyelashes. And that really emphasizes their length too, if I do that. If they sort of sit a little bit off from them, like that. Let's see. There's also adding detail in the face, which may also help bring the focal point more so to the face too. Let's see. Yeah, hang on. So eyes before, eyes after. So I think they're holding a little bit more of their own weight. I'm also wondering with the hair, even on hair, for people who have really light colored hair, you are still going to get relatively dark tones in certain places. Let me make this one. You are still going to get dark pockets of shadow, and they could be smoothly blended out so that they don't feel as harsh if we're trying to keep it looking pastel. But the hair doesn't have a lot of volume to it right now, despite, like, the hair has volume in the way that it's drawn, but the way that it's rendered isn't really supporting that volume super clearly. So just by adding a little bit more of this, we might be able to get some more of that volume in, and that might also clarify where the hair is a little bit more against skin. Just kind of filling this in. Also where the hair is overlapping on itself as well. And like behind the head would probably be darker. Then this is behind something. And I could blur it out so it feels a little bit softer. It feels a little intense right now. Yeah. Who needs realism? Not me! Character could walk straight off of a simplicity pattern at the craft store. Oh! Yeah, it seems like they're kind of cosplaying traditional clothing almost, based on like the lore that Riku had given us, where they're sort of, it's like the way people who are barely Irish dress for St. Patrick's Day, which is like, they're just wearing green. But by having these darker colors in the hair, if we go even lighter with some parts of the hair, the contrast will be felt more fully. It'll make where the hair is really bright feel even brighter. Just pushing the contrast a little bit, so like, just do a little bit more of this rendering. Because then we can take these really bright sections against the face maybe, so then it's separating it from the skin also a little bit more. And then I'll smooth that out because it might be just a little bit too much right now, but kind of get the idea. Shading. Hang on, it'll take me a second. I feel bad, I'm kind of like just doing re-rendering right now, but for the clarity that I'm aiming for. The hair still feels pretty bright, but now the hair has more depth. You see that from a distance? And honestly, we could still even go darker with the shadows under the hair probably too. Where was my multiply layer for the eyes? Oh, maybe. If you have your drop shadow really solid, doesn't have to be that dark, maybe I do need a separate layer for that. then that'll be all we need to clarify the hair against the skin tone. Woo. There. Now I can clearly see your hair, see where your face is. I think that works. Showing you with the colors, but general look of demure traditionalism. Lore is my hack for having traditional elements but not needing to spend hours properly representing a dozen different ethnic backgrounds. Ah, I see. By setting it in miscellaneous fantasy places, you don't have to worry so much. But anyways, take all the things that we applied here to the hair and eyes for clarity's sake and just move them over here also. I do like the brighter lips here though. They do make the face more focal. The yellow around the face helps a little bit as well. What we're putting down. For the second outfit, I feel like this blue is kind of distracting. I feel like the skirt could almost be like more of a jean color, and that might feel a little bit easier on our eyes. This teal is just a little too much. Like something like this and then maybe desaturated just a little bit. Might be a little bit easier on the eyes. Let's see, try that. And then desaturation. Where's saturation? There we go. And then I'll turn it down. It's gonna take all of it first, but then I'll reduce it a little bit after. Oh, shading, yeah. I don't know how to make shading interesting while I say things, so I just make noises. That is the Squiiji way. Yep, there we go. So like something like that for the skirt is a little bit more natural. And then the shoes are just too close in color to the skin color right now, where this pink could probably just be darker. Like they blend so thoroughly that I had to ask myself for a second if this character was wearing shoes. So don't be afraid to just give like a slightly darker color for the shoes. There we go. There we go. Nice. Okay, so generally, those were things that were about clarity and about color. Don't know to DM you to explain the beeps. Honestly, I will permit you to DM me for just the purpose of explaining the beeps. Just tell me what the beeps are about. You can send me a Discord DM. I will permit it for this specific occasion. just this once. I feel like I do need to know. The only other thing about this outfit for me is that it doesn't feel as specific as I feel like it could. Like the shoes feel too general. This feels like somebody who is finally getting the freedom to dress the way they want, and I like the way that we're using this ribbon that's being tied around the waist and around the shoulders. That feels very specific. The way that this is like almost a skirt, but maybe it's shorts underneath, I'm not sure, but with this ribbon coming around, this also feels very specific. I feel like the shoes just don't have as much design put into them as they could have. And granted, I know that in real life, a lot of shoes don't have that much going on with them. They do end up being very visually just kind of basic, more or less. Like, you know, you just get the pumps that are one solid color, and that's how they are sometimes. I also hate designing shoes. Don't get me wrong here, Ruruku. I also don't like designing them. But do you know what I do is I just Google like runway shows, pop in like a weird like Alexander McQueen and a random year, or just like any miscellaneous brand, and look for like pump shoes and see what weird things they do with them. Where sometimes it'll be like, okay, well they've designed them like this, but they're like, okay, well what if we put like a white sole on them for some reason? What does that add? Or they'll be like, okay, well they actually have like a weird little like pattern thing on the front of them or something. I don't know. They do like all kinds of odd things that you wouldn't think of. But finding those real references to see what they do to add interest to what are just otherwise kind of basic shoes can be quite good. Might have given up for now. No, don't give up! Never surrender! Never give up! Never surrender! I'm T-posing at you. You're not allowed to give up or surrender. Tie a ribbon. Honestly, yeah, you already have those ribbons elsewhere. Could just... If Girly likes ribbons, give her another. Why not? Let me put my outline on this so I can see it. Ooh. There. And then, I don't know, across the top. And then those will feel more specific as a result of that. And like a friendship bracelet. Could wear an anklet of some sort if she's being trendy. Her outfit feels a little bit early 2000s to me, so an anklet might also be just like an interesting little thing to add there since she's already wearing jewelry too. Got like a gold ring necklace with some blue and purple. Or just like a funny little anklet that has some sort of like charms on it or something also. She likes charms. Feed ship. Oh yeah, Bren ship. I think I read it correctly at first. Is she a Chihuahua? I do see Chihuahua as an animal reference also, yes. I don't know if I'm seeing the bunny angle here. Also, I'm wondering what I could do to make that more apparent? I don't know what things are associated with rabbits if we're not getting too animalistic. Smallish, whitish, and fluffy, I guess. I mean, here's the other thing. She doesn't feel short. Just looking at her, doesn't feel short. Because her legs are so long, and because of the scale of her head, she feels like she could be relatively tall to me. I'm sure if you put her against other characters, because they're gonna be taller proportionally, they'll make her feel shorter. Rounder and cuddlier, maybe. Headband or something, ones with a knot on top, ends up it could remind you of bunny ears. Oh, if we did like a ribbon or something, it could be like a subtle, like, you know, if it's tucked behind her hair and she's like a little tie on it or something, it could have like the two like things hanging from it, maybe. I don't want to be too on the nose with it. So I think Furuku would prefer for subtlety, but a headband of some sort might be nice. Adding a little bit of interest around the face as well. My horrible attempt at a ribbon right now. And maybe that could be enough to get us thinking in the right direction. You can see it like coming through the hair a little bit somewhere. Butter, I guess. Huh? Read your take? What? Mini Australian Shepherd, actually 10 years old and very fluffy, and also blind, meaning my dog. What? Oh, you guys are reading, I'm reading things that, you guys are having conversations amongst yourself, and I'm reading them as if they result to this. Somebody goes out the window at the club she meets everyone at, they all have costumes based on their characters. Okay, so maybe headband that references the rabbit aspect will be good as a hint to get us in the right direction here. Similarly, I wonder, what else I could add for it? Scent? Finally back. Scent? Send message? Okay, let's see. I just want to know. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I see. All right. The mysticism of not knowing made me think way worse than what was actually going on. It's just, yeah, it is playing with common tropes in some way, and I see what you're going for. Okay. Noted. I think in that context, I think you're doing a good job with that, Ruku. But see, I feel like that's important for me to know because that makes sense of the outfit. I can't share the information that Ruku has given me because it's not safe for work. And I'm safe for work shroom, but AI checks out. The other thing that I wonder if might be good for this design with that in mind is some sort of like tights or something with that in mind. Like, I don't want you to do fishnets, that's gonna be too on the nose, but I feel like that's something that in those tropes is kind of popular. I know that sort of like maybe this specific angle of person wouldn't want to wear them, but it does make sense of the simplicity of the top part of the design also. Yeah, that is kind of important for my understanding. Yeah, you'll never know, Shroomates. You'll have to ask Ruku personally. But that makes sense. Hang on. I'm gonna start grading. I'm gonna grade one in green and one in red. Yeah, this is Ruku's. Oh, Ame, someone donated on behalf of you having your design critiqued. I have pulled for the rest of today. Selma is last for today in order of donation. So if we have time, I may try and figure out where your design is also for today. So So, color palette. For the traditionally designed one, I enjoy the colors. We are having a bunch of low contrast happening around the face, and there's not a lot of depth. We're losing out around the eyes especially. For silhouette, I would say that because we're going so one-to-one with more realistic clothing, it can be kind of hard to get silhouettes as strong as they should be. But having the bow break the silhouette a little bit, the puff sleeves, and the ribbon in the back are nice. The hair adds something too. So I'd give mostly points here. For complexity and clarity, I think the model has enough detail. I just feel like there is the rabbit motif thing, and I know that that's being sort of hidden probably at this point in the story based on the things Ruku has given me as details. So, I guess I can't take any points off for it being too simple because that's sort of the point of being dressed that way. For focal points, it's not the face, and I'm not sure that I even made it the face. I may just need to... Let's see. It's not gonna be this bright. I just need to try something to see if this will work. This might just need to be lightened a bit so that the face can draw the focal point a little bit. This might not even work at all, what I'm trying to do. Hang on. But it's just, this is all so dark, and the contrast is really nice. And with any other hair color, this would probably work really well. It's just, specifically, that actually is making it worse. You consider yourself, Virku, if you needed an award, you have Stumped Me. You get the Has Stumped EG award. It doesn't represent the more serious side on her right side model. And this one, do you hope to have ideas on how to present it? I mean, here's the thing. I think it's all about perception, because I don't think there's anything about the way this is that would not inherently be understood as serious. And if people are not understanding it as serious, I feel like that's almost because of biases that they have for this type of presentation. Where, for me, I wanted to say maybe giving her like, what do you call them, like tights or something might be a nice move. That'll make the legs less focal and make us look up to the higher part of the design. And maybe that will make her feel more serious or professional, but she seems like, from looking at her, she seems like a sort of more of like fun-loving person, it looks like. The smart versus the trope. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. I don't think you've overdone the trope to the point where I think you are making it feel rude or inappropriate in any way. And I think if people aren't seeing this as being serious in some way, I think that does come down to their own assumptions being made here, because for all intents and purposes, she is fully covered. I think the tights might be good just to feel a little bit more professional maybe, but like, this is like a normal outfit to wear in like 2008 or something, potentially. Glitter tights? Glitter tights I don't know if would feel serious, but tights in general I think are cute. I don't know. As far as trying to make this more serious, I'm wondering if there may be, based on what you told me in the details, there may be like more, you know, like business-inspired looks that could be useful in other iterations of this design. There's maybe some job indicator or the like. Job indicator. I don't really know what her job is. Don't know, but maybe that could be your note to Riroku, is items that relate to the job, or potentially if you were to go more into the angle of just into practical sciences. Oh man, practical sciences, adding that to here. College student at this stage. Okay, so she is not really dressed like a college student. I will say, her being 19 to 20 does not look 19 to 20 to me, because I don't think that college students dress this way inherently. College students usually are, at least in the modern day, aren't as, like, don't put as much effort into their clothing maybe a lot of the time. Wear a lab coat and PPE, then she'll be safe for work. Honestly, the way this is folded already kind of reads like a mask. She looks around 15, really? I don't think she looks that young. But it is hard for me to place an age. College student with stained sweatpants, yeah. Yeah, chokehold, not literally. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Huh? Laura, hang on. Safe for work, fellow streetmates. What are you saying? Hang on. Girls at my school wear? Really? Girls at your school? You guys can wear belly shirts and have your shoulders out? That's crazy for school. We were not permitted that. Okay. Interesting. Huh. Getting cool mom vibes from the design, like 40s in age. That's what I'm saying. I'm having a hard time pinning down age here because the reason some of you are going to get 40s is because this is not current fashion. It's fashion that feels like it's from like 15 to 20 years ago. So then, therefore, as a result, we are more likely to interpret this person as being older. That's sort of that phenomenon where we think our parents looked older in their high school yearbooks than they were. But at the same time, she does look very youthful. I don't know. Some that do, many times it's pants and hoodies. Many also wear longer skirts and no high heels. Yeah, the high heels, I feel like, are not what a 20-year-old would wear to class if she's a college student. Although I guess we're going out to the club at night, that would be what she would wear. I think it has to do with where we're wearing this outfit, what the point of this outfit is. If this is not what this is what she's wearing to class, I feel like it's a little bit maybe too impractical for that, where put her in some flats. Like, these are not shoes you can wear in the practical sciences. Actually, none of this outfit is. She may need an outfit for her college work that is slightly different, where you can still have it be leaning into that trope, but not as much skin out, where like maybe we can do like pleather pants or something. Ruko, I may have to send you things separately. I realize I actually can't say half the things I have as suggestions here because they're gonna sound inappropriate as a result of the theming you've told me. So I may have to just DM you back the things that I think you should look at. There's one particular person whose outfits I think you could reference quite well because they cover a lot of skin, so therefore they would be proper for wearing in practical science laboratories and stuff. Her day looks are normal, it's okay. I know they're normal. I know they're normal, but you're already sort of referencing that angle in this day look a little bit. I'll explain. I will explain, but I can't do it publicly. I'll explain, I can't do it publicly. Riku, I will come back for you here. I have notes, I just can't say the words, and it's not visually inappropriate, but the things I have to reference to explain it maybe are, so you've put me in a corner. So I will have to give you the notes for that separately. I think this is a good, cute outfit for like out on the town, like hanging out on days off, but for like practical wear for wearing to school, it's not quite there. It's not quite right. But I think there's something we could do that would still reference her background and also work for the practical science angle. We'll get to that. But where was I grading? Oh, both of them, I think the silhouettes are fine. For something that's supposed to be more grounded, I feel like we could do a little more exaggeration, but we're pretty close. For a color palette, the second one, I think it's the hair. Oh, I gotta put them in the same place because the hair and the face are still the same in both of them. For complexity versus clarity, I maybe want a little more detail. For focal points, the first one, the focal point is entirely on the chest, and honestly, I might have put it down here, and the face isn't really competing, and the solution to that is we need something dark around the face. We improved it a good bit, but we need something more dark around the face, I think. For the other one, I think it's a lot closer to being focal. And I think adding the red or the pink hairband for concept reasons will help. For the first one, I'm getting all of the sort of traditional angle that you want from it. We can push a little more for the rabbit. For the second one, I think we want a little bit more. And a funny move here, the more like outgoing freedom angle one is very consistent. The other one is kind of a little over the place. We got what, 2, 4, 5, 6.5, 7 out of 10? Is that counting properly? I think so. So I think this one's 7 out of 10. And then the other one is 3, 6, 7 out of 10. Wait. Wait, that's funny. They get the same grade, but from different categories. Scientific chalices stores more say so. It's okay. No, don't worry about it. I can still give you some of the critiques about it. I think we just need, there's a different choice of outfit we could maybe pick that might sell what this is going for better. This is a good outfit though, but there might be something else. Hang on, I got you. I will come back for you. I'll get you. I'll tell you the thing I need to tell you separately later after class. Yeah, sorry. Round of applause for Ryuko's character design. Seems like you're designing a very interesting world though. I'm intrigued to know how you'll play with those tropes. Definitely not the kind of media for me, personally, but definitely exciting and interesting things to attempt to subvert. So I wish you good luck in your comic work. Let's see, let me save this. Selma is not next. That's a lie. Sorry, not a lie, but they're open next to each other because I was showing you them for all the text. Next is the ones that we're doing on behalf of Edward's donations. Edward had requested that we pull the 2 oldest designs to look at. Also, I didn't clap. Yep, clap for Ryuko's Morse code. I'll beep just for you. Beep. Beep. So, Edward suggested we pull the 2 oldest designs. Apologies, no, you're good, Selma, you're good. Don't worry, don't worry. The 2 oldest designs we have not gotten to yet. So Pinky has been pulled because Pinky is in our non-human design area, but I think Pinky got lost in our dragon one somewhere somehow, because Pinky I downloaded a long time ago. And then Teddy, you can also tell, Fluffle Bear, Red, this fella, also was pulled a very long time ago, as you can tell from the Ubuntu font as opposed to the Squiiji's handwriting font. So these 2 are the next 2 we're going to look at here. We'll start with Pinky, who gave me all the information I needed here. I don't know if this is a Pinky in the brain ref though. So this is Pinky. She's a dragon or a drake. She, her. She is 4 feet tall, short queen, even shorter than Ryuko's short queen. Small dragon that spends her time playing games and drawing. She's silly and a bit ditzy, but loves to entertain. Wings are of magical origin, not directly attached to the back. Left and right hand, there's a palette. So yeah, we got a fully anthro design here to look at. Cooked, no! Don't say that! Do not say that. Cover behind? Oh wait, you're probably right. Oh man, that probably does need covered, doesn't it? I wonder if because it's pink they won't figure it out, but Twitch may not like this. Goodbye! Similarly, I wonder if Twitch is not gonna like that also. I say in a moment of concern. Whoa, yeah, Let me change the color of this so we remember that there's a body there underneath. Whoops, I think that should be enough covered that Twitch won't engage me in a fist fight outside. Just gonna cover the whole pelvis. So I guess this is my first warning to Pinky is you're gonna have to go for the dress outfit version. Unfortunately, maybe. So, first things first, silhouette. Your horns are adding to the silhouette in a nice manner. Your tail is adding the silhouette in a nice manner. I feel like for anthro designs, we can't contrast you against what other VTubers look like. We have to contrast you against other anthro designs. And I feel like there's maybe not enough here that is... Like, I feel like with anthro designs, especially when we're going for the ones where it's just hair and there's no clothing, a lot of the silhouettes can get really similar because the only thing they have to differentiate themselves is body proportions, maybe like a couple accessories if they have those, and the hair. And I feel like the hair isn't as specific as it could be. Like, I appreciate, you know, there's an earring being worn here, got the horns, but I wonder if there's a more specific horn shape or hair shape that could be used here that would add more to the silhouette and make sure that you are still distinct in your silhouette just on that basis. Zootopia, Beastars, Sonic. Are you suggesting reference points for animal designs? Uh-huh. What? I don't know what that means. Get that out of here, no thanks. Yeah, no, hang on, get that off my screen, please. Could help. YouTube, people being silly on YouTube is what it is. spamming messages. We love you. Thank you. Sure, but it's not going away. Let's see if I just go like that. Nightbot won't get me. There we go. That worked. It went away. There we go. Rough. Yeah. Squiiji bots in chat. Thank you, Shermates, for the kind messages. Anyways, focusing. So, for the horns, I wonder if there could be a more specific horn design where you have these sort of like angelic, like magical wings floating behind you. I wonder if the horn design could incorporate some of the wing aspect as well in order to make them more specific, because I feel like in my work, in my time here on the planet of Earth, I'll tell you something. I've worked with the furries from time to time. And the biggest trouble that I've had in working with them is often that the silhouettes are so similar. So I wonder if we could segment the horn a little bit, almost so that it's mimicking that wing shapes. We're repeating that motif, and then we're getting a little more specificity here. And honestly, I might even, like, exaggerate the arc of this, and then where it's attaching into the head, bring it up even higher. I want more exaggeration. Like, this, maybe. And depending on how you detail it, it could still read as horn, where, like, if you had lighter... Hang on. Like, if you had the sort of, like, lines that go around horns, we'd be able to tell that this is not made out of wing material. This is being made out of, like, the horn material. Right? Oh, like, hang on, wait, it should be, like, that or something. I really didn't figure out the perspective on that one, but that feels a little bit more distinct and specific here. Just looking up tiefling horns should help, maybe. That, too. I just think we need a little more specificity from them. Angelic horned gamer girl dragon. Maybe. But I think that's helping in the right direction. I feel like I want there to be a little bit more hair sticking up off the head, as like the top of the head as well. So that way the hair is contributing to the silhouette more just in general. The ears are nice and big and exaggerated. And then having this sort of like little like bifurcated tip to it works. Wait, hang on. Why does it give two different measurement systems? Yeah, I think this is supposed to be 4 feet, not 4 inches. I think that's what that is. Confused what happened, but happy to be here. Oh, what happened is somebody said something unpleasant in the chat, so I had to make it go away. Donated, but could be done at a later date, perhaps. Need to make a better reference. That's fine. We can do it at a later date. Don't worry. We've had a couple of shroommates. If you just let me know in the stream-related channel in the Discord, Muskcake, we'll note you down for a later one. We'll rendezvous for you later. I don't want anyone to rush for these crits this week. This is just for people who have been waiting for a long time so they can finally get their opportunity, mayhaps. So yeah, more specificity in the hair. Kara said we're still going donation order, trying so hard not to miss my critique, but gotta go to dinner soon. So I have these two that are from Pinky, then I have Selma and Ame, and then I think Ari, you were next after that. But I have an hour and a half left, so I don't actually think I'll get through all of them today. I don't know if I'll get to you today, theoretically. Because I have 3 left and I have an hour and a half. So if you need to go get dinner, maybe dinner. I don't want to hold you up if you need to go eat. But I think you've got some time. You might be starting tomorrow, potentially. I was a little lost with the hair being the same color. Yeah, so that's what's actually gonna be my next critique, which is that the eyes are focal because the eyelashes are nice and dark, but I think the eye color could be changed so that we get a little bit more focus onto the eyes. Let me see if there's a color. I was thinking purple just because that's what the background color is, and that may be modifying my thoughts. But green could also potentially be a good option. Let's see. Purple. Oh, wait. Purple maybe not, because the purple might be too close to the pink. So maybe we try green. A nice, like, teal color or something. Green and pink is such a nice combo, too. I think that works. That's a little bit, but maybe not all the way. Yeah, also, if you donated this stream, you'll most likely be Wednesday. A lot of people, the line filled up quick. So we are going in donation order. Nissa, I have not gotten to you yet. I am in the first 10 of them still, I think, right now. I'll have to clip it or tag the time in the VOD, but I have to go to work eventually. Oh, that's nice of you. For these ones, I wonder if we could, if somebody would be willing to do the, like, timestamps for it or something on YouTube, because I won't have time to, unfortunately, tomorrow. I got a lot of things I gotta work on, but we could, maybe after Wednesday, once I have time again, I could do some timestamping, so people can see theirs if they missed out, too. We can figure something out, perhaps. Yes, it most likely be Wednesday, too, right? Potentially? Maybe. Unclear. We'll see. There might be some ones that even overflow past Wednesday into Monday, next Monday, so we'll see. We kind of blew this out of the water. Guys are fantastic in your willingness to contribute to charity, and I am going to handle the demand as best as I can. I've enjoyed chilling here and looking at the cool designs. I'm glad you've enjoyed it. More than happy to cut each submission into its own video for you. You don't have to do that. I don't need, you don't have to do that much. That's a lot of work. I feel bad asking you guys to do more work for things, but I do appreciate your willingness to help with things. May I have, next Monday? Yeah, Rex, you can have next Monday if you would like. If a streammate help timestamp, where in the Discord should it go? On YouTube, the way you do the timestamps is just by typing what the time is, and then you write the note next to it as a comment. So people will leave like a comment that has like 0752 word, return 01212 word, and those work as timestamps in the description, so then people can jump to where they need it to. So that's usually how people do timestamping. I could do it that easy. Okay, I won't stop you if you guys want to. The easiest way to do that, if you guys want to do that, is YouTube has a clipping function now where you can just chunk the video out of a bigger video. If you wanted to cut the chunk out of my video that is each separate crit and have it post those as clips of the videos, you are welcome to do that on the YouTube side. I think that's probably the easiest way of doing it. If you would like to, I will permit it. If you would like to. You're always welcome to clip things down if you want to. If you want to edit things of me or do things like that, I always permit it. I just don't want you to feel like you have to. I don't want there to ever be a feeling that you need to do something. If you want to do things because you feel up to it, you can. I will permit it. But please don't please, if you have more important things to do, don't procrastinate. Look after yourself, look after your time, all of that stuff. Look after yourself. Technoblade will be proud. What do you mean? I don't know who's Technoblade. Cancer will be destroyed after this? God, I hope so. We better destroy Cancer, shroommates. We're gonna destroy it together. Bit of psychic damage, almost universal. Plug-in jack snapped off from the socket. No! Not a plug-in jack snapping off from the socket. Kenny, I'm so sorry. I don't even know how to fix that. Get a tweezer, maybe. Maybe that would help. Actus timestamps can jump to the right timestamp with those clips, even though they're 60 seconds long. Wait, are they 60 seconds long? I was able to use that clipping function on YouTube to clip my entire, like, never gonna give you up performance out of my stream to post it. And it didn't have, like, a time limit on it. It just let me create a chunk out of it. Does it not let you do that? Because it let me cut something from main Squiiji for side Squiiji. I don't know how that works. Technoblade will never die? Technoblade never dies? Okay. True. Is that a Minecraft YouTuber? I don't know. I'm going to assume that Technoblade is no longer with us, and I hope he's doing well wherever he is, if that is the case, but, we will hopefully cure cancer, and I hope that's not related to why he was brought up. YouTuber who passed from cancer? No! Oh no! I hope we're making him proud. Yes, I agree. I do hope we're making him proud. Also, yeah, do not try and do not try and fish that jack out of your phone or whatever that is if there's power running through it. Do not stick metal objects in there, please. Please. Oh man, please. Anyways, here, hang on, I gotta focus or we're never gonna get through all of these between tomorrow, the next day, and the next day. So, Pinky, green eyes might be the move for you, just so your eyes have a little bit more difference from your hair, which it's touching. I like your colored nails, and it does make me wonder, somebody said earlier, if maybe your spots on your shoulders and throughout your body could also be colored like that, where we don't have to use all the colors. Maybe we just stick to like the cool tones or something. that are on this hand. But I think that the colors are not super distributed throughout, outside of the hair, maybe? Maybe I would make that blue less noticeable, but I feel like the spots could be a good opportunity for bringing that color more throughout the rest of the design. Slay? Yeah, slay. Single-handedly released a lot of money against Cancer, Legend, and a Myth the Man. Oh, well, good for him. I hope we are making him proud, and he made all of us proud by doing that fundraising. I am sure. Hang on, that's the wrong color. There we go. But just like a little bit of this, maybe? Hopefully this is not too crazy. But just because I feel like we need a little bit more of those colors distributed throughout. But for the base design, I think that's all I have, other than I get that it is tough with furry and anther designs to get good distinct silhouettes outside of body proportioning, because you don't really have a lot to work with. So I acknowledge what we have here. However, with that in mind, for this outfit, I feel like we could be getting more out of the silhouette if you're deciding to wear clothing. Like, this could be baggier here, where it's sitting, you know, over that edge. This is definitely like an apron of some sort. I like the bow. I appreciate the ruffles on the lower part of it. But I still feel like there could just be like a little more exaggeration to it so that it's affecting the silhouette more. And I'm sure it would. I think the pose is obstructing it with the way the tail is. If the tail was going in the other direction, we'd get more of the silhouette out of the skirt that we need. I think it's a step in the right direction. I do think the color undertone right now is a little bit strange. As is, and I'm not sure if I can put my finger exactly on why, but I think it might be because this is just a more saturated version of this color, more or less. And this is cooler, this is a little warmer. Let me see if I can, like, hue shift it in a way that feels right, because right now just something feels subtly off about this color. Let's see if I select it and then get an edit layer, I might be able to play around with it. Layer, new correction layer. The hue slider is my bestie these days. Purples, greens, like, I don't know. Does it need to be, like, granted the blueberries could still be blue, but like, does it even need to be in the monochromatic palette? Like, I could see it being somewhere in the green zone and that being visually interesting and feeling more homogenous with this palette. Maybe just cooling it off a bit, but something about that blue that it was didn't feel quite right to me. Maybe I could leave, like, the blueberries themselves the color they were? Actually, I don't know. A little torn. I will say, working with a pink skin tone does pose its own unique challenges here also. Maybe, like, this is what I would do? Like, I think this is a step in the right direction for me, as far as the color undertone goes. But trivia fact, he hit 20 million a few hours ago. Oh, congrats to him, good work. Ankle's a bracelet, put something like that on the tail. Tail could use a bracelet. I'm wondering why the spikes on the tail are also not the lighter color, because I feel like I can't see them very well. Where I feel like the spikes could be this lighter color so that I can see them more clearly. But you could also put some sort of like ring around the tail. The anklet and the bracelet feel a little bit generic because there's not really any specific detailing on them, where I wonder if you need like just like a little charm or something looped around it, or something that makes it just a little more specific. I've kind of made it into like a Pandora bracelet accidentally, but like, if you have anything that's specific to you or interesting to you, you could use it in that manner. Magical wings on tail. The wings could repeat on the tail if we really wanted them to. But yeah, I think it's just, some of the things just don't have as much specificity as maybe they could here. Yeah, there are tail spikes, so making them a lighter color will make them a little bit more visible. And I feel bad to say this, but when I see a lot of the like anthro dragons I see make me think of dragon tails with the way they handle their color, in that they're very monochromatic and they don't always have a lot of contrast, which is something that is I think the way the dragons and dragon tails were designed. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? The piece of media I'm referencing? Any of you grow up with it? Yeah, it reminds me of Dragon Tales a little bit, which maybe is because it feels a little bit comforting. But I think we just need more contrast, and that could be why I'm getting that. Yeah. Arlene, your stream is always so cozy. I'm working on my finals and listening to your stream in the background. I'm glad. Good luck on your finals. All streammates who are still in finals, you've been blessed. You've been mushroom blessed for your finals. Good luck. Getting that vibe for the whole time? Yeah. I've been getting some Dragon Tales from this design. I think modifying the horns is kind of pushing us a little bit away from that. The way I did it feels maybe a little uncanny right now, but there might be a better way of making them look like wings. But yeah, I think it was just changing the color undertone, making the spots incorporate the colors that are more throughout. And I feel like this isn't as silly of a dress as I would assume from somebody who spends their time playing games, drawing, silly, but ditzy, but loves to entertain. Like, I feel like tonally, this apron is kind of homey. Homey. That was Marge Simpson, if you couldn't tell. Where I wonder if there might be an outfit, just a different outfit that would feel like it fits the vibe a little more. Don't laugh. And yeah, I do. Maybe there could be a gradient on the body or somewhere else, so we get a little bit more color variety where there's so much pink. Mushroom, bless you with get a girlfriend by the end of this week. Powerful effect. I don't think I have that power, unfortunately. I don't think I have the power to bless you with finding significant others. Here's my suggestion. It worked for me. Play Minecraft. just play a little Minecraft. It worked for me. Join a Discord server with your friends and have your friends invite their friends and then play Minecraft all together. That's how I found Joby. Can't recommend that more highly. What if I could? No! Amber, you gotta get set up in your house. They gotta give you Wi-Fi back. Joby lore, yeah. I've talked about it a couple times. Joby's my Minecraft boyfriend. Or I guess Minecraft partner. Yeah, jot that down. Create a Discord server of your friends, allow your friends to invite their other friends, and then all play Minecraft together in a server. And you will naturally figure out, based in that, some people you get along with potentially. Don't go into it intending to date people. Go into it intending to get along. But that's how I found Joby, so yeah. Yes, also justice for Amber's Wi-Fi. Got a lot of justice today. Raise money for cancer, justice for Incinda, justice for Amber's Wi-Fi, join a Minecraft server. These are all the things we have to learn from EG today. That's okay, work on myself first. Yeah, work on yourself first. Work on yourself also. Do make sure that you are the best, most interesting version of yourself you can be. Also, my suggestion from Joby about how to be an interesting person that I'm trying to figure out how to incorporate into my life is never give the answer anyone expects. Give a strange answer to questions that is almost silly, and it immediately makes you more interesting. So, for this design, let me clear this rubric. For color design, you're so pared down, it's kind of hard to go wrong, but I think your eye color needs changed, and your apron could use to be a little bit more green in the undertone, perhaps. So, some minor changes. For silhouette, I fear that you are stuck in the trap that is furry design, which is that you don't have a lot to work with the silhouette, which I do understand. With the clothing, I feel like you could pick a different outfit that is more fun. Because we were talking about Dragon Tales, I'm thinking about like sort of like early 2000s fashion. That might be good, where like you get those like color block shirts and stuff like that, and that might be sort of fun. And you could exaggerate the shapes of the clothing to give more silhouette. For complexity versus clarity, I think the only thing that I'm losing in clarity is your hair is kind of merging into your eyes just a little bit, and I wish I could see your little like spikes on your tail and stuff a little bit better. For focal point, your face is focal because the hair is so bright. So I think you get full points for that. And then concept and motifs, you're dragon. And I think that's really all I get from you visually. Silly, but ditzy, loves to entertain. Like, I can see that you're pleasant and you're friendly, but the design or the concept might be a little bit one-dimensional. You've got a single motif, which is wings. You're adding blueberries as motif here too. But I wonder if those things could be more integrated into the design, because the blueberries are just sort of stuck on as sort of like a sticker. They just are a blueberry. They've just been kind of stuck on. I wonder if there's ways that they could be incorporate it into the shape language of the clothing or the horns, like what we were doing for the horns over here. I think we can take this an extra mile if you're willing to add more layers to the concept, perhaps. But I think this is where I would go for grade here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10. I think that sounds fair. Can we get a round of applause for Pinky, please? Ooh, bop, 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 bop. Kind of want like a swirly pattern on them because the wings remind me of the Pokemon flying type. Oh. Like Altaria from Pokemon? I don't know what you guys are saying. I don't know what you guys mean by that. But round of applause. Good work, Pinky. So let me files, save as. There we go. Save that. Good. Now we'll go to Teddy. Fluffle Bear. Where does it say that? Oh, I keep reading this for some reason. Altaria Cloud Wings? Oh, do you mean making the wings into clouds? We could do that. We could do that. How does a homestead farmer girl who's secretly a witch for a VTuber design? Just make her look like a homestead farmer. Make her look like a farmer. And then have like one thing that's just subtly off about her. That would be my suggestion. Love the hair? Right, it's so fluffy. They are a teddy bear. Oh wait, hang on. This is Red. He, they, it. He's a teddy bear. He's supposed to bring comfy and cozy vibes. Very soft-spoken, always a little sleepy. Not sure if I'll become a VTuber, but I quite like this design and decided to submit it anyway. Yeah, heart ahoge, very cute. Good fluffy round shape design all over here that makes them look so nice and cozy. Very nice and friendly also. Once again, I feel like this is usually the thing I have to say about glasses, which is I see what we've done for the lenses to make it so that, you know, we're getting the texture of glass. But the glasses are just too thin, unfortunately, and the color that they are doesn't really have enough contrast against your skin, unfortunately, either. They need to be a bit darker and maybe a little bit thicker so that I can see them. Not my greatest paint over of all time, but like, you know what I'm saying. Darker, a little thicker, so now we can see them from a distance. Same deal here. There we go. I also appreciate the super, super dark eyes. I feel like we don't get dark eyes in VTubers very often, and I like them. Visually, they work pretty well focally. Because for this, usually in a design, red is the thing that stands out the most, but everything has red throughout it, and all the white spread out throughout it. But, yeah, no, this is not a smile. This is, I think, just construction lines for the head. Let me hide this for you. That's not the mouth. But because all of the sort of warm browns and the darkest tones are up around the head, the face does become quite focal. Smile is neat on the zoom out. It does read a little bit like a, yeah. Heart or paw freckles. I mean, here's the thing. Do we have to add more? I mean, we could make the freckles hearts so there's more of the heart happening, whoops, in the upper part of the design. But honestly, I feel like this is pared down enough. This is a design that's simplified in a way where I really don't want to add a lot to it. The silhouette's is pretty good from the hair, from the big sleeves. There's weight in the silhouette as well. The clothing has enough detail on it that it makes it feel like it's specific to me also. The specific heart emblem that's here on the chest, the pocket has some detailing and design on it. Yeah, it's efficient, it's effective. I'm getting the things I need to know about it efficiently. We don't need more detail because all I need is bear and hearts and cuddly and cozy. Heart, bow, and hair. I could see a claim, I could see maybe a reason to say, okay, maybe we put like we can see like there's a bow or something behind the ear or something and make these be like scalloped like the other parts of the design are, so that there's a little bit of red above the shoulders. But honestly, I really wouldn't want to add too much to this because I feel like it would be overcomplicating it. Like just a little something like that could be cute. A clip, yeah, maybe a clip would be cute too. Something, you know, you could do like the classic, they stick a beret in their hair situation. Things like that, maybe. If there's earrings that we could see like hanging down, that could also be something cute. But I really don't think we need to add a ton here. I feel like they're already memorable. Yeah, the only thing for me also, yeah, Edwards has said it, is we just want maybe a little more asymmetry, which I've added with the bow off the side. That's why I've sort of posed it that way. I wonder, since we're going for like the cozy aspect, if we could have this sleeve like rolled up around the hand so that we could see the hand. Like, I'm not really sure how I want to draw this to make sense of it, but like, you know, so that we can see the inside of the sleeve, like it's sort of hanging around the elbow or something. That, and then like, you know, it's all bunched up because it's hanging around that area, and then we can see like, you know, even if it's just like this is like the wrist or something, here's a hand. I promise this is a hand. But then that adds a little more variety to the silhouette if it's like resting in that way. Do you know what I mean? See what I'm saying? So that way you could have even like an asymmetrical pose where the character can gesture and have some hand tracking. And that could add a little bit of asymmetry. I don't want to suggest like off the shoulder things for the hood, but even if the hood is just not rendered so symmetrically, you could have like, you know, this sticks out a little bit more on this side, and then like this one goes like a little bit higher on this side. Just little like subtle things that loosen it up. The fact that the hair isn't completely symmetrical, at least in the front, helps, but once again, my classic thing that I'm always doing, which is like, why not just make the spikes from left to right a little different? Like go like that, so that adds a little bit of looseness. Variety. Spice of life. Butter, I was just thinking that, maybe guess my words? Love little legs. Should you double check the preferred pronouns? Oh, for them? Yes. Gingham pattern for the cozy vibes might be too much. I don't really want to add patterning to this, because I do also feel like that might be too much, but I'm trying to figure out what else I might add for their asymmetry purposes. Because sometimes the trouble with things that are so pared down is I don't really know what I would want to modify about it. Because if this is a real hoodie that we're assuming would exist, the hoodie would be manufactured symmetrically, theoretically, like most of the time they are. I don't want to say the classic VTuber trope of one sock up, one sock down, because that's sort of one of those cheap, get some asymmetry quick types of things. I mean, if we're going for cozy, maybe it doesn't have to be resting symmetrically across the legs. Like it could sit higher on one side and more bunched up. Maybe there could be something falling out of the pocket. It is troublesome trying to think of what I might want to add, but we can just leave that as a critique maybe. Maybe sew on patch pockets to the sock. You know, maybe having some sort of like sewn on, like, what do you call them? Appliques? How do you say that word? Appliques? I'm losing it. I know the word. Like the funny little patches you sew onto things. Where these hearts are completely symmetrical, but if they were handled in a way where it's like, okay, bigger on this side and it's like slightly off center, then this one like overlaps it or something. And then we can see that it's like attached almost. Outline them so we can see it. We're like, and then like another one like here, and then let me grab that, and then you could even have like, there's this little stitching pattern, but we could have it like, let me do this on another layer so I can just use the outline function. Do this and do that, yeah. And then you could have like the little like, wow, hang on, wrong. Stitch bits so we can see that it's sewn on maybe? And then you could have like one or two of those things hanging out on the arm maybe as well. Heart pin or pillow. Got it right the first time. Oh, did I really? How did I say it the first time? Applique? Is that it? Was that the right one? One squishy bear to have. I mean, having a teddy bear might also make sense here. This is the most horrible, terrifying attempt at just making something that looks like a hand I've done. Why did I do that? That's a hand. I promise. These are fingers. Applique. Oh, applique? Applique. Ah. Interesting. Heart hair clip. None of those things are impacting the silhouette though. So like we have all these like little notes of things that can be added. You know, if we do more of these heart things. Why should I do them here so that they get outlined properly? Things. But none of that really adds to the silhouette itself, unfortunately. And then like, you know, you could have one higher up on the arm here or something. What's that noise? I hear weird machine noise in my house. I wonder if the dishwasher's being loud. Ribbons tied differently on each sleeve or sock. You know, I guess we could have it so that, you know, if we're being comfy and cozy, maybe it's not tied perfectly and like they're like longer on one side or something. Or like the bows are kind of lopsided, where one side is bigger than the other is. I don't know. Teddy bear, they could have like a tag. Oh, you know, that might be cute. Might not be visible from the front, but if we put it like along a seam line here somewhere, like, where would I put it on this design so we could see it from the front? Applique. Applique? Oh, applique is how I said it. Applique. Beanie Baby tag, but not that obvious. You know, hang on. Yeah, bear paw gloves attached to the hoodie? Just throwing out ideas. Maybe. Yeah, put a tag on their ear. Where do they put the tag on the ear? Because if they do the tag on the ear the way you guys are saying, they do it with the funny little, like, this thing. With the little piece of plastic that holds it on. I'm thinking of like the Webkinz tags where it'll be like, they'll have like whatever their tag may be, you know? Hang on, this does need to be above it. Oh, come on. Come on, Clip Studio. Move your layers. And then it could be shaped. If it is shaped like a heart, it might be too immediately Beanie Baby. I think their tags are shaped like hearts, but maybe if it's blue, it won't be. Have washing instructions. Like tags that use string looks more homemade. But the tags that use string, do they go through the plushie? How do they attach? I feel like for the tags that use string, or isn't that more so, hang on, like they would have like a little like they would have the like sewn on tag aspect where like there's not like a seam that I would think of to put it on. They come out of seam lines, and to try and figure out where I want to put that on the head is a little bit strange. Like I'm just gonna put it here, I guess, to see it. But when they have the little like, they'll have like the little like seam tag, and then they get the little piece of string that comes out of it, and then that's where the actual like tag lives. That's usually how those ones are attached, but I like don't know if that would make sense here. Does that visually make sense? I'm using sewing needle. Huh? Oh, like they put the string through the whole thing? Put on the glasses almost like a glasses chain. Oh, that's true. That might be a smart idea for handling it. Would be to put like a piece of thread on here or something, and then you know, it's tied in a knot at the bottom. And then that's where the tag goes, mayhaps. Get your like heart-shaped tag of whatever sort. That could be the idea. Same placement as a plastic tag, but string, not plastic. Oh, okay. I see. I'm kind of getting stuck in the like logic of how that works for like plushies and stuff. Like, but maybe I'm overthinking that too much. But like that could also be an option where it's like tied onto them. Webkinz tags were like looped around the paw or tail. Oh, okay. So these could all be options then. It could be looped around the wrist, it could be looped around the neck, it could be looped around an ear. There's a lot of options here potentially. But I think, yeah, the general consensus here is wanting to add a tag somewhere, some way, somehow. How we doing? We're doing great. We're trying to figure it out. It's string directly in the seams too, the same with the blue tag is sewn in. Oh, yeah, I see. I know what you mean, yeah. You could, it just goes into the seam, it's sewn in. Oh, we're getting like into the weeds of like the way plushies are made. But I think general note, add a tag somewhere so we get that further note. Just a little more asymmetry coming from that as well. But honestly, I feel like that's the bulk of the thoughts I have here, which is that I just want just a little tiny bit more. The color works for me, the focal point works for me, the silhouette mostly works for me other than being a little too symmetrical. Let me see. I don't have a ton of things to modify here. Color palette is good. Really no notes. Silhouette, I want a little bit more asymmetry. Perplexity versus clarity, we wanted just maybe a little more detail. Oh wait, hang on. A little more detail I think is going into the silhouette though. For focal point, it is the face, the eyes are nice and dark, the hair is nice and dark. And then concept of motifs, we want a little bit more from the like teddy bear angle, I think, with adding like some kind of tag or something. Like how claw machine plushies have a loop at the top of their head sometimes. Oh man, I am not familiar with what that looks like. Tag as it is looks like a charm on the glasses. Yeah, that was why I had drawn it that way, was to make sure. Also, it seems like I may get to at least 2 more designs here. We're in Bonk EG. Why Bonk EG? Why Bonk EG? No need for Bonk EG. EG does not need to be bonk. Ribbon shaped tag, then to be distinct. Yeah, that might be a good angle area. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. I think is our grade here. You're so close. You're so close. Good work. Round of applause for Red. For them. Good work. It's like a soft bonk. Yeah, I got a nice little pat on the head from Edward and Selma. You guys were like, oh, bonk EG? No, 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 no. Be kind to EG, actually, which I appreciate. Thank you. Same brain cell. Yeah, I like that you guys heard somebody say to bonk me, and I was like, no! So you consoled me instead. Very kind. Or things on the stitches and buttons want more things. If you want a more maximalistic design, you could go, this could go that route and really go sort of like the crafty angle maybe, but I wanted to keep it from being too overcomplicated. I like the simplicity of it the way that it is right now. I think that they did a good job on that. Oh, ad braked. Glitch EG! Wow, it's me, EG from Planet Robot. We are now going to save this. And now we are going to look at Selma. Posted plushie example in Discord. Ah, thank you. Let me see. No Discord. Where is the things I'm looking for in the Discord? Oh, like plushies that oh, where it's just like printed on? Or do you mean like the little like string hooked thing? Which honestly, both of these things could be relevant to this design potentially. Here, let me show people so they can see it. Cute little bird. He's an artist. This like clip thing, because I think is this clip shaped like a heart? It looks like it might be behind your finger. Got a little beret. Yeah, the string is sewn into the seam, but honestly you could still have the clip too for the bear, because I feel like, or like even to like clip another plushie to this design somewhere, could have something like that and then have it be this sort of like printed kind of plushie. I feel like I haven't seen very many of these like printed kinds of ones before. So that could be interesting. Yeah, that could be an option. Screenshot available as a download for reference anywhere. It is in the Discord, maybe. I think it's in the yeah, it is in the Discord. In the Discord server, if you look in the Discord server, it should be somewhere in the resources channel, I believe. if my brain is recalling. Dang. Like a Labubu keyring? I don't know what the Labubu keyrings look like, but that maybe could be an option. Maybe I need to just look at more plushies. The only plushies I've looked at recently are like very old. Like my old scrunkly ones mostly. And I've got like my weird mushroom plushies, but they feel like almost like weirdly like corporate. They're too refined. And you know what I'm maybe thinking also now after looking at that? Hang on, just real quick. I'm wondering if we could have embroidered detail on this. Ooh, oh, it's my glitch effect. I'm wondering if embroidered detail might also be good, where we just sort of have these like lines of ribbon that are sort of weaving in and out of the clothing, but having like, you know, don't really know how I would draw it, but like, if like there was like a transition here, we can tell it's like embroidered on, or we can see the sewing much more distinctly. I feel like that might be nice thematically for this. Things that go into plushies. Sewing, thread, embroidery, yeah. They just have a little loop at the top of the head, probably so we can hang it up in the store, good for claw machine use. Oh. Well, they almost have a loop at the top of the head, also, from Little Heart. But yeah, that is my sort of final note there, maybe. Now, Selma. All right, let me take a sip of my drink, and then we'll lock in to read. EG, wait? What? 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 EG, wait? What? What? Hi, I'm Tony G. What's going on? Let's freaking go. What? I volunteer Ame before me, please. Oh, okay. You can volunteer Ame before you. I have to find Ame. I didn't have Ame downloaded because I couldn't find it. Wait, did I have it downloaded and I just didn't have it opened? Might have been the case, actually. No, I didn't have it. Hang on, let me find it. I'm lost? I don't know if you're lost. Meow. Let's see. Oh wait, no, yours is here. 153. I wonder if I had checked, I checked before yours was. It didn't come up when I checked earlier. Okay, hang on. We'll grab you. Don't worry. Bonk. Wow, a lot of purple fellas today, huh? Lots of purple in the shroom state. I wonder if this is related to anyone. Mix up right at the finish line, what a shock. I mean, we're not at the finish line yet. We still have, theoretically, maybe 2 to look at today. Stuffing also needed in plushies. Oh, I wonder if being able to see the stuffing on that last one would have been good too, potentially. Yeah, Orpal. Lots of Orpal. So let me get that. Let me open it now. Let's see if we have time for both of them. This is the wrong folder. Ooh, charity crits. Ame. Let me format this. You look like you're made out of stained glass almost. I'm gonna wait and see if that's relevant. Because it might be. This is visually what I'm getting from it so far, though. Let me scale this. Let me get your details in here. Also, because purple is a superior color. Did someone make this model? I think so. I visually am going to guess yes, potentially. This looks like Selma's art style to me. Let's see, how much text is there? Do I need to make this really big? Make the canvas a little bigger. Text. There we go. Watch me do a little formatting fast quick. Actually, I don't know why I'm doing that. I wasn't formatting to put text on other ones, but let me at least get some of the details in here. Ouch! Throw things at me. Oh, hi, Zany! Purple is royal and magical. That's true. Purple is royal and magical. It's one of the only colors that I feel like, well, it does have evil connotations sometimes, but it's very versatile in its connotation, which might be why it's so popular. So this is Meowsing Ame. Pronouns are she, her, and at a meowsing, oh, wait, underscore, Ame. You've got a middle name, congrats, it's underscore. Brain ain't braining today, but I'm here for a moment to jumpstart it. Good luck! I feel like my brain is braining less than it was 6 hours ago, but I think I'm doing pretty well, all things considered. I think this has been a very successful so far for today, I would say. Sorry to catch you unprepared. No, you're good. Don't worry about it. I saw in the notes something about putting it off until tomorrow, potentially. And maybe that was why I hadn't had it downloaded properly either. I don't know. All is well. Do not worry. We will get to all of the designs eventually. Doesn't feel like I've been here for 6 hours. Also doesn't feel like I've been here for 6 hours. I feel like my throat is would normally be more worn out after talking for this long, but I feel like if I was just yapping, it'd be pretty bad. I'm good at sort of pacing my voice, I guess. And I feel like I'm talking more normally. I'm not talking in my Squiiji voice as much at this point. I'm talking more like me, and less like you expect. Oh no, Squiiji in the deeper voice. What are you gonna do? What do you do about Squiiji with deeper voice? I don't know. As opposed to being up here the whole time, I've brought it down a little bit. Easier in my throat. We're kind of calmy, G. Still coherent, so yes, doing pretty well. Thanks. Thanks. I'm glad I'm still sounding coherent. I feel like the longer I go sometimes, the more I get like self-conscious about the fact where I'm like, am I losing it? Do they think I'm tired? Do I sound sleepy? Selma is also Cell Mother. Yeah, I see the credit here. Cell Mother here. I gotta make this bigger, or actually make the text smaller. Like mother, like daughter, big text. Not nearly as big of text, but still big text. There we go. Okay, so. Oh, let me center that or it's gonna drive me nuts. There we go. Now we're good. No, you don't need to be sorry. No, it's okay. You can write as much as you want. No, don't worry. I'm just kidding around. Deep voice EG superiority. Do you prefer when I talk lower? I feel like it is at more odds with the way that I look when I talk lower. Tomboy EG? I wouldn't go that far. I don't think I have a very tomboy-esque voice at all. Proceeds to write a 24-page paper on my design? Listen, you should be able to condense what your design is about in an elevator pitch. You should be able to. Give me the elevator pitch version of your character design explanations. Because that in and of itself is a test to make sure you really and truly understand what you are about. To make it clear what your design is intending to say. Makes it clear to me that you know what you want. The longer your explanations are sometimes, the more it feels like you're defending parts of your design as opposed to just telling me what the concept is sometimes. So this is just like the general note in art. No, don't talk really fast. That's not the way it works. Wikipedia link? Oh my god. You guys still want to hear me read, don't you? Sending a whole book for my design? Fellas! EG ASMR approved? Oh boy. One of these days I'm supposed to do an ASMR reading stream. We'll figure that out someday, eventually. Maybe I'll read it in my lower voice. Then it's easier. Concise way of explaining that as an elevator pitch? Yeah. Pare things down, please. If you haven't pared things down, it's fine. It is okay. It is alright. But it doesn't have to be long all the time. Monster's hard to explain? That's fair. Stuff gets missed sometimes too. Do you feel like some of what I wanted to convey with Silky got missed for beep stuff? Could have been also, yes. Makes sense defending versus presenting? Yeah. Some down, carried away and rambled. Hear me out. I do the same thing, shroommates. Anything I tell you that could be modified about the way you're designing or the way you're explaining your designs or anything like that is stuff that I have been critiqued on historically before. I didn't just become this way overnight. I had many a professor say these things to me, maybe not as nicely. You know me, I'm really long-winded. Have you noticed that about me? I've gotten good at elevator pitches because I kind of had to. You don't really survive if you don't, but I had to learn also the hard way. Yeah, Rome wasn't built in a day, so we're practicing together. Yeah. But, so Ame, Vtuber art by Selma on Twitch. Ame is a crystal beast whose animal traits are determined by her personality and mood. She left her home to embark on a pilgrimage as a witch to get better control of her innate magical power, accompanied by her companion, Safi. Her self-appointed title of a Meowsing refers to her ability to use the power of song via her microphone wand to cast her spells. This will be featured in an alt arm poses in the final version. She uses candy both as a handy potion ingredient and as sweet treats. The reason for this unconventional choice of materials is due to them being less icky, alternative to the more traditional Eye of Newt like a frog. She uses these sweet alternatives instead with varying results. My main questions would be if you think my concept is clearly defined enough and if I have too many patterns or textures in play, if there's anything you think might be missing. Ah, I see. So, I think you guys all waving to each other. Crystal textures, so cool. I thought from looking at you, from the way that these textures are, I thought you were, and also the line weight, I had assumed you were made out of stained glass, maybe. Which is neat that that's visually happening, but it seems like that may not be what you intend for it to be. But at the same time, how sick would it be to have a stained glass VTuber? Consider this. It seems like it's within Selma's abilities to execute. Not to add more angles to it, but yeah. Like gem or crystal. Okay, I see. I think one of the reasons why it's feeling like stained glass is because the textures aren't relating, like they aren't warping in space, where they might read more like crystal if they were wrapping around the form, where right now their patterns are sort of flattening you out. Yeah, amethyst, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I see the faceting of the crystals in it. More crystal look, understand the top layer. Yeah, I think it's just because the patterns are flat, where if they wrapped around, if they were warped, like, there's a difference between, let me just like draw over here, just a little like, if I draw lines that are like this on top of something, that doesn't really give us depth. But if the lines are going like this, suddenly we're assuming that this is bulging. This has volume to it. And I think the patterns, because they're applied in a flat manner, Chowder, because it's so cartoony, was able to get away with having sort of like flat patterning behind all of it. Whenever I look at Selma's art, I do think of Chowder a little bit because of the flat patterning, but I wonder if that might be an angle that would work for it. And then also Chowder, I think the reason it worked for Chowder, let me just look it up just to validate me making this claim before I make it. I think it's because with Chowder, it was the same pattern on the whole character. It wasn't multiple, and yeah, the patterns are static when the character's in motion. So I think that's why it doesn't feel like that. And I wonder if, maybe this is, because this is a PNG turbo right now, but if it becomes a live 2D model, if you were to either handle it in the way of one pattern that's everywhere in maybe varying colors, because with Chowder, it's like the pattern goes from being pink to being purple in some places. Maybe if just this texture was the one that was everywhere, but it's more subdued here and lighter, then it would feel that way. And the software even deformed textures. I mean, I was saying the textures could used to be deformed like in the drawing and rendering step, as opposed to like in the animation portion, but I feel like live 2D can deform textures. PNG tubing cannot, unfortunately. Caved, Caved, can't wait to hear your opinion and pointers for Assis's design. Akisia? Oh, Zany, did you donate, mayhaps? Are you looking for a crit on your design? We'll see. I'm intrigued to note. Pattern 80 would work so well in live 2D. Yeah, like if the pattern was stable in the background, I feel like that might be a good way of doing it. Donated? Yay! Thank you! Thank you for donating to charity. We are very, very close to having raised 2K. We're so close. We're so close. Vtuber with Chowder-like patterns. Yeah, so the patterning is nice, but I feel like because there's more than one pattern, I think that's also why I'm reading it being stained glass too, where this feels like the bubbled glass. And based on your name, I think you are a cat, maybe. I was expecting the cat thing to be more prevalent, maybe? Taking notes, next model adopt idea for myself. Oh, I see. Okay. So my general thoughts here is that you've got a lot of good details, but a lot of them are small, and I feel like they could be exaggerated more. Your proportions are very exaggerated as they are. So as a result, I kind of feel like the candies could be bigger, and then the candies maybe? I see the ones up on the hat have a little bit of, stop hitting paste, e.g. could have a little bit of a cat shape to them as well. I saw it in the little lollipops up there, but like these could even come up into like ears or something on here. Because right now they just feel sort of like generic candy, unfortunately. And then I feel like this just needs a little bit more detailing as a skirt. I think one of the reasons it's feeling flat is because we're not really getting any things that make it feel like it's wrapping around the form. There's not really any folds happening. It's a little too perfect. Yeah, a little cat-shaped candy, because there's already cat-shaped candies up here, but I almost feel like they're too small up here. Where you've got all this nice detail up on the hat. Give me more, exaggerate more. Why not make these like this? Add to more of the silhouette, make them chunkier, heavier, bigger. Let me erase this way. But I think that'll also help us read the candy aspect a little bit quicker. I like the bow. I always wonder when I see ribbons and stuff, if sometimes it's better for ribbons to like be tiered almost, and I feel like we could bring the candy like wrapper sort of back by having this ribbon almost have like a tier underneath it, so there's a little more visual interest in this area too. So we could add just like another ribbon almost underneath that mimics that wrapping shape, but then is doing so by being fabric. So we're making this into a motif, which similarly makes me wonder about, like, you know, the way that the wrists are tied could very well be something that could feel like a candy wrapper if we made it really like wobbly and uneven in the way that it's sort of lacy, as opposed to being that like perfect scalloped edge. And then if you like cinched it at more of an angle like this up into the arm, it might feel like these are being treated like candy wrappers as well, maybe. More sharper details to emphasize the crystal of the look. Candy can be sharp so it fits. Yeah, I feel like these are all kept very round, which, you know, we're going for like a friendly shape language, but like having the contrast and variety in shapes in the design always adds a good amount of interest. It's like those could be sharper. Yeah, for the crystal angle, I wonder what I would want to make sharper, because there's a part of me that almost wants to make it feel like this is actually constructed from the crystal in some way. I'm not sure. Oh my gosh, did we reach 2,000? Whoa! Thank you! Thank you, Shroomates! What the heck? Exactly, we're 5 cents over, which is so funny. Thank you! Round of applause, who is the final donor? Was it Edward? Thank you! Can we rotate for all of the donors? All of the donors, but also I can check my thing and see if that was who the last one was. Who, me? Oh, it is Edward, huh? Let it be funny for the 5 cents. Thank you for the 5 cents. Thank you, Shoemates. Oh my gosh, we raised 2K for curing cancer. I'm so proud of you guys. Thank you. Also, yeah, Edward and Matcha Gremlin and Incinda and Selma is our top 4. Thank you guys. Very nice. Thank you guys for donating. I'll be back in time to say bye for your stream. We're almost there. We're almost done for the day. But yeah, clapping, round of applause for everyone. Thank you, Shroom State. Thank you for all of your donations, fellas. It means a lot to me, and I'm sure it means a lot to the charity as well. You did it? I did what? What did I do? I critiqued the designs, I guess, but I guess I arranged you all here. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for the charity? Of course! I'm glad. I had meant to do a charity event way long time ago, and I'm glad I finally got to participate in one of them. I had been looking forward to one, but the details sort of fell apart for it back in December, so I'm glad I got to do one finally. I've always wanted to give back in this sort of way, so I'm happy that I could help. That's a lot of shmoney to help also. That's crazy. Thank you, Shoemates. I'm proud of you. I'm always proud of you, but I'm like bonus proud of you. Yay! Woo! Cancer can explode. Exactly. Exactly. Cancer can get launched into the sky and rotated. Wait, hang on. Get rotated for charity. Yay! Okay, what were we doing? Oh, crystals. Crystals, making things sharper. I wonder where I'd even want to make things sharper in this. Close could have crystal embroidery. Ah, that could be interesting. Honestly, I was wondering if even like, you know, we've got this really rounded scallop trim that's happening throughout the design. I was wondering if that could be more angular maybe. That might just feel jagged in a way. Yeah, you do spin. Haha, get rotated on me. Sorry. You know, for there being crystals, this cat charm is a crystal itself. And I'm wondering, let me just completely re-render it. I'm gonna go like this and get rid of it. I might end up making it bigger. Because what I think I'm gonna do, let me go like this and go like that and go, I don't remember what color it was, but like these colors, I think. If we're making it a cat, we could make it very like, you know how some cats have like the fluff on the sides of their faces? I feel like we could use that to be very angular and faceted, and then we could make the facets more specific. Where like, you know, this is a gem of some sort. So like, here's the center of the gem. here is a darker facet that travels along this plane, and then there's one like here. But then by making it more specific, it'll be more crystal-y. You know what I mean? Like here's a facet right there. Here's one right here. I didn't really do a great job of making that shaped properly, but like if we went for more of like the fluffy cat kind of vibe, I wonder if that would help get the sharpness across, because we can use those like face triangular bits to add to the faceting. Like this maybe? Is this kind of a cat? Maybe. Sort of. And then honestly, this could be even bigger, maybe. Squiiji's so cool, thanks. Someone redeemed a reward? Oh, somebody redeemed a reward. My thing is not scrolling up. What do you mean someone redeemed a reward? Noted? Understand the vision? What? Bigger if the fluffy was one big point? Maybe, I was making it 2 points. Because I feel like if it's only 1 point, it might not read as a cat, unfortunately. But you're right that the level of detail that it is very small. Oh, someone else donated too! Who was it? Gin and Tonic, thank you for donating. You were the most recent one too. Yay, thank you. You guys saw I don't know why it's not making the noise for me. I wish it was. Wish I could hear it. I have the monitor turned on for it. Can you hear it when someone donates? Is that why you noticed it? Huh. But thank you. Yay. I can't hear it. What the heck? That might be I saw somebody else saying that it wasn't working for them in the server I'm in for people who are working on this. It's a bit of the white text though. The text shouldn't be white. The text is supposed to be orange, like orange with a black outline. No sound? Darn. Gotta run. Bye, Edward! Thank you for contributing to the charity. I appreciate it. And also for supporting the shroommates by letting us look at some fellows who hadn't been looked at in a while. Thanks! Visual pop-up. Oh, I haven't seen the visual pop-up. Noted. Cat breed might make it easier. That's true. Ame, what species of cat are you? Because like I'm thinking about like, oh, like this fluff inside the ear could also be could be faceted crystals as well. But like you could even make them be the, hang on. Eraser. Oh, that's not eraser. Or you could even make them the like crystals that are sort of like taller. You know, the ones where it gets like this slope. Like that, they don't need to be this big. This is probably too big, maybe. I've created a tangent accidentally. But, you know, crystals that are shaped like this, and then we can see, like, you know, the faceting on them like this. And then you can see, like, the sides of it. It's working. Do you know what I mean? Darker. And then this might read more like a crystal in some manner. If we had things like this inside the ears or something, I feel like that might be a neat way of interpreting it, is changing the fluff into crystals. Big fluffy. Lassie, you should know better than me. Good question. Ame! We shouldn't just be cat. We gotta figure out what kind of cat we are. What species are you? Pick one now. I'm kidding. Crystal iris? I do see the sort of like crystalline aspect happening in the iris. But yeah, like something like this for the inside of the ear might be good. Make a second one. Could even like break the shape of the ear a little bit. In my humble opinion, in the Squiiji's humble opinion, I think you should be a fluffy kind of cat, so that way we can use the fluff as a way to add crystals to your design. Right now I'm just kind of doing whatever. Just making random crystals. But I think that would be good. Hey, my hair! Cat girl default cat. No! No default cats. We should be specific cats. No default cats. I need my hair back. Can I be Miku? Can I have Miku as an apology for taking my hair? Please, can I have Miku? Maine Coon? Maine Coon might be a good one. Yeah, I think crystals and ears are nice. We can make them lighter so that way they feel like fluff more than they do right now. If I were to do like one of these, glow dodge. We can make them brighter so they feel like they're the inside of the ear, potentially. Other way around. Not gonna eat Squeak. Not gonna eat Gary. Why is Gary gonna eat Ame? Gary's not eating Ame. Gary does not have a taste for felines. No. Bald, and they're torturing people with hair. Oh, who's torturing? I don't know what's going on anymore, Shroommates. But gems, I'm wondering if could also come back in other places of the design. I feel like we just need, oops, hang on. Specifically, gems somewhere, where even if it's like, okay, we're just making these things more specific, where this feels like a bow now because we've got 2 little pieces of crystal hanging from the bottom edge of it or something. I don't know, but I think we just need a little bit more of it throughout. I don't feel like redrawing them. But I think you get the point. At least, point, because they're sharp crystals also. Ha 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 ha, laugh. Am I losing it? Maybe. Just a little. Nope, that's not the color I selected. But I think I just want a little more of it throughout. Erase that out there, erase this here, yeah. Something more crystals, something. Make lace out of the gems? Oh, I guess you could replace things that are like lacy with the gems as well. Maybe. Longer EG goes on, the more insane they sound. I'm doing my best. Trim the bottom of the dress to be crystals. That might be overdoing it, unfortunately. Could try if it was really subtle, but it might just be a little too much. Could just facet these things though. If you were to treat them where like they almost have like, hang on. Like make these feel like they're faceted in the rendering. Or like if they have like a central ridge or something, that could make them feel like crystalline-like, or they might feel like scales like that. Maybe. And I'm gonna guess that the socks are striped because we're referencing like striped candy like we have throughout. But I do find that to be just a little distracting. I like it where it's on the waist and on the collar, but I think that it might just be a little bit too much in the legs, where having all of that pink does make me want to look down there. So I might just say that these could just be flat leggings, and then maybe you stick like a gradient or something on them instead, so there's still some kind of interest, but it's more subtle. And I think
they're bald. They're bald, and they're torturing people who have hair.
No, I'm not. I'm not torturing people with hair. Who am I torturing? Name me one person I've tortured. I've never tortured anyone in my life. I'm incapable of it. I'm too nice. I can't be mean. I'm not capable. And look, Gary, I'm not bald. Look, Gary, I'm not bald. I'm not bald, Gary. You've turned into a liar. I have hair plenty. Don't worry. I have plenty of hair. At least like a torturer would say. I'm not a torturer. You have to believe me. I don't plan to torture anyone. I think those people plan to torture me, and I think they do actively torture me, Salma. The braid as a tail makes sense. It is nice. Visually, it works for me. Something a bald person would say. Do I look bald to you? I think I'm losing it. This is top 10 EG losing it moments. EG crashes out because I get called a torturer. The things that bug me, bad silhouettes and torture apparently. Those are the only things I've crashed out over. Push me for having all the hair, they're bald and jealous. Guys are spreading lies about me. Took too long to make? What do you mean took too long to make? About contrast. Hang on, we're gonna get there also. So the next thing for me was about like sort of the clothing shapes we have here, which is that the clothing shapes don't feel super specific. This outfit feels just a little bit generic, where these feel like kind of like a stock standard boot. And then, you know, this trim does appear a couple times, so it feels a little bit more specific, like it's relating to something. But it does feel like the colors are, or not the colors, the just general shapes aren't very specific. So I would suggest finding some specific pieces of clothing to reference in this, where like, you know, in clothing usually the trim that is around the neck ends up being the same trim that's around the wrists. So maybe that's one thing that could be repeated and then makes it feel like this is a more specific garment by result. And then like the bow could have like, you know, a line of some sort on it or things like that. But I feel like there's just something missing from the clothes design itself. Issues with the tail? Okay, interesting. Noted. But I think there's just something missing in the fashion department right now, where it is also silhouette-wise completely symmetrical other than the one little ribbon on the side of it. And I think it just needs something more somewhere, some sort of exaggeration or something. Think of a pattern and then making sure it looked right when wobbled. Ah, okay, I see. Like these need like buttons or lacing or some other frill on them, but just something that makes them more specific. Same deal with the skirts, where I almost wonder if like a tiered skirt might be more interesting. And yeah, maybe making the hat bigger could be an option. I don't think the hat's too big, but the hat could be bigger from the way it is now. And Cinda suggested contrast. We haven't really talked about color here yet. Correction layer, hue, saturation, luminosity. Give me rid of your saturation. Other than your boots, you're all midtones and light tones, more or less. There's not a ton of contrast here, and I think you could benefit from some contrast. Let me take... I just go like this. Lightening things is easier than darkening things. Hey, I'm not bald, Carrie. Did you clip me crashing out about my hair? Hey. True mates. Don't immortalize my embarrassment. So, the eyebrows are the darkest part around the face, which is good, but it is making us focus on the eyes. I feel like this collar could be darker. Hang on, I'm just gonna darken things. Hang on, move this down here. In sort of generally, and see if it looks okay once I switch back to color. Just I think we need more things that go beyond being a mid-tone in order for this to read properly. So like some of these darker colors could be much darker, so the boots aren't the only thing that's that dark. And then, let's see, I might also say that like this could be dark, or maybe not that dark. Like push this into like this range, leave that real bright. That needs to not be the same undertone as this is though. Hang on, I might need to do a little more pushing and pulling here. Because this is almost the exact same level of brightness as the skirt under it is, and I think that's doing a disservice right now to clarity and to the ability for our eye to be guided around the image. Let me just darken this in a bit. Also, the clothing is the same value as the skin is, but I guess the color undertone is dark enough that we weren't having, or different enough that we weren't having trouble discerning which is which. Man, I'm losing my grasp on the English language. The longer I'm here, the more it's going away. Seems like some parts of the hair are a little bit darker, like they have an ombre effect, and we might want to push that just a little bit more so that the hair has a little bit more contrast against the face. And I might also just darken some of the stuff in so that way it's in shadow under the hat. Honestly, that could be even darker, and then this is further back in space, so this could be darker. Yeah, okay, I think we're getting there. This could be darker for some depth. This is gonna look like insanity when we get to what it looks like when I take this off. Let's see. Oh, honestly, actually, that's not that bad. I feel like that's a step in the right direction in some ways. We just needed more contrast throughout. Maybe not as much as I've done here, but just a little bit more for clarity's sake. So now we can read things a little bit better. And then something about this pink tone down here feels a little bit off to me, and I'm wondering if it's not bright enough for how hue shifted away from purple it is. But it's close. I feel like the new dress color. It's more amethysty, which might benefit you for the gem angle as well. And then having like the ombre in your hair around your face, I think is helping also. What layer did I do that on? This one? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so I think that is taking us a step in the right direction as far as clarity goes for the color. And then something about this pink just doesn't feel quite right to me, and I'm not sure what I would modify about it. Maybe it's just the color undertone isn't quite right for me. But I think generally that was what I had for color. For silhouette, let's do a ladder. Oh man, how many of these did we just not do ladders for? I'm recalling now that I'm doing this. How many skipped ladders were there accidentally? Maybe like 4? Ooh. I was locked in, but maybe 2 locked in. Hang on, so this is providing something down there. Sleeves. This is really the same width all the way across despite having some diagonality to it. Arm tie. That tie around the arm maybe could be bigger so that it adds more. I'm not drawing lines where there's things that I added. Also, these kind of create a line across here. Oops, top of the collar, bottom of the chin, the eyes. The hat provides a diagonal. These things I know I edited a bunch, but I'm sure they're providing a diagonal, and then this little your little fella on top of your hat. Hello, line, start at the correct place, please, thanks. Also go like that and put this here. What do you think about the ladder here? Psych did not get a ladder, which is fine. Oh, wait, I did forget your ladder, huh? I think 3, 2 oldest, and Riraku's. Oh, whoopsie. We'll have to remember ladder. If I didn't do a ladder for them, it's because it wasn't on my mind. Like, most of the time we do a ladder just to test. They're pretty much all dangerous. We're not climbing this. It's not happening. I don't know who you think you are if you think you're climbing this. My God, my ankles, no. Some of these things are kind of evenly spaced out in this area and in this area, which could use maybe a little bit more diversity, but not too bad. Not too bad, not too bad. What else do I have here? I almost wonder, I think for me, the final thing is I want something more happening around the upper part of your body, and I'm wondering if it's just like if you had more of like a puff sleeve, because then I feel like that would make sense of having this tie around here. Where like, I feel like that would add to the whimsy in a nice way, and I feel like your shoulders are just missing something almost. Or then like you could just have like a seam line on this side instead of having the ribbon tied there. But I feel like that would sort of complete what I think I'm looking for as far as the shape language goes there. But there is exaggeration. There is at least weight in the skirt for the silhouette. Have I mentioned everything? Hang on. So here's the thoughts. Your contrast structure needs some work. Your silhouette, you're maybe just a little too symmetrical. Also, the hat breaks the symmetry, but I feel like we could use a little more asymmetry here generally throughout. Flexi versus clarity, it's stuff I already took off points for here for the color palette. I think we could use maybe just a little bit more detail. For focal point, man, what is the focal point? Whoops, that's Selma. We've looked at Selma like 90 times despite not critiquing Selma yet. What is the focal point here? If I get rid of all the stuff I was doing. It's a little creature, isn't it? It's the only thing that's blue. It's either the creature or the boots on the two polar opposite ends of the design. I wonder, so for a solution to that, should your eyes have more of a blue undertone to them to compete with your little frog creature? Frog's not there all the time. Okay, if the frog's not there, then the boots are the focal point. Frog on the shoulder. Frog could go on the shoulder, but I feel like it might get disguised in the hair mayhaps if it was there. The boots are the focal point, if that is the case. I think you need something that dark in this color around your head. Maybe, like, I know that's sort of the stereotypical witch thing to do, but maybe you need the hat to be that dark. So that way, that being so dark isn't as important. There's something else just as dark, potentially. So that brings me higher in the design. And then by checking my contrast structure, check live, start fixing the day in 15 minutes. What do you mean? Hang on, check that. I feel like now the face is working better because the eyes feel much brighter in comparison. So I think that might be part of the solution. What's going on? Oh, there it is on the shoulder. I see it on the shoulder. Selma, are you changing the values of things already too? There's a little guy in shoulder. He's not too hidden there, but I still feel like the eyes might still want to be blue. Seeing this blue here makes me yearn for it elsewhere for focal point reasons, or maybe just the eyes just need to be a different color. This seems to be the main struggle for a monochromatic design, is that if you make the eyes and every part of the face the same color as everything else, it gets lost a little bit. No ... What do you mean no ... What do you mean ... No. No blue eyes? Hang on. Maybe a little bit darker, maybe. Too bright right now. Like, that feels kind of magical. That was taken yesterday? Oh, okay. But I think blue for the eyes will make them a little bit more focal. And now that I'm doing this, I'm like, all right, well, I could probably see more blue in the undertone and just like miscellaneous places where you've got like, you know, some of these darker shapes in here to add more color variation to the undertones, like maybe in here too. Just a little, doesn't have to be that extreme. Like that maybe. And then that'll feel a little bit more magical too, without taking away from the crystal aspect. I feel like I just want a little bit more variety throughout. I feel like that adds some interest in a nice way while still making it feel like gems. Yeah, I think that's a step in the right direction. So, let me see. Some of you are fine. What do you guys? Sorry? I don't think there's any need to be sorry here. What do you mean? We're just making our modifications here. For focal points, so I think the eyes need a little bit of work for focal point. But they're not, like, the shoes are very focal, but the things to do to make the eyes more focal aren't super extreme. You just need a little bit more. For concept, I can see, I'm picking up the witch aspect, I'm picking up, you know, the cat angle. There's some little things we can do to make it clearer. I want the crystals to be more defined, but all the hints are there. The hints are all in the right place. So I think we're making steps in the right direction. I think there's a little more to go, but I think we're taking some of the right steps here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 10? I think that sounds about right. Mostly, I think it's just the clarity from the undertones. There's not enough contrast, and I think that's what's modifying the most of it. But I think it's cute nonetheless. I can see the cat angle. I can see the crystal angle. I really want, if this becomes live 2D, I really want you to have those textures handled in like the chowder way, where they like don't move. I feel like that'd be so neat to have the textures handled in that way. The patterning is nice. Yeah, can we get a round of applause, please? For Ame. Whoops, I've like removed all of your details. What? Where was all the stuff I did? I did other things. Where? Hang on, what was this? I don't know what that is. What is this? Oh, yeah, that. Hang on, bring the gem back. Nope, don't need that. Yeah, so those gems. What is this? I don't know what that is. Oh, me changing the sleeves a second time. Crystals. Make the crystals brighter. Yeah, there we go. Yeah! Sure, mates, that's not enough clapping. Come on, we finished out our evening! More clap! We clap for Selma for the art. We clap for Ame for being the VTuber whose design we are critiquing. Can we clap for also Truemates who donated for crit so that we can look at these? I'll say Safi face is best. Oh? What? And also clap for Truemates who donated, and also clap for EG who got through 7 hours of stream. We've got 8 minutes left, and I think this is probably a perfect stopping point for us so I can eat my dinner. A froggo? Oh, Safi, look at it! This creature has witnessed horrors beyond your comprehension. Crazy, crazy horrors we witnessed. And yeah, we hit 2,000 just in time for the end of the stream today. Thank you, Truemates. Good work. Good donating. Good designing. Good work. Yeah, good job today. Get that. People, I don't know what that means. People keep saying that. But yeah, we hit the fundraising goals. Good work, chat. Good work, Truemates. I don't usually call you chat. That was weird. Yeah, 6 more minutes to donate. Oh, really? Yeah, 6 more minutes. If anyone has any last minute donations they'd like to send in there, go for it. Do it. You've got 6 minutes. Good luck. But thank you everyone who donated so far and everyone who has provided us good feedback on the
job, y'all.
crits
See
too.
y'all tomorrow.
Thanks, Gary. Yeah, same place, same time tomorrow. So we'll be starting at noon EST tomorrow, same time I started today. We'll only be going till 5 p.m., so 2 hours less than today. We'll be doing a usual... We'll be 1 hour longer than usual stream, as opposed to 3 hours longer than usual stream. And we'll see how many designs I can get through. We may have to overflow. We'll be overflowing tomorrow onto Wednesday, and then Wednesday onto the following Monday, probably. And theoretically, that should be all of them, maybe. And yeah, we've got... Selma has been foreshadowing us for next stream since the start of the day. We've looked at her like 3 times. So Selma will be very early. There's one other person who is Aerie, I think, who will also be first, if not second, next time. So I think that should be where we go. What's command for the submission link? If you go to the pinned comment, it is up there. That is where you go for the submissions. Or you mean for the crit submissions? That's ! Critique. Selma needs justice? I don't know, what? Who needs, oh, Selma? Justice for Selma. And Cinda needs justice, Amber needs justice. I don't know why Selma needs justice, unless it's because we were subtly foreshadowing Selma also. Great progress, thank you! How many did we get? How did we do look at today? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Whoa. With 3 extra hours, we almost completely doubled my usual. And I think at this rate, I will be able to get through all of them, theoretically, by next Monday. So I'm proud of myself. Good work. What's the charity for? Cure Cancer! Cure Cancer Australia. Cure Cancer is a fundraising organization who, essentially they're they're an organization that raises funds to donate to a lot of different research institutions. They donate to hospitals, they donate to like graduate programs, to specific like doctors' thesis work and research. Yeah. So it's a good cause. It's a good cause for us to do critiques for also. It was lovely talking to you this stream. Excited to talk more tomorrow. Shermate's making friends in the chat. Good work. Cancer no more. Yeah! 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, but I still had 4 minutes. You know, maybe I will just dip and go eat. That's what I need to do. I've been sitting here for a while. I need a stretch. But thank you all, Shrewmates, for hanging out with me today. Good endurance stream. My voice is surprisingly not that dead also. But as always, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you and your designs, and I'm proud of you and your kindness and your generosity. So thank you for that, and thank you for spending all of this time with me. Those of you who are here with me from start to end, that's crazy. Thank you. I'm honored you'd spend your time with me, and with me for a good cause too. Please consume the noms. Oh, I will. I absolutely will. YouTube Shrewmates, I will shroom you later. 07. Thank you guys for hanging out, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Unusual thing for me to say on a Monday, but can't send you anywhere, YouTube. Sorry. Bye. Then also,